7 million years of human history are coming to an end. This is not due to nuclear war or an alien invasion, but rather it comes from the very creators of humanity. To decide the fate of mankind, the gods held a council at the Parliament of Valhalla. Here, Zeus asked the other deities whether humanity should be allowed to exist for another 1,000 years or if an end should be put to them. The vast majority of the gods agreed that humanity needed to be eradicated because, over the past millennium, humans have not only engaged in endless wars but also destroyed the Earth's environment. Following the majority opinion, Zeus decided to exterminate humanity. However, just as Zeus was about to strike the gavel of judgment, the demigod Valkyrie Brunhilde appeared and stopped him. She boldly stated her opposition to the consensus of all the gods present. Brunhilde agreed that humanity had caused numerous disasters on Earth, but argued that erasing them completely for that reason was too cruel. Therefore, she proposed that the gods give humanity a chance to prove themselves through a trial, a one-on-one tournament between humans and gods known as Ragnarok. The rules stated that each side would select 13 representatives to fight each other. If the human faction won 7 matches, they would be allowed to live for another 1,000 years. Conversely, if they lost 7 matches, their fate would be sealed by the gods. Upon hearing this, the gods dismissed the idea as utter nonsense. Previously, they had only joked about the Battle of Ragnarok for amusement, believing that no human could ever possess the strength to defeat a deity. Seeing their reaction, Brunhilde provoked them by asking if they were simply too scared to fight humans. She added that if this was the case, she would withdraw her proposal and apologize. Her younger sister, Gel, was speechless at this massive gamble, fearing that Brunhilde would be destroyed by the gods before she could even save humanity. However, Brunhilde knew that the gods were prideful and highly valued their honor. Losing to humans would be an unbearable humiliation for them. Zeus, on the other hand, laughed heartily and found Brunhilde's proposal incredibly amusing. He invited the other gods to participate in Ragnarok to demonstrate their absolute power to mankind. Immediately after, Zeus slammed his gavel, officially accepting the war against humanity. The entire hall of Valhalla erupted in cheers as they eagerly anticipated the battles. Consequently, Zeus instructed Brunhilde to quickly select humanity's strongest representatives. Having once been human herself, Brunhilde promised to choose the 13 most exceptional individuals from the 7 million years of human history. Sometime later, the tournament between humans and gods commenced at the Valhalla arena. Countless humans and deities were present to cheer for their respective factions. The first representative for the gods was Thor, the thunder god, widely regarded as the strongest deity in the Nordic pantheon. In his hands rested a hammer capable of shattering continents in the blink of an eye. Gull panicked, wondering how humanity could possibly win when the gods sent out such a powerhouse right from the start. But Brunhilde revealed that humanity's first fighter was also an incredibly powerful warrior, the most ferocious berserker she had ever encountered. That man was Lu Bu, the strongest hero of China from the Three Kingdoms period. Entering the arena, Lu Bu rode his legendary steed, red hair, carrying a completely fearless demeanor. However, a monk in the stands was anxiously praying to the gods, prompting Brunhilde to tell him to be quiet, pointing out the absurdity of praying to their current enemies. Down in the arena, the thunder god cast aside his cloak to prepare for the fight, while Lu Bu summoned his weapon, the sky piercer, ready for the clash. Cheering for Lu Bu were the 3 sworn brothers, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, along with countless loyal soldiers. They were eagerly waiting for their lord to crush the thunder god. Soon after, the announcer, Heimdall, blew his apocalyptic horn, signaling the official start of the Great War between humans and gods. Instantly, both warriors lowered their weapons and stood completely still for a moment. Then, they slowly approached each other without any defensive stance. The gods were furious at Lu Bu for seemingly looking down on his divine opponent, while Brunhilde was highly satisfied that Lu Bu was exuding the aura of a superior fighter. As they came face to face, a terrifying surge of energy was released. Lu Bu immediately raised his halberd and launched a direct assault at Thor. In response, Thor used his massive hammer to block Lu Bu's strike. However, Lu Bu let out a fierce roar to boost his strength, pushing the thunder god backward. Not stopping there, Lu Bu charged forward again with his weapon aimed straight at Thor. But this time, Thor used his hammer to deflect the attack and knock Lu Bu back. Both of these seasoned warriors possessed extraordinary strength, and shared the ability to finish their opponents with a single fatal blow, making the outcome of the match entirely unpredictable. The human faction was immensely proud that Lu Bu could fight on equal footing with a mighty god like Thor. However, according to Zeus, Thor still had a vast amount of hidden power yet to be unleashed. Suddenly, Thor leaped backward and began channeling lightning into his hands. Brunhilde grew very anxious upon seeing this, recognizing it as the thunder god's ultimate technique. Once enough lightning was gathered, Thor transferred it all into his hammer. He then gripped the weapon tightly and leaned all the way back to gain momentum. The gods noted that, although Lu Bu was a mere mortal, Thor was going all out because he respected an opponent who could match his strength. In the past, Thor hailed from Asgard, a land surrounded by towering walls to defend against giant invasions. The guardian angels of this realm found their patrol duties incredibly boring, as Asgard was an excessively peaceful place. Suddenly, a massive tremor struck, and a horde of 66 heavily armed and combat-enhanced giants launched a full-scale assault. The angels' defensive formations were quickly broken. The citizens inside believed they were safe, but the walls were swiftly demolished, and the angels were mercilessly slaughtered. Up until then, the gods had always assumed the giants acted alone, leading to arrogance and a weakened defense system. Because of this coordinated attack, Asgard was pushed to the brink of annihilation. While everyone was paralyzed by fear, the thunder god appeared with his hammer. With a single swing, Thor pulverized the giants standing before him. He then leaned back to unleash his ultimate lethal technique, annihilating the rest of the invaders. After wiping them out, Thor felt no joy, only intense boredom, as the giants were too weak to even warrant his attention. The glorious feat of the thunder god was passed down by other deities, and they named his ultimate move Thor's hammer. Now, Thor was utilizing this very technique against a mortal like Lu Bu, leading the gods to believe that the human's demise was certain. After leaning back, Thor smashed his hammer forward with devastating force, causing the entire Valhalla arena to shake violently. The sheer energy radiating from the impact forced anyone standing near the center of the arena to be pushed back. However, when the dust settled, everyone was left in pure astonishment because Lu Bu was still alive. Not only did he survive, but he also used his weapon to draw blood from the thunder god. Following this strike, Lu Bu laughed uproariously, as it was the first time his blade had ever reached a divine being. Thor, remaining perfectly calm, told Lu Bu that it was a pity he was only human. Thor stated that if they were of the same race, they would undoubtedly be comrades in arms. According to historical records, Lu Bu hailed from the autonomous region of Inner Mongolia, and since birth, he possessed strength that surpassed human limits. Therefore, he constantly traveled in search of stronger opponents to fight. Anyone who stood in Lu Bu's way was utterly defeated. Through countless battles, Lu Bu's reputation echoed throughout all of China. After more than 30 years of warfare, Lu Bu realized that there was no one left on Earth worthy of being his opponent. Consequently, he willingly allowed himself to be captured by Cao Cao and was sentenced to execution. In his final moments, Lu Bu even pleaded with Cao Cao to execute him quickly, as he had grown completely weary of a life without a worthy rival. Returning to the present, Lu Bu had finally found an opponent against whom he could fight with all his might. Zeus and his subordinates were deeply surprised that Lu Bu was still holding his ground. According to Zeus, Thor's hammer could destroy anything it touched, yet Lu Bu's halberd remained completely intact in his hands without a single chip. After a moment of thought, he realized that Brunhilde must have done something to enhance Lu Bu's combat power. It turned out that before Ragnarok began, Brunhilde knew humanity was no match for the divine. The gods wielded divine weapons forged from divine power, so even if Lu Bu was the strongest human warrior, his mortal weapon would be nothing more than a toy against the gods. To level the playing field, Brunhilde summoned all 13 demigod sisters, known as the Valkyries, and under her command, they would assist the human faction in combat. Brunhilde called upon a Valkyrie named Randgriz. After thoroughly questioning her about the Thunder God's equipment, Randgriz revealed that Thor possessed a pair of gauntlets capable of defending against any attack, along with a hammer that could wipe out an entire army in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Brunhilde considered the Thunder God's overpowered weapons unfair. To overcome him, she asked Randgriz to sacrifice her body and transform into a divine weapon for Lu Bu to help him defeat Thor. Immediately, Randgriz gathered all of Lu Bu's memories to shape a suitable weapon for him. transforming into the Sky Piercer, the very weapon that had made his name famous across every battlefield. Therefore, Lu Bu was now thrilled, fully enjoying the atmosphere of the battle because he faced a formidable opponent and held an indestructible divine weapon. As Lu Bu charged forward to attack, Thor used his gauntlet to block it, assuming it was highly durable, but within seconds, it completely shattered. Brunhilde's choice of Rangriz had a clear purpose, as the name Rangriz translates to shield breaker. The audience was utterly shocked that Lu Bu could destroy Thor's divine items so easily. The human faction immediately believed that Lu Bu would be the first to perform a miracle. His soldiers beat their drums loudly to cheer for their lord, while his strategist, Chen Gong, shed tears of pride for his general. On the gods' side, they realized that although the Valkyries' duty was merely to guide souls, they were now using their power to become weapons for humanity. Zeus and the other deities quickly understood that the Valkyries were staging a rebellion. However, Zeus did not show any anger. Instead, he felt incredibly excited, looking toward Brunhilde with thrilling anticipation. Down in the arena, Lu Bu continued his relentless assault, inflicting multiple wounds on Thor. However, at that moment, Thor's hammer began to emit an immense heat, causing Brunhilde great anxiety. Streams of magma flowed from the hammer, making it glow vibrantly, accompanied by loud thumping sounds echoing from within that were clear enough for anyone to hear. It was the heartbeat of the hammer. It had awakened and acted much like a truly living creature. Everyone wondered if the thunder god could still wield the hammer now that he had lost one of his gauntlets. Zeus explained that the gauntlets were not meant to help Thor lift the hammer. They were used to seal his own terrifying strength. Without the gauntlets, Thor would have destroyed the hammer before it had the chance to awaken. Immediately after, the thunder god threw his remaining gauntlet to the ground, its extreme weight creating a massive crater. Consequently, the human faction began to grow anxious, while the divine faction secretly rejoiced. Thor gripped his awakened hammer, called out Lu Bu's name directly, and declared his hope that the mortal could survive this upcoming strike. As the arena audience cheered thunderously, although her younger sister Gel was terrified, believing these were the final 13 humans before mankind's extinction, Brunhilde laughed heartily. She firmly believed that these were the 13 godslayers who would beat the divine faction into absolute submission. Meanwhile, on the god side, Zeus had also received his faction's roster and found it highly amusing to see his own name among the fighters. Down in the arena, Thor continued to channel his energy into his hammer, preparing to unleash his ultimate lethal technique. The audience watched in absolute awe, thrilled to witness the power of the awakened hammer for the very first time. Instantly, Thor hurled the violently spinning weapon straight at Lu Bu. According to legend, this throw possessed absolute accuracy and was impossible to dodge. However, as the hammer closed in, Lu Bu leaned entirely backward, allowing the massive weapon to fly right past him and up toward the stands. Standing back up with a thrilling, joyful smile, Lu Bu charged straight at Thor, who appeared completely defenseless. But just as the human warrior raised his halberd to strike, the hammer boomeranged back. Reacting with incredible agility, Lu Bu leaped high into the air, spun around, and deflected the hammer back toward Thor, forcing the thunder god to exert effort just to catch his own weapon. Seizing this brief opening, Lu Bu lunged directly at Thor once more to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, Thor's true purpose in throwing the weapon was to harness its immense centrifugal force for his decisive counterattack. Aiming squarely at Lu Bu's face, Thor brought the hammer down with devastating power, unleashing a terrifying earthquake that violently shook the entire arena. The blinding light radiating from the clash made it impossible for the audience to see anything. When the light faded, Lu Bu was still bracing himself, holding back Thor's hammer. Everyone was astounded by Lu Bu's extraordinary strength. Even Odin's crows thought they were dreaming, unable to believe that Thor's attack had been stopped. But Brunhilde noticed Lu Bu's legs trembling under the immense pressure, and the human faction's joy quickly shifted to extreme worry. Moments later, Lu Bu's legs broke, causing him to bleed profusely. Seeing the danger, Lu Bu desperately pushed Thor's hammer away to regain his balance. But his other leg also gave out, forcing him to lean on his weapon just to stand. This was the first time Lu Bu had ever been so heavily wounded. The divine audience rejoiced at this sight, while Zeus relished seeing the first human being crushed by the gods, remarking that the battle would end soon since Lu Bu was forced to his knees. Yet, Lu Bu maintained a proud and fearless expression, even as Thor prepared to swing his hammer and take his life. Right then, Brunhilde heard the sound of galloping hooves beneath her feet, realizing it was too soon for humanity to give up. There was a saying, "Among men, Lu Bu, among steeds, red hair," and this time, Red Hair charged directly into the arena to fight alongside its master. Even as an animal, Red Hair knew its master had fought valiantly, prompting Thor to lower his hammer and wait to see what would happen next. In the stands, Chen Gong was deeply moved that Red Hair had not given up, and he rallied the soldiers to chant Lu Bu's name. The audience joined in, calling out to him and hoping he would rise to continue the fight. Shiva deemed humans a heartless bunch for wanting a crippled man to stand back up, but other gods wanted to see exactly how resilient this human could be. Amidst the crowd's roaring cheers, Lu Bu used his weapon to push himself up and let out a loud battle cry that completely electrified the audience. Red Hair reared up beside him, cheering for its master, while the Thunder God smiled joyfully, glad that his opponent hadn't surrendered. Red Hair then became Lu Bu's new legs, allowing him to stand firm once again. Since childhood, Lu Bu had witnessed a tree burned to ash by a lightning strike, which filled him with excitement rather than fear. In his innocent mind, he believed there was a tremendously strong entity in the sky waiting for him, and now he had to use every ounce of his strength to fight that very entity to the bitter end. Heimdall wondered if Lu Bu was violating the one-on-one rule, but Zeus declared that Red Hair had become an extension of Lu Bu's body, making it acceptable. Before clashing again, Lu Bu asked Red Hair one last time if it was willing to entrust its life to its master. Red Hair neighed fiercely, bringing joy to the human faction, as Lu Bu rode circling the Thunder God to find an opening for an attack. While the audience couldn't fathom his plan, Lu Bu gripped his halberd tightly, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. Despite possessing unmatched strength, he always sought to perfect his martial techniques, training relentlessly because he knew he would one day face his greatest opponent. He had swung his weapon over 100,000 times to achieve absolute mastery, discarding broken weapons to grab new ones. Eventually, he perfected a devastating technique known as Sky Eater, capable of splitting the very sky in two with a single swing. It was a pity that Lu Bu died before he could ever use this overpowered technique, but after thousands of years, he finally had the chance to unleash it, combined with his ultimate Valkyrie weapon. The Thunder God was ecstatic, as it had been a long time since an opponent thrilled him this much, and his awakened hammer pulsated rapidly, wanting to release all of its power. For Lu Bu, the next attack would be his greatest killing blow, gripping Red Hair so tightly that the steed coughed up blood. Thor threw his hammer into a spin, caught it to build momentum, and unleashed his awakened ultimate move, while Lu Bu unleashed his Sky Eater. When the two ultimate techniques collided, the Valhalla arena lit up once more, and the two weapons clashed, producing a deafening sound. In the end, Lu Bu was critically injured, and his Valkyrie halberd was blown back. Seeing her sister sacrificed, Brunhilde grieved deeply and grew even more resentful of the gods. Down in the arena, Thor stood firm, while Lu Bu's body was mangled. However, Lu Bu cast aside his severed arm and looked completely fulfilled, having fought with everything he had. With his final ounce of strength, he rode toward Thor. The joyous face of his youth as the strongest warrior appeared, and Thor did not hesitate to swing his hammer, cleanly executing his opponent. Thus, the first battle of Ragnarok ended with a victory for the divine faction. Lu Bu was defeated by Thor in 16 minutes and 28 seconds. Up in the stands, Zeus appeared immensely pleased, and the other gods were equally thrilled, for it had been a long time since they witnessed such a fiery battle. The three sworn brothers, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, were deeply saddened by Lu Bu's sacrifice and raised their cups together to send him off to the afterlife. Meanwhile, the spectators on the god side loudly boasted that humanity was nowhere near ready to challenge the divine. Gel was infuriated by this, unable to believe that beings who called themselves gods could be so arrogant. Brunhilde, however, did not linger on sadness. She immediately set off to prepare for the next match. After winning the first match, Thor left the arena, but the Thunder God's face showed no signs of joy. He had genuinely come to regard Lu Bu as a friend, and visibly mourned his passing. Shortly after, Red Hair and Lu Bu's loyal soldiers, vowing to follow their master, charged collectively at the Thunder God despite the match being over. Believing he should offer a final tribute to his friend Lu Bu, Thor raised his hammer, and sent Lu Bu's loyal subordinates to join him in the afterlife. After they fell to the thunder god, Gull asked Brunhilde what would happen to those who were destroyed out there. Brunhilde informed her younger sister that this was a battle of souls. When their souls shattered, they would turn to dust and could never be restored. Therefore, Lu Bu, his soldiers, and the Valkyrie Rangriz would disappear forever, unable to be reincarnated. Hearing this, Gull became furious that Brunhilde remained so calm, even though their dear sister had just sacrificed herself on the battlefield. For Brunhilde, however, grieving would solve nothing now. To defeat the gods, she knew greater sacrifices might be necessary, as the fate of humanity was always her top priority. Heading inside to prepare for the next round, Brunhilde encouraged Gull not to dwell on the past but to look toward the future and select the most suitable candidate. Gull remained highly anxious, noting that even someone as strong as Lu Bu had been defeated. Yet, this time, Brunhilde decided to choose the individual with the deepest hatred for the gods, a special person marked in her records with a string of zeros and a single one at the end. Although the arena had been devastated, the gods restored it to proceed with the next match. Up in the stands, spectators from both the human and divine sides argued relentlessly, each entirely convinced that their faction would claim victory this time. Soon after, Heimdall introduced humanity's next representative. As the vault doors opened, this figure emerged from beneath the ground, carried to the top of the arena by a rising pillar alongside a gathering of various animals. Heimdall announced that this was the very first human created by the gods, yet he was now standing up to defy his creators. The man then leaped down, completely unclothed, save for a fortuitously placed leaf to cover himself. This man was Adam, the progenitor of humanity. After eating the forbidden fruit, Adam was convicted by the gods and banished to the mortal realm. Because of this, Adam harbored a deep grudge against the gods and was determined to settle the score. When humanity saw their forefather, they were overjoyed, but the gods dismissed Adam as a scrawny, weak youth. They assumed that if even Lu Bu had perished, Adam would likely be defeated in a matter of minutes. However, on the god's side, the goddess Aphrodite found Adam to be quite charming, remarking that she would gladly claim him for herself if he were among the divine. At that moment, Heimdall received a notification that the gods had changed their fighting order. The figure who appeared in the arena was Hermes. However, he was merely there to play a musical piece for the grand entrance of Zeus, who would be Adam's opponent in the next round. Seeing this, everyone thought the organizers were playing a joke, as Zeus appeared to be nothing more than a frail old man stepping into the arena to fight Adam. Before the battle commenced, Zeus asked Hermes to play a tune so he could perform a warm-up dance. Up in the stands, the other gods continuously chanted his name, hailing him as the godfather of the cosmos since he had created the universe itself. Conversely, the human faction felt shivers down their spines, watching someone with a body like dry firewood putting on such a show. However, as the performance concluded, Zeus's body unexpectedly expanded. His muscles bulged massively, transforming him into a giant. The divine audience cheered thunderously, while Brunhilde became extremely anxious. She and Gull had always assumed Zeus was the final boss who would appear last. They never expected him to unexpectedly step in and fight as early as the second match. Although Zeus danced vigorously and showed immense excitement, Adam displayed absolutely no fear. As it turned out, the god originally scheduled to fight Adam was Shiva. Shiva was burning with fighting spirit until Zeus stepped in to usurp his turn, which angered Shiva so much that he nearly fought Zeus on the spot. However, Zeus possessed terrifying physical strength and forced Shiva down with just one hand. Frustrated, Shiva challenged Zeus to settle the matter right there to see who got to fight Adam. But after a tense standoff, Shiva realized he was at a disadvantage. Thus, he allowed Zeus to take his place in the arena, though he remained bitter and swore to test his strength against Zeus another time. With Zeus vacating his chairman's seat, his son Ares temporarily took over. Down below, the two warriors prepared to begin the next battle. Seeing that Adam was unarmed, Zeus wondered what his Valkyrie weapon would be, noting that without one, Adam would be defeated in an instant. But Adam casually replied that his weapon was just being delivered to the arena. High in the sky, a woman was riding a Pegasus. She was a Valkyrie named Ragnarok, carefully chosen by Brunhilde as the most suitable weapon for Adam. Ragnarok jumped down, reaching out her hand to Adam, and the two displayed a unified resolve to fight against the gods. Ragnarok immediately transformed her body, enveloping Adam's arm, and as the light faded, she had turned into a knuckle duster. Everyone was surprised, but Adam was highly satisfied, and Zeus was thrilled that Adam seemed to be a hand-to-hand brawler just like him. At that moment, Heimdall officially declared the start of the next match. Before they clashed, Adam casually addressed Zeus as an old man and asked where his weapon was. Naturally, with the might of a god, Zeus required no weapons. However, the stands began to murmur at Adam's blatant disrespect toward a great deity like Zeus, who silently swore to land every punch to wash away the insult. Zeus instantly charged at Adam at the speed of light, unleashing a lethal punch, but Adam, with extreme reflexes, lightly dodged his head to the side, causing Zeus to miss. Adam's descendants felt immensely proud that their father could go toe-to-toe with Zeus. Meanwhile, Zeus's son deemed humans a foolish bunch for celebrating a single dodged attack as if it were a full victory. Down in the arena, Zeus launched a continuous barrage of punches but failed to land a single hit on Adam. Even when Zeus executed a rapid combo known as Meteor Jab, Adam evaded it masterfully without showing the slightest hint of fear. Realizing punches weren't working, Zeus switched to using his legs, which were as deadly as axes. A direct hit would likely kill Adam instantly. Yet, Adam swiftly jumped high into the air just as Zeus delivered the kick. Zeus began to grow annoyed that Adam was only dodging and refusing to attack, warning him that if he kept evading, he would inevitably take a hit sooner or later. Adam fully understood this, so he immediately delivered a clean strike to Zeus's face, drawing blood. The god could not believe someone could execute a move faster than him. Adam then unleashed a continuous assault, mirroring the exact movements Zeus had used earlier. Adam even replicated the Meteor Jab, throwing punches at a fraction of a millisecond, causing Zeus to take a severe beating. Finally, Adam used the divine axe kick to chop down the god's leg. Despite absorbing numerous blows, Zeus appeared overwhelmingly delighted, wearing a menacing grin. Gull was astounded that Adam could utilize all of the god's techniques. Brunhilde explained that since Adam was the very first human created in the image of the gods, he possessed the ability to perfectly copy any movement the gods made. The power dwelling within Adam's eyes was known as divine reflection, allowing him to flawlessly mimic any technique just by looking at it. Zeus seemed to still disbelieve this power, so he performed a flurry of wild movements. Then, he ran circles around Adam, looking for an opening to attack. However, when he threw a kick, Adam dodged it effortlessly. Using divine reflection, Adam copied Zeus's exact stance from moments ago and delivered a kick straight to the god's face, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Everyone witnessing this could not believe that an omnipotent deity like Zeus was taking such a severe beating. Zeus was at a loss as to how to fight Adam, because looking at the human felt like fighting a mirror image of himself. To make matters worse, Adam taunted him, calling him a frail old man, which left the audience roaring with laughter. Enraged, Zeus flexed his might, massively expanding his physique, and blew into his hand to prepare for a devastating ultimate attack. Long ago, when the universe was newly formed, a young Zeus defeated his father in a battle to determine the most powerful god in the cosmos. But right before his father was defeated, he managed to land a blow on Zeus's jaw. Strangely, even Zeus could not see the attack coming. After years of training, however, Zeus successfully mastered his father's technique, naming this ultimate move the fist that surpassed time. As Zeus clenched his fist, time seemed to stop entirely. Moving at incomprehensible speeds, Zeus charged straight at Adam. However, Adam not only copied this technique in time, but also punched Zeus even harder than his father had. When time resumed, everyone was stunned to see Zeus lying face down before Adam. Seeing his father continuously pummeled, the god of war Ares remarked that almost no one could track techniques like the Meteor Jab or the Divine Axe. Ares himself could see them clearly, even if only for a fleeting moment. In the fight against Adam, Ares clearly saw Zeus throw a punch, but inexplicably, by the end of the exchange, Zeus's face was struck and snapped back by Adam. Ares wondered if Adam somehow possessed a speed even more terrifying than Zeus. Hermes chimed in, noting that Adam's copying ability was far from simple. In the blink of an eye, Hermes had observed Adam slightly sidestep and counterattack, leaving the old god unable to react in time. Realizing Hermes could see even faster than him, Ares grew furious and wanted to fight his brother right then and there, but to save face for their father, they held off. Down in the arena, Zeus struggled to get back up, prompting Heimdall to loudly declare this the first miracle in the history of the universe. At this point, Brunhilde explained that Adam's driving force stemmed primarily from his hatred for the gods. Long ago, Adam lived in the Garden of Eden alongside many other creatures. This was his paradise, where he had everything he could ever want. But one day, the gods held a trial for Adam's wife, Eve. A serpent god accused her of eating the forbidden fruit. In truth, the serpent had tried to assault Eve, but failed. At that moment, a forbidden fruit fell on his head, sparking an idea. He took a bite of the fruit and then pinned the blame entirely on Eve. Although the serpent's words were sheer slander, Eve was merely a human, so the gods immediately believed the lie and demanded her exile from Eden. The serpent god was overjoyed that he had exacted his revenge on Eve. Just then, the courtroom doors swung open and a battered guard was thrown to the floor. Eve was completely surprised to see that the person entering was Adam. He brazenly walked before the gods, holding 2 baskets of forbidden fruit. While they fumed at his insolence, Adam bit into an apple, immediately spat it out, and complained that it was too sour. He proceeded to take bites out of the remaining apples, tossing them all to the ground, leaving the gods seething in silent fury but too intimidated to act. Adam then walked up to Eve and told her that if she was banished from heaven, he would gladly go with her. This brought Eve immense joy, while the serpent god felt deeply insulted. The serpent immediately enlarged his body into a giant lizard, preparing to devour Adam. But Adam also wanted to eliminate the creature for making Eve cry. The serpent used its claws to attack, but Adam instantly copied the technique. Within seconds, the serpent god was sliced into pieces by Adam. Afterward, Adam took Eve's hand to leave heaven, promising that they would build a paradise of their own. Now, facing the gods in battle, Adam's hatred had resurfaced, which was why Zeus had been beaten to the point of being unable to move. Initially, Brunhilde thought this old god would be an incredibly difficult opponent, but now she laughed triumphantly, declaring it a miraculous victory for humanity. However, her expression quickly changed when Zeus suddenly sprang back to his feet. Although his neck had been snapped backward, the old god simply twisted his head back into place. Up in the stands, the divine spectators cheered wildly, seeing that Zeus had not perished. Yet, he appeared to have lost a significant amount of stamina after using the meteor jab and taking Adam's punches. Zeus then remarked that he no longer saw the flame of hatred in Adam's eyes, and he asked for the real reason Adam wanted to destroy the gods. Adam plainly replied that he wasn't there to exact revenge for the past. He was fighting solely to protect his children, humanity. Hearing this, the human audience felt immense pride for their forefather, Adam, and everyone united in prayer for their father's victory. Zeus seemed rather jealous that Adam was receiving such fervent prayers and support from the crowd. Adam warned Zeus to be very careful, because the next strike might put him in a body bag. No longer underestimating his opponent, Zeus promised to unleash his full power to fight him. Immediately, Zeus strained with all his might to compress his muscles. The audience thought the old man was losing his mind, but the god of mischief, Loki, pointed out that it had been millions of years since he last saw Zeus enter his final form. Thus, Adam was extremely lucky to face Zeus going all out. After a period of intense physical contortion, Zeus finally stabilized, and the sheer power radiating from him meant Adam could no longer be careless. Even the human spectators began to tremble in fear, with children crying uncontrollably. Brunhilde felt her own limbs shaking as they sensed the terrifying power of Zeus's final form. Zeus had compressed all his muscle mass to generate an immense source of internal energy. By releasing it, he could deliver strikes faster and stronger than ever before. However, Hermes estimated that the old god could maintain this form for a maximum of only 5 minutes, wondering if he could defeat Adam before time ran out. Zeus lunged forward, unleashing his first volley of punches at Adam. But Adam continued to use divine reflection to copy every single one of Zeus's techniques. No matter how Zeus attacked, Adam flawlessly mirrored it and countered. Consequently, the match continued to tilt in Adam's favor. While Gull thought Adam was guaranteed to win, Brunhilde noticed something was terribly wrong. Down in the arena, Adam suddenly coughed up blood, even though he had dodged all of Zeus's attacks. According to Brunhilde, the old god had been expending massive amounts of energy to throw consecutive lethal blows, and Adam had overused divine reflection to copy them all, causing his body to overload. As a result, Adam's nervous system was suffering catastrophic damage. Brunhilde never expected Zeus to use this battle of attrition to counter Adam's copying power. However, Zeus was also at the threshold of his power limit, with his own muscles gradually tearing apart. According to Loki, the battle had now become a simple game of comparison. He poured wine into 2 glasses, stating that whoever's vessel overflowed first would lose, meaning whoever could endure until the very end would emerge victorious. Facing every lethal blow that Zeus unleashed, Adam responded in kind. He maintained a steadfast stance, continuously using divine reflection to counter the god's attacks. Neither opponent yielded an inch, as their very lives depended on these fatal strikes. The battle had become so breathtakingly spectacular that spectators from both sides stood up to get a clearer view. Even the god of war, Ares, was forced to his feet, as it was his first time witnessing such a fight. Only Brunhilde remained deeply anxious about Adam's condition, unsure if he could hold out against a great deity like Zeus. Up in the stands, Adam's entire family prayed fervently for him. However, while the whole Valhalla arena was roaring in a frenzy, a tragedy was about to strike Adam. Having overused divine reflection, his brain could no longer withstand the immense strain, and his eyes went completely blind. Seizing this opportunity, Zeus delivered a devastating punch to Adam's face, forcing him backward. The tide of the battle had turned. Zeus attacked relentlessly while Adam had to curl up defensively. Adam's metaphorical glass had overflowed first, leading Loki to conclude that his defeat was imminent. Believing the battle was lost, Eve and their children pleaded with him to stop. The entire human faction stood up, begging their forefather to cease fighting since the outcome seemed clear. Yet, just as humanity fell into despair, Adam heard the sound of a crying child in the stands. In his heart, he urged the child not to cry, swearing that their father would stand there to protect them all. Immediately after, Adam took the full brunt of Zeus's punch, but he instantly reached out and grabbed the god by his hair. Thus, the two fighters held onto each other while continuously raining a barrage of punches into their opponent's face. Everyone in the stands watched intently to see who would emerge victorious. When the storm of punches finally ceased, it was Zeus who collapsed first. The god's compressed muscles vaporized, leaving him looking like a withered husk. The entire human faction erupted in cheers, believing their progenitor had won. However, shortly after, Eve and the others realized in horror that Adam had already died on his feet at some point during the exchange. Zeus felt a deep sense of admiration for such an extraordinary human, admitting that if it had been a contest of endurance, he would have lost to Adam. Soon after, Adam's soul, along with his Valkyrie weapon, shattered into fragments and faded away. The victor of the second Ragnarok match was Zeus. Even though humanity was now moving closer to the brink of extinction, they held their heads high, immensely proud that their forefather had fought so valiantly to protect his descendants. After the battle, Gel was highly perplexed. Adam's knuckle-duster weapon was visibly intact, yet her sister Reginleif still had to sacrifice her life. Another Valkyrie named Hrist explained that when the two fought together, their bodies merged into one to unleash their ultimate techniques. Therefore, if they lost the match, both would share the exact same fate and vanish together. Although Hrist usually had a gentle personality, she suddenly became incredibly aggressive, demanding to slaughter all the gods to vent her anger. As Gull knew, Hrist possessed two opposing powers within her body, so when her power manifested, her temperament would shift erratically in this manner. Meanwhile, Brunhilde was furiously devouring pies, visibly enraged that humanity had lost 2 consecutive matches. She was determined to win the next round at any cost. However, when a message arrived on her phone, Brunhilde was so startled that she flipped over all her dishes. The god's next representative was the god of the sea, Poseidon. He was the older brother of Zeus, an incredibly powerful and ruthless deity. Gull became highly anxious, noting that the gods were sending out absolute powerhouses even though it was only the early stages of the tournament. Brunhilde told Gull to be quiet so she could calmly select humanity's next representative. After reviewing the candidates, Brunhilde felt a sense of despair, unsure of whom to choose. Just then, an old man walked up behind her, declaring that he would step into the arena for the next match. That man was Sasaki Kojiro, the greatest swordsman in Japanese history. Seeing Kojiro, everyone shared the same question. While the other warriors were summoned in their youthful prime, Kojiro appeared as an elderly man. However, Kojiro instantly demonstrated his swordsmanship by catching a bottle of milk that Brunhilde had just dropped, then happily drank it all. He explained that although he had died 400 years ago, he had never stopped practicing his sword skills in the afterlife. Therefore, his current state was actually the absolute peak of his strength. Witnessing Kojiro's confident demeanor, Brunhilde became delighted. The arena had now been transformed into an area surrounded by seawater. Heimdall reappeared to announce that the third match of Ragnarok was about to commence. Following his announcement, the arena gates opened, allowing water to flood inside. Yet, Poseidon merely stomped his foot, and the water automatically parted to create a path for him. The sea god slowly walked toward the stage amidst the thunderous cheers of the divine audience. He was known as the Tyrant of the Ocean, the Zeus of the seas. With his unmatched power, no deity dared to provoke him. Upon reaching the platform, Poseidon casually insulted the other gods, calling them filthy bottom feeders, and out of fear, none of them dared to speak up. Soon after, Heimdall introduced Poseidon's opponent for this match, a human who never stopped training to elevate his strength even after death, the greatest loser in history, Sasaki Kojiro. When humanity laid eyes on Kojiro, they lost all hope, seeing an old man standing against the youthful and formidable Poseidon. Cheering for Kojiro were the swordsmen he had previously fought, along with his lifelong rival, Musashi Miyamoto. Although the human spectators looked down on Kojiro, Brunhilde firmly believed his swordsmanship would secure their victory. Hearing the crowd's noisy murmurs, Kojiro lightly tapped his sword against the ground, instantly silencing the audience and bringing the flowing seawater to a complete halt. The gods immediately changed their perspective on the old man's strength. Musashi even destroyed his own clan's secret sword manuals, realizing he was no longer worthy to be called Kojiro's rival. Everyone understood that Kojiro had reached the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship, a peerless blade master ready to slay the god of the sea in the upcoming fight. As Heimdall officially signaled the start of the match, the atmosphere in the arena grew intensely heavy. The two opponents stood perfectly still, merely staring at one another. Neither wanted to strike first, as both preferred a counter-attacking stance to avoid exposing any openings. Kojiro used his ultimate analytical mind to simulate various ways of attacking Poseidon. However, his mental simulation showed that the moment he dashed in, Poseidon would instantly pierce his chest, killing him on the spot. Kojiro calculated up to 18 different offensive maneuvers, but every single one resulted in his death at Poseidon's hands. Consequently, Kojiro began to sweat profusely, realizing the sea god was an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Seeing this, Gull concluded that Poseidon must be the strongest among the 12 Olympians. However, Brunhilde shared a piece of divine history with Gull. Much like the 13 Valkyries, Mount Olympus originally had 13 gods, but one deity, Adamas, perished at the hands of Poseidon. Adamas was the older brother of both Zeus and Poseidon. Following their triumph over the giant Titans, Zeus was crowned the most powerful god in the cosmos. This made Adamas extremely jealous, as Zeus was the youngest of the brothers. Driven by envy, Adamas freed many of the imprisoned Titans and forced heaven's strongest monster, Typhon, to bend to his will. He even rallied numerous other gods to join his rebellion with the aim of overthrowing Zeus. Only Poseidon remained utterly contemptuous of Adamas, calling his older brother a pathetic fool. According to Poseidon, gods were born perfect. Thus, Adamas disgraced their very nature by conspiring against his fellow deities. Enraged by these words, Adamas drew his scythe to fight Poseidon. Even though Poseidon was his younger brother, he had never once looked Adamas in the face. Therefore, Adamas demanded that Poseidon look him straight in the eyes and acknowledge him as a true older brother. Poseidon finally looked up, but it would be the last time. Immediately after, Poseidon pierced Adamas through the torso, ending his life instantly. Since that day, divine history was rewritten to state that there had only ever been 12 gods on Mount Olympus. Ares, who had also heard this story from Hermes, was astounded, unable to believe that Adamas was annihilated with a single strike. But Hermes noted that this wasn't what made Poseidon truly terrifying. It was the fact that Poseidon treated Adamas as if he had never existed in the first place. The other gods knew better than to disobey the sea god, solidifying Poseidon as the god of gods. Down in the arena, Kojiro continued to simulate countless ways to attack Poseidon, but all ended in failure. The sea god stood entirely emotionless, not even sparing a single glance at the mortal. Knowing that attacking in any way would lead to his demise, Kojiro simply sat down on the ground to rest his legs. Throughout his entire life, Kojiro had never won a single duel. Since childhood, he was just a lazy boy who loved to play around. Kojiro was always late to the dojo, which frustrated everyone immensely. However, his swordsmanship was far from ordinary. He could easily defeat his massive senior, Kagekatsu, but Kojiro was a young man who liked to hide his true skills and had no desire to show off. Therefore, he intentionally lost to Kagekatsu and begged for forgiveness for being late. When questioned by the dojo master, Kojiro always claimed that he knew he couldn't win, so there was no point in tiring himself out with a real fight. Hearing this, the others concluded that Kojiro had no natural talent for swordsmanship and suggested he would be better off becoming a merchant. However, their assessment of Kojiro was entirely wrong, as he had been teaching himself by observing the natural world rather than relying on the dojo. During this time, Kojiro continuously learned how to move by studying agile animals like rabbits. Realizing his body was somewhat scrawny, he told himself to eat more meat to build muscle. At night, Kojiro would go out to observe the combat tactics of wild beasts. This was his unique method of self-study and training. After every defeat, he extracted valuable lessons to ensure a potential victory in the future. Kojiro returned to the dojo after 6 months of rigorous training deep in the forest. Seeing his newly muscular physique, everyone was in awe. Kagekatsu, in particular, challenged Kojiro to a duel to see if his skills had improved. However, Kojiro declined because he didn't want to seriously injure him right there. Assuming Kojiro was looking down on him, Kagekatsu grew furious. But as he approached Kojiro, he instinctively felt that he could be sliced in half at any moment. Therefore, he immediately dropped to his knees and conceded defeat. After his grueling training, Kojiro deeply desired a match with his master, Saigen. Standing before this ferocious warrior, Kojiro showed great excitement. No one knew the outcome of that duel, but from then on, Kojiro retreated back into the forest. Several years later, his master visited Kojiro, even though his eyesight had failed him. Upon entering the cabin, the master could sense the intensity of Kojiro's training over the years. Every pillar and surface in the house was covered in deep wooden sword strikes. All the strongest swordsmen at the dojo were no longer a match for Kojiro. The master even found a massive sword mark in the corner of the room, alongside a piece of paper bearing his name, proving that Kojiro had truly surpassed his teacher. The master offered Kojiro a chance to become a lord and govern the land, but Kojiro preferred to travel the world in search of stronger opponents. From then on, Kojiro lost countless times, but with every defeat, he learned a new lesson and gained invaluable combat experience. By this point, Kojiro was like a beast dying of thirst, endlessly yearning to meet and fight powerful individuals. After a long period of wandering, Kojiro mastered many ultimate techniques. He could easily slice a bird in half mid-flight, even from a great distance. Not long after, Kojiro's name was etched into history as the greatest loser, yet the most phenomenal swordsman to ever live. Returning to the arena, after sitting idly for a while, Kojiro noticed that Poseidon still had no intention of attacking. Left with no other choice, Kojiro was forced to stand up and make the first move. Normally, Kojiro might have surrendered to save his life, but this time, he could not run away. Up in the stands were his former masters and the rivals he had fought. Running now would be a profound insult to them all. Thus, Kojiro raised his 1-meter-long sword and charged straight at the god of the sea. He swung his blade with all his might, but Poseidon simply sidestepped to dodge it. Because the sword was both long and heavy, the momentum threw Kojiro off balance. Seizing this opening, Poseidon prepared to counterattack with his trident. However, Kojiro utilized his muscular strength and the swallow reversal technique to swiftly bring his blade back up. This move mimicked the flight of a swallow at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, unexpectedly slicing off a few strands of the sea god's hair. After this exchange, Poseidon was finally forced to glance at the mortal before him. Up in the stands, Musashi instantly recalled that this very technique had nearly taken his eye when they were young. The human faction was now brimming with hope, witnessing Kojiro's masterful swordsmanship. Furthermore, his 1-meter-long blade was formed from the Valkyrie Christ, the second oldest of the 13 demigod sisters. Seeing his haircut, Poseidon appeared quite irritated. He coldly stepped forward, his face exuding immense bloodlust. Poseidon then assumed an offensive stance, took a deep breath, and unleashed a flurry of invisible thrusts. However, Kojiro agilely weaved and dodged every single one. This proved that while Kojiro did not possess raw speed like Adam, his decades of combat experience, continuous defeats against great warriors, and his mental simulation abilities allowed him to perfectly predict Poseidon's movements. After simulating the fight over 1,000 times, Kojiro could see right through the sea god's footwork. If Adam was the fastest counterattacker, Kojiro was the fastest reader of movements. No matter how Poseidon attacked, Kojiro anticipated it and easily evaded. Witnessing Kojiro's performance, Ares could hardly believe his eyes, wondering when humanity had reached such a realm of mastery. Down in the arena, the sea god unexpectedly whistled, preparing for his next assault. He gripped his trident and lunged forward with supernatural speed far beyond Kojiro's expectations. Unable to react in time, Kojiro suffered a glancing thrust to his abdomen. The attack caused him to lose a significant amount of blood, bringing him to his knees. The sea god finally spoke his first words to a mortal, mocking Kojiro as a loser. Kojiro was in noticeable pain from the trident strike, but he still managed to stand up to defend against the incoming attacks. In the stands, the divine spectators boasted loudly that Poseidon was supreme, with his female fans swooning over him. This greatly annoyed Poseidon, prompting him to shoot them a deadly glare. Terrified, the crowd immediately fell silent, not daring to make another sound. Kojiro found this reaction puzzling, noting that Poseidon was rejecting the support of his peers. The sea god replied that deities do not need to rely on anyone, nor do they need friends. Gods, by nature, are born absolutely perfect. Hearing this, Kojiro expressed profound disappointment, calling the god's existence pitiful. Provoked by these words, Poseidon became enraged and instantly raised his weapon to attack Kojiro. He unleashed a relentless barrage of thrusts that left Kojiro struggling to defend himself. Coupled with his divine lightning of the sea technique, the assault felt as if it would tear the entire arena apart. It seemed Kojiro's taunt had truly angered Poseidon, making him want to end the match right then and there. According to Hermes, what Kojiro was seeing was merely the surface of Poseidon's power. The sea god harbored immense, unparalleled strength that even other deities had not fully witnessed, let alone a mere human with only a few decades of training. But what they didn't know was that the longer Kojiro fought, the more he evolved and adapted. His power had reached the realm of peerless defense, meaning he was bordering on the divine. However, his opponent was Poseidon, the god who stood above all other gods. After blocking the sea god's attacks for a while, Kojiro attempted to counterattack. But Poseidon easily dodged the slash, instantly circling behind Kojiro to strike his blind spot with the trident. Although Kojiro reacted in time, the force of the blow forced him back onto the defensive. At this moment, Kojiro realized the vast gap in strength between him and the sea god. It felt as though he were sinking deep into the ocean's abyss. Nevertheless, Kojiro kept trying to breach the surface, determined to land a hit on the sea god at any cost. Kojiro continuously dodged the trident to close the distance and delivered a sweeping slash. As Poseidon stepped back to evade, Kojiro switched his grip to launch another attack. But with extreme speed, the sea god maneuvered behind Kojiro and swung his trident, shattering Kojiro's Valkyrie sword perfectly in half. Seeing this, Gel screamed out, thinking her sister Christ had died, while the god Ares assumed Kojiro was doomed, since he no longer possessed a divine weapon. As all of humanity fell into despair, Kojiro showed no signs of fear. He gazed at his broken sword and reminisced about his past with his lifelong rival, Musashi. The two of them had once fought a very prolonged battle on an island. Facing a powerful opponent like Musashi, Kojiro often thought about surrendering to save his life. However, because the thrill of the fight was too intoxicating to resist, Kojiro continued to grip his sword and battle on. Musashi also felt his opponent's intense spirit, so he unleashed his full power and fought with everything he had. Although the duel only lasted a few more minutes, both men felt profoundly satisfied. Kojiro managed to carve another scar onto Musashi's face, while Musashi charged forward, using his dual swords to end Kojiro's life. In his final moments, Kojiro still wished he could have held his sword to fight a little longer. But instead of fighting Musashi, Kojiro was now facing a completely different opponent, one many times stronger than him. Holding his broken blade, Kojiro turned back to retrieve the other half of the sword. At the same time, he asked the sea god if he had ever undergone agonizing training, or if he had ever shed tears of gratitude toward an opponent. Kojiro then concluded that Poseidon would never experience such moments. As a deity born with absolute power, he never had any reason to train bitterly. In Kojiro's hands now was a sword, carrying the will of all his comrades. Therefore, Kojiro would not allow himself to be defeated here. Suddenly, the broken sword began to glow, leaving everyone in absolute awe. From that radiant light, Christ emerged to help Kojiro reforge a complete divine weapon. When the light faded, Kojiro was holding dual swords named Niten Ganryu. Gull was overjoyed that her sister Christ had survived. Brunhilde explained that because Christ possessed two distinct powers, one gentle and one volatile, when the sword broke, these two powers split into two separate blades. Hearing this, Gull praised Brunhilde as a highly clever person for knowing exactly which Valkyrie to pair with Kojiro. In truth, Brunhilde had just gotten incredibly lucky, causing her to scream wildly in excitement. Down in the arena, the two combatants resumed their battle. Both took a deep breath before charging at each other, unleashing incredibly lethal strikes. Kojiro used Musashi's dual sword stance to block the sea god's trident. Paired with this were all the techniques Kojiro had learned from the opponents and masters who had previously defeated him. They had become souls residing within Kojiro, enabling him to land his very first slashes on Poseidon's body. The sea god was now covered in numerous wounds, forcing the divine audience into silence, while the human spectators began to cheer for Kojiro as he had brought them a beacon of hope. Kojiro himself stood before a massive opportunity to become humanity's first god-slayer. However, the sea god maintained his focused demeanor despite the roaring crowd. He used his own blood to slick back his hair, amplifying his intimidating aura. It seemed that after taking Kojiro's strikes, Poseidon was finally going to fight seriously. He gripped his trident and unleashed a thrust that caused Kojiro's shoulder to bleed. Sensing Poseidon's killing intent, Kojiro had to step back to maintain his distance. This time, however, the sea god abandoned all unnecessary movements and attacked Kojiro head-on. Even though Kojiro could see the attack coming, it was simply too fast to evade completely. After stabbing Kojiro multiple times, Poseidon shifted his offensive stance. He moved at terrifying speeds, relentlessly attacking Kojiro in a dome-like formation. Inside this dome, Kojiro struggled immensely to fend off direct thrusts coming from every conceivable direction. At this moment, Kojiro felt as if he had hit the absolute bottom of his hope. He realized that the gap in power between him and the divine was simply too vast to ever bridge. Kojiro's life had always been tied to the title of a loser, so losing one more match wouldn't matter. However, the bonds and camaraderie burning within Kojiro refused to let him despair. From the stands, the swordsman chanted Kojiro's name to fuel his willpower, knowing he still had much more strength left to display. Kojiro abandoned all thoughts of giving up, resolving to claim the first victory of his entire life. Although his body was bleeding profusely, he was determined to find a decisive opening to turn the tide. The moment the sea god thrust forward, Kojiro immediately used his swords to parry the trident. As humanity's blade reached the bottom of the ocean, Kojiro awakened his ultimate combat simulation ability. He was able to read every single offensive movement of the sea god flawlessly. Kojiro then dodged the thrusts while charging straight at the sea god. Up in the stands, the gods could no longer believe their eyes. As Kojiro closed the distance, everyone knew this was the deciding moment. Using the technique Thousand Blades, Kojiro instantly severed Poseidon's right arm along with the trident. When the sea god used his other hand to catch the falling trident and attack, Kojiro seamlessly sliced off his remaining arm. At this point, all the gods understood what was about to happen to Poseidon. Having no arms left, the sea god used his mouth to bite down on the trident, but Kojiro immediately used his dual swords to execute two fatal cross slashes across Poseidon's torso. The sea god only had time to utter the word loser before his body was sliced into pieces. The entire human faction, along with Brunhilde, rejoiced with boundless joy, as this was their very first victory. For Kojiro, this was also the first victory in his entire life as a swordsman. Heimdall then announced that the winner of the third match of Ragnarok was Sasaki Kojiro, and the technique he used to finish the sea god was called the Swallow-Tiger Combo, Thousand Blades. The divine faction still couldn't fathom that their supreme god had just been defeated, watching in horror as the sea god's soul crumbled into dust before their eyes. Following his victory, Kojiro turned back to thank all his comrades and rivals who had come to support him. For Brunhilde, she hoped this victory would serve as a wake-up call to the gods, proving they could no longer look down on humanity. On the gods' side, Odin was furious, while Loki could no longer treat Ragnarok as a joke, realizing that a god could actually lose their life to a mortal human. By now, the path home appeared before Kojiro, but he had no strength left. Thus, the Valkyrie Christ manifested to help him stand back up. She looked toward Gol and Brunhilde, affirming their shared vow to win. Though Gol was thrilled, Brunhilde remained solemn. This was merely their first victory, and they still needed to secure 6 more wins. Despite taking a severe beating earlier, Zeus still received the other gods in his quarters. Shiva was incredibly frustrated that Poseidon had just lost, yet Zeus showed no emotion. Zeus had to admit that Kojiro was simply too strong, which led to the sea god's defeat. He also reiterated the purpose of Ragnarok, to prove whether humans truly possessed power comparable to the gods. Furthermore, Brunhilde was actively determined to defeat the divine, meaning they all had to fight with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Shiva was eager to fight in the next match. However, the Greek gods were bitter, considering this a personal vendetta for their pantheon. Since Shiva was an Indian god, he was forced to yield the next match to another deity. Before the next match began, Brunhilde whispered something to Hermes. When Gol ran over to ask, she refused to reveal what they had just discussed. Soon after, Heimdall arrived to announce that the 4th match of Ragnarok was about to start. The arena was restructured and transformed into a replica of 19th century London. It turned out that the human representative had requested the next battle take place in this setting, and the divine representative had generously accepted the terms. The divine audience was baffled as to which god would be so accommodating, nor did they know who the human fighter was to demand such a street-style arena. From the shadows, humanity's 4th representative officially stepped forth. He was an incredibly wicked man who had plunged the entire city of London into absolute terror, the most notorious serial killer in human history, Jack the Ripper, the culprit behind unsolved mysterious murders. Hearing this, the entire human audience was horrified, unable to comprehend why a murderer like him was chosen as their next representative. Loki knew full well that Brunhilde was resorting to any means necessary to secure a victory. However, the next fighter representing the gods was no ordinary figure either. He was the heroic god Hercules, a valiant warrior who had single-handedly subdued the Nemean lion and the 3-headed hound Cerberus. After successfully completing his 12 labors, Hercules had ascended to become a demigod. Thus, Hercules stood as the absolute symbol of justice, while Jack the Ripper represented pure evil. When justice and pure evil clash, who will emerge victorious in the next battle? Before the match began, Brunhilde thought that after their recent defeat, the divine faction would undoubtedly send an incredibly powerful representative for the next round. As soon as she finished the thought, Hercules appeared before them and announced that he would be the god's next representative. Upon seeing Hercules, Gul was overjoyed, as it had been a very long time since they last met. She showed great respect, considering him her superior. However, when she learned that Hercules was the next divine representative, her expression changed drastically, as he was now the one standing in their way. Brunhilde could only wish him luck in the upcoming battle. While Hercules was preparing for the match, Loki appeared. The god of mischief mocked him, calling him a half-breed demigod, which was why he was so close to the Valkyries. However, Hercules replied that as a representative of the divine, he would fight with all his might. Hercules himself opposed the annihilation of humanity. Nevertheless, once participating in Ragnarok, he swore never to lose and to bring home the victory. Hearing this, Loki wondered whose side Hercules was actually on. Hercules responded that he was not on any particular side, but only stood for justice. Gel was also conflicted about who to cheer for in the next match, while Brunhilde laughed loudly, having chosen an opponent perfectly matched for Hercules. It was the most despicable human scum she utterly despised, a piece of trash that once existed in the mortal realm known as Jack the Ripper. At this point, Gul was speechless, never expecting her sister to choose a murderer for this match. Hercules was equally furious that his opponent was a scumbag like Jack, especially when previous human representatives like Lu Bu, Adam, and Kojiro were all worthy warriors. Therefore, Hercules roared in anger at Brunhilde for forcing him to fight such a man. Meanwhile, the human faction was also unsure who to support, as Jack was a disgrace to them all. Still, some people did not know who Jack was, So the detective Sherlock Holmes informed them that he was the one serial killer he could never catch in his entire life. Before the match started, Hercules made a proposition, asking Jack to bow his head and surrender. If he did so, Hercules promised to persuade Zeus to guarantee the safety of his soul. However, Jack thanked Hercules for his concern, stating that, as a gentleman who had just received a duel request, he would never decline. When Jack drew his weapons, many thought they were dual swords like Kojiro's, but they were actually the two halves of a giant pair of scissors transformed from a Valkyrie. Everyone agreed that this was the most fitting weapon for a killer like him. Jack himself was highly satisfied to wield a divine weapon for the first time, one that could cut through anything, much like how he butchered his victims. Seeing this, Hercules promised to use all his strength to destroy him. Yet, upon hearing that, Jack immediately turned around and ran away, leaving Hercules completely baffled. Soon after, Hercules chased him into an alleyway, where a scent wafted toward him. He found Jack casually sitting and drinking tea, ignoring the tension of the battle. Jack invited Hercules to join him for a cup, but naturally, the god refused, solely intent on fighting. As Hercules gripped his club and approached Jack, he suddenly noticed a very thin wire in front of him. The moment Hercules snapped the wire, a barrage of throwing knives fell upon him, but they could do nothing against his durable body. Hercules informed Jack that ordinary human weapons had no effect on the divine. However, Jack never took anyone's word for it, insisting on testing it himself. Hercules then stepped forward, intending to finish Jack right away to end his games, but Jack used his grappling gun to shoot a hook and swing upward, maintaining his distance from Hercules. In response, Hercules leaped powerfully into the air to reach him. With his club in hand, Hercules delivered a devastating strike that instantly shattered Jack's Valkyrie scissors. The human audience assumed Jack would perish now that he was without his divine weapon. But Jack merely hopped onto a wall corner, showing no fear whatsoever. He then pulled a handful of throwing knives from his pouch and hurled them directly at Hercules. The gods still believed these were ordinary weapons, but to his surprise, the blades pierced right through his flesh. Hercules was heavily wounded and could not understand why, so Jack revealed that the scissors were never his divine weapon. He had lied earlier. In fact, Jack's pouch was the true divine weapon capable of harming Hercules. However, this pouch could only produce small weapons like knives, making it perfectly suited for a gentlemanly serial killer like Jack. The divine spectators grew anxious, while humanity began to foster hope for another victory. Gull still didn't understand why Brunhilde had chosen such a killer, but Brunhilde stated that Jack's profound malice was exactly the kind of weapon needed to counter a completely righteous god like Hercules. At this moment, Jack was feeling immensely ecstatic seeing Hercules wounded, even mockingly praying to the gods that his divine opponent might survive this battle. Hercules grew highly infuriated because Jack relied entirely on dirty tricks. When the serial killer hurled his weapons, the god used his club to deflect all the throwing knives. Seeing this, Jack continuously altered his throwing trajectories, managing to inflict multiple wounds across Hercules' body. However, the god continued to march straight forward, gradually closing the distance between them. After shattering the barrage of blades, Hercules raised his club high, preparing to strike Jack down right on the spot. Yet, Jack swiftly pulled out the two halves of an umbrella from his coat and pieced them together. He then spun the umbrella rapidly, causing Hercules' heavy club strike to deflect and miss. Following this exchange, Hercules realized that Jack was no coward, but the killer continued to toy with him playfully, forcing the god to unleash a new level of power. Tattoos gradually began to spread across Hercules' body, while his club transformed to take on the visage of the Nemean lion, one of his legendary 12 labors. As the club swung down, it unleashed the ferocious power of the lion, forcing Jack to step back. Jack attempted to raise his umbrella to block the attack, but Hercules' overwhelming strength instantly shattered the umbrella, sending the killer flying straight into the wall. That was a lethal move from Hercules, leading many to think Jack was dead. However, he slowly stood back up and gently popped his dislocated joints back into place. Jack held a philosophy that if one knows how to enjoy pain, it will heal itself. The previous attacks were merely a prelude to the evening. He then pulled out a massive knife from his coat to prepare for the second act of their battle. By this time, the tattoos on Hercules' body were spreading to numerous areas. According to Ares, Hercules had achieved 12 labors and mastered 12 divine techniques, but using any of these techniques came with a price. Wherever the tattoos spread on Hercules' body, he would suffer excruciating pain. Yet, Loki was quite surprised that Hercules' expression didn't change at all, wondering just how much the god could endure. Ares explained that if the tattoos spread across his entire body, Hercules would die, and his soul would completely dissipate. Nevertheless, Ares maintained absolute faith that Hercules would win, because his true strength wasn't just his magnificent physique, but his unbreakable, iron-willed fighting spirit. Since childhood, Hercules was someone who always stood for justice. Thus, when his friend was being beaten, Hercules did not hesitate to rush in and fight the two bullies to take back his friend's calf. Although both of them ended up severely beaten, Hercules was very happy to have done a good deed. In his youth, Hercules' body was quite scrawny and weaker than the others, but whether it was fighting or hunting beasts, he was always on the front lines. Hercules' sole purpose was to protect the weak and stand on the side of justice. That evening, the villagers brought back a massive wild boar, but Hercules felt he hadn't contributed anything and therefore had no right to eat. At that moment, the two bullies from earlier approached to mock him, pointing out that Hercules was always training but never actually getting stronger. They then challenged him to drink the water in the temple of Zeus. Legend had it that this water was the blood of Zeus, and anyone worthy of being a hero who drank it would become immortal. But if they were not a true hero, they would die instantly. They insulted Hercules, calling him a failure, and claimed he would definitely perish if he drank it. Hercules, who always craved strength so he could protect justice, consistently chose the most difficult and thorny paths to grow stronger. Through relentless effort to temper himself, eventually no one dared to mock him as weak anymore. Around that time, the gods had gathered to decide the fate of humanity. Although the majority insisted on letting humanity exist for another 1,000 years, the goddess Aphrodite wanted to teach humanity a lesson because they were constantly starting wars and driving many animal species to extinction. After their discussion, the god of war, Ares, took on the responsibility of punishing humans. Soon after, he led numerous divine soldiers down to the mortal realm to judge the sins of the people. Unable to fight against the divine, humanity could only pray in helplessness, except for Hercules, who stepped forward to protect everyone. He gripped his club and charged forward, but was instantly kicked into a wall by Ares. Despite this, Hercules used his meager strength to hold back the god of war. Seeing this, Ares grew interested in Hercules and promised to spare his life if he surrendered to the divine. However, Hercules saw that the gods had created humans and were arbitrarily deciding their fate. Even though humans constantly prayed to them, the gods now wanted to punish them, which Hercules believed was not true justice. Therefore, he decided to gamble his life to stop them. He drank the blood of Zeus to amplify his strength. Upon drinking it, Hercules roared as his body felt like it was consumed by fire. Ares dismissed Hercules as a foolish mortal who didn't know his place, but right after, Hercules awakened, leaving Ares utterly shocked. He couldn't believe Hercules now possessed the strength of his father Zeus. With just a few basic moves, Hercules defeated all the divine soldiers accompanying Ares. It was just Hercules and Ares left fighting hand to hand until the very last minute, continuously charging at each other to deliver devastating blows. Right at that moment, Zeus appeared to stop them. Knowing that Hercules had just consumed his blood, Zeus offered to make him a full-fledged god. Hercules agreed, but on one condition: Zeus had to swear never to harm humanity from then on. Zeus agreed to the terms, but reminded Hercules that he must guide humanity along his path of justice. From then on, Hercules officially became a god, bidding farewell to his best friend to embark on his divine duties. For 4,000 years, the gods did not interfere in the affairs of the mortal realm, while Hercules stood among the ranks of the gods as a son of Zeus. And that was the story Ares recounted to the other deities. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Hercules was fighting an evenly matched battle against Jack the Ripper. At this moment, Jack had combined his weapons to form a boomerang and continuously hurled throwing knives at Hercules, forcing the god to struggle defensively. Not wanting to let Jack maintain his attacking distance, Hercules endured the pain and charged straight forward. However, Jack unexpectedly leaped into the air to dodge Hercules' attack. It turned out that Jack had strung piano wires across the battlefield while they were fighting. He had thrown his knives so they would ricochet off the piano wires and rain down directly upon Hercules. Jack then manipulated these wires to create a downpour of blades, leaving Hercules with no choice but to stand still and endure the barrage. Ares was extremely worried that Hercules would lose his life to these attacks. Meanwhile, Hercules' human friends in the stands stood by him instead of cheering for humanity. Right then, Hercules repelled the daggers and unleashed his sixth labor, transforming his club into an eagle that blew the flying knives back toward Jack. With only his cloak, Jack could not defend himself and fell back down. Unintentionally, a stray knife destroyed Jack's monocle, revealing his right eye, which glowed a rather terrifying crimson. With this eye, Jack could see that Hercules' body radiated a golden color, representing an incredibly unwavering will. At this moment, Jack desperately wanted to kill Hercules just to see what color the god would turn after his death. Because Jack was an absolute psychopath, Hercules couldn't understand a word he was saying. Even worse, Jack then began to sing "London Bridge is Falling Down" as a requiem for Hercules. Returning to the past, Jack was once just a poor boy begging on the streets of London. Although he only scavenged for leftover food in garbage bins, Jack was still beaten by a cruel cook. With his red eye, Jack could read the emotional colors within people. He knew this man was arrogant, so Jack begged for forgiveness and promised never to return. Holding the scraps of food in his hands, he thought his mother would be very happy that he had found them. Jack's mother, Mary, was a sex worker in a brothel. She seemed to love and spoil Jack deeply, so when she saw his wounds, Mary appeared extremely worried. With the little money she had just earned, Mary decided to use it to buy medicine for her son. Mary always said that Jack was her final hope. Using his emotion-seeing eye, Jack saw that his mother possessed the most beautiful emotional color in the world. Whenever he wasn't out begging, Jack would read books to educate himself. At that time, another woman named Anne seemed very jealous of Jack's mother because, despite her age, Mary was still highly favored by the patrons, while Anne received no attention. In truth, Mary had been impregnated by clients 5 times and had aborted all of them, but when it came to Jack, she kept the boy and raised him until he was 12. Anne always considered Jack a pitiful child for having to grow up at the absolute bottom of society. However, Jack always wore a bright smile because he truly believed he was the happiest person in the world. That was until one day, Jack returned home to find his mother in extreme agony. When Jack asked what happened, Anne explained that the man Mary deeply loved had just announced his marriage. This man was also Jack's father, and he had once promised that after achieving success, he would return to take Mary and her child away. Anne called Mary foolish for believing his lies. Following this event, Jack's mother completely suffered a mental breakdown. She no longer loved Jack as before, but instead showed deep resentment toward him. At this moment, Jack finally realized that his mother had only kept him because of the promise with his father. In the end, Jack was merely a tool to connect Mary to her lost love. Through his special eye, Jack saw that his mother's emotional color had now turned into the same ugly shade as the wicked people he had encountered before. Consequently, Jack lost his mind and decided he would use his own hands to free his mother. In that instant, Jack saw Mary's color shift to fear, and he deemed this the most beautiful color a human could possess. Immediately after, Jack stabbed Mary, taking her life, and did not forget to say, "I love you, mother," before she passed away. To give his mother someone to talk to in the afterlife, Jack then sought out his father. The man was terrified, thinking Jack was a crazed fanatic stalking him, but Jack coldly stated that he was there to grant him salvation. With a single slash, Jack sent his father to the afterlife to reunite with his mother, taking his father's top hat before disappearing into the darkness of London. From then on, whenever he committed a murder, Jack would hum the tune of "London Bridge is Falling Down." Returning to the present, Jack was deeply eager to see the color of Hercules' fear when facing death. However, Hercules declared that a brave man like him would never show fear. Immediately, Jack hurled numerous throwing knives at Hercules, but the god deflected and destroyed them all with his club. Jack was losing ground and was cornered near the Big Ben clock tower. The clock bell chimed, and Hercules declared that this was Jack's death knell. Jack quickly used his grappling gun to swing up the clock tower, but the hook slipped, forcing him to cling to the ledges and climb up desperately to survive. Down below, Hercules used his club to smash the foundation of the tower, causing it to tilt to one side. Fortunately, Jack managed to grab onto the clock's hands, preventing himself from falling. At this point, Hercules switched to his 7th labor, transforming the head of his club into a bull. Heimdall predicted that after this attack, Jack would certainly perish. However, Jack tore off the massive face of the Big Ben clock and hurled it straight at Hercules. Everyone assumed Jack was making a futile last stand, but to their sheer astonishment, the clock face cleanly sliced off Hercules' arm. Up in the stands, everyone stared in wide-eyed disbelief that such a mundane object could gravely injure Hercules. Only then did Hercules and the other gods realize that Jack's divine weapon was neither the giant scissors nor the pouch of knives, but the very gloves he wore, which possessed the miraculous ability to turn anything they touched into a divine weapon. From the very beginning, Jack had calculated every move and deceived Hercules solely to set up this fatal strike and sever his arm. Loki realized that Brunhilde had planned this from the start to secure such a formidable weapon for Jack. It turned out that, prior to the match, Brunhilde had knocked on the door of the Valkyrie Hluk, asking her to become Jack's divine weapon. Naturally, the young Valkyrie had no desire to become a weapon for a serial killer. Hluk knew that during combat, a Valkyrie had to become one with the warrior, and she absolutely refused to merge with a psychopath like Jack. But just then, Hluk sensed Jack's terrifying bloodlust behind her. Jack politely offered Hluk the chance to become his Valkyrie, and when she refused, he violently grabbed the young girl. Standing right there, Brunhilde did not intervene. This was the scenario she had orchestrated. Under Jack's coercion, the small girl was forcefully transformed into his divine gloves. Hearing this, Gull condemned Brunhilde for doing something so horrific to their sister, but Brunhilde stated that Hluk's power was perfectly suited for Jack and was an all-necessary sacrifice for humanity to win this crucial match. Now, Jack was ecstatic to possess such an overpowered divine weapon. Even a simple brick, once touched by Jack, could inflict damage equivalent to a weapon of mass destruction. In other words, every single corner of London had now become a divine weapon in his hands. The divine faction continuously cheered for Hercules, hoping he could turn the tide against the serial killer, but Jack merely considered their shouts as a requiem for the god. Ares was also terrified that Hercules might lose his life to Jack, but Zeus appeared and struck his hulking son to silence him, pointing out that Hercules clearly hadn't given up, and Ares was worrying unnecessarily. Zeus firmly believed that Hercules possessed immense power and would not be defeated so easily. At this moment, Hercules used the sash over his shoulder to tie off his severed arm and stop the bleeding, while still gripping his club with his remaining hand to fight Jack the Ripper. With his special eye, Jack could see the god's unwavering fighting spirit, prompting him to tip his hat in admiration of Hercules' indomitable will. Hercules was somewhat curious about Jack's emotion-seeing eye, and Jack proudly claimed it was a gift bestowed by the divine, helping him survive in this cruel world and allowing him to witness the myriad emotions of those he was about to murder. Hearing this, Hercules declared that Jack was nothing but a loser who had surrendered to this cruel world, turning into a bloodthirsty monster purely for the sake of revenge. Hercules added that he too was once human before ascending to godhood, and throughout his life, he had witnessed countless sins committed by humanity. Yet despite all of it, Hercules still loved humans and would never become a monster like Jack. Right here and now, he promised to deliver Jack from the suffering he endured. Immediately after, Hercules threw his club into the air, creating a spatial vortex from which he summoned the three-headed hound of the underworld to significantly boost his combat power. As it appeared, each of the hound's heads bit down on parts of Hercules' body. This was his 12th labor, transforming him and granting him the power of the Hound of Hades, Cerberus. Upon seeing this, Zeus noted that Hercules was now racing against time, as this technique would only stop once Jack the Ripper was completely annihilated. If not, Cerberus would completely consume Hercules' body, killing him. In other words, it was a lethal technique that devoured Hercules' own life force. Therefore, the moment he transformed, Hercules charged at Jack and unleashed a punch that obliterated an entire street corner. Jack used his gloves to turn the rubble into divine weapons and counterattacked. But no matter what Jack transformed, Hercules easily smashed it to pieces. In a split second, Jack skillfully dodged Hercules' punch and leaped behind him. When Hercules rushed in again, Jack kicked up a manhole cover and enhanced it to block the punch. However, before Hercules' raw power, even the reinforced manhole cover was shattered, resulting in Jack taking a heavy punch to the face. Ares felt regretful, noting that if it had been a direct hit, Jack would have been killed instantly. Sensing the extreme danger Hercules posed, Jack used his grappling hook again to create distance. However, Hercules leaped high into the air and punched Jack back down to the ground, causing his body to be impaled by an iron fence. Jack was forced to sever the iron bar and pull it out of his body in excruciating pain. Hercules advised Jack not to resist anymore, as there was nowhere left for him to run. But to Jack, all of London was a weapon. He used his enhanced cape to slice through the foundation of a nearby building. Jack then lunged forward, feigning an attack, only to use the rebound force from Hercules' arm to launch himself out of harm's way just as the building, now a massive divine weapon, collapsed directly onto the god. Although Hercules braced himself to bear the weight, he was still buried underneath the crushing debris. Jack's brilliant and utterly malicious calculation left everyone astounded, leading many to assume Hercules had perished from this devastating trap. Yet, Hercules burst forth from the rubble, telling Jack that no matter the attack, he would always stand back up with his indomitable spirit. At this moment, Jack saw that Hercules radiated an emotional color very similar to his mother's from long ago. Because his mother had betrayed him, Jack believed her color was fake, whereas the color Hercules possessed was a genuine, pure love for humanity. Driven to madness, Jack desperately wanted to dye Hercules in his favorite color, fear. Naturally, Hercules was unbothered, eagerly waiting to see what color Jack would try to paint him. Thus, the two slowly approached one another, with Jack conjuring two divine weapons for close quarters combat. What followed was an incredibly evenly matched battle. Although Hercules had lost one arm, his remaining arm still held immense power, allowing him to smash through Jack's shield and strike the killer squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying quite a distance. Since Jack was heavily injured from the blow, Hercules charged in again to finish him off before his own body was fully consumed by Cerberus's power. Loki then noticed that Jack was plotting something, as the killer was only trying to dodge without attempting to gain distance from Hercules. In reality, Jack was preparing the perfect angle and timing to unleash his decisive strike. Once in range, Jack pulled out the iron fence post from earlier to attack Hercules' blind spot, but the god easily evaded and knocked Jack dozens of meters away. After this impact, Jack lay completely motionless on the ground. Seeing him stop moving, everyone assumed the match was over. While both gods and humans despised and looked down upon Jack, only Anne was there, cheering for the unfortunate boy. Shortly after, the entire arena fell silent as they heard Jack humming, "London Bridge is falling down." He slowly stood up to perform the requiem he so often sang. Once finished, Jack approached Hercules with a frail demeanor, raising his iron rod to attack, but Hercules delivered a direct punch to his face. Everyone thought the next blow would officially end Jack, but unexpectedly, the killer braced his legs and thrust both of his bare hands straight through Hercules' torso. Jack declared that this was his ultimate technique, a gift meant exclusively for a righteous god like Hercules. Only then did the god realize that Jack had used his own blood, smearing it onto his gloves to turn his bare hands into divine weapons for this final blow. Hercules acknowledged that despite being heavily injured, Jack was an incredibly formidable opponent. Jack, however, admitted defeat in his own way, stating that the color of Hercules' indomitable spirit had never wavered. In his final moments, Hercules opened his arms and embraced Jack, declaring that no matter what sins humanity committed, he would always love them. The gods could not accept that Hercules had sacrificed himself. As he faded, Hercules thanked Brunhilde for a spectacular match, passing on his will to her and asking her to do everything in her power to save humanity. The fourth match of Ragnarok thus ended with Jack the Ripper as the victor. However, deep inside, he harbored a myriad of emotions he could not put into words. The Valkyrie Hluk then manifested and asked Jack how he felt after slaying a god. Jack replied that throughout his life, he had murdered many people, but this was the first time he experienced such a strange feeling, one he had never felt before. Images of Hercules while he was alive kept flashing through his mind, a righteous, unyielding god who never went back on his word. Jack mused that if he were granted a single wish, he would want to meet Hercules one more time just to converse with him. Even though Jack brought victory for humanity, he was heavily condemned by the audience of both the divine and human factions, as both sides mourned for a god as incredibly compassionate as Hercules. Gull also felt deeply saddened and blamed Brunhilde for being too cruel in letting that murderer take Hercules' life. In truth, Brunhilde was also deeply sorrowful, but it was something she had to do to save humanity. Immediately afterward, Brunhilde returned to the memorial room for the warriors who had fallen in Ragnarok. There, she placed the portrait of Hercules, who had just sacrificed himself, alongside Lu Bu and Adam. After pouring wine to honor them, she apologized to Hercules and promised that once Ragnarok was over, she would go to meet him. Meanwhile, the divine faction was experiencing a mix of profound grief and anxiety because they had lost 2 matches in a row. Loki noted that the combat skills of a killer like Jack could not be underestimated, as he had flawlessly calculated every move to defeat a powerful god like Hercules. Furthermore, this devious Englishman had deceived everyone, causing them to underestimate his threat. Zeus, however, realized this was no time to argue, as the current score was tied at 2-2. Exerting his immense power, he destroyed their viewing balcony and ordered that the divine faction must absolutely not lose the next match. Loki, on the other hand, was eagerly anticipating who humanity's next representative would be. Meanwhile, a young Japanese swordsman named Okita Soji was very eager for his turn to fight, as this was the first time he had seen so many top-tier masters gathered together. Since it seemed the next match would not begin immediately, the gods took the opportunity to stroll around and relax. Loki, however, headed to the garden of the Valhalla arena to wait for an important figure. That person promptly appeared, sporting a highly stylish outfit with a lollipop perpetually in his mouth. It was Gautama Buddha, a warrior for the divine faction. Upon meeting, the two exchanged glares. Loki then voiced his suspicion, questioning how the Valkyries could possess enough power to destroy gods. He deduced that someone must be helping them, as the gods would never allow the Valkyries to run rampant on their own. Loki suddenly recalled that within Buddha's teachings, there was a method allowing 2 individuals to entrust their lives to one another and fight together. This was exactly how the Valkyries forged divine weapons and entrusted their lives to the human fighters. Hearing this, Buddha brushed it off, claiming he didn't understand a thing Loki was talking about because the trickster god was simply talking too much. So Loki cut straight to the chase, asking if Buddha had betrayed the gods. If so, Loki threatened to fight him right then and there. Just as tensions between the two rose, a group known as the 7 Lucky Gods arrived. They were heaven's executioners, constantly proclaiming that traitors would be punished by divine judgment. One of them stepped toward Buddha, threatening to judge his sins, which annoyed Buddha so much that he spat his lollipop directly into the god's hand. Seeing this, the 7 Lucky Gods drew their weapons, ready to execute Buddha on the spot. Initially, Loki claimed Buddha was his prey and forbade anyone from touching him, but he quickly sided with the 7 Lucky Gods to gang up on Buddha. Of course, Buddha feared no one, boldly telling them all to come at him at once, as he could take them all. Right at that moment, Sasaki Kojiro appeared, having just recovered from his injuries. Following his feat of slaying Poseidon, everyone had to look at him with newfound respect. Seeing Buddha being outnumbered, Kojiro offered to lend him a hand. Joining him were the young swordsman Okita Soji and his commander, who also arrived and sided with Buddha to fight the gods. Loki scoffed at Kojiro, noting he hadn't fully recovered yet. Okita, sensing that Loki was an evil deity, wanted to test his skills against him. However, the lucky god from earlier stopped Loki, claiming this was his personal vendetta. When the god fired his weapon, Buddha used his incredible speed to dodge to the side, casually mocking him for throwing a tantrum like a child. Realizing Buddha's immense power, Loki also summoned his weapons to launch a continuous barrage at him. But the one who intercepted Loki was Okita, whose target was the god of mischief himself. Irritated that his weapons were deflected by Okita, Loki threatened to obliterate the boy's soul. Yet, Okita was entirely unfazed and charged forward to fight Loki to the death. Right then, Zeus appeared, delivering a punch to break up this unnecessary brawl. Though Zeus didn't know what had happened, he refused to let the divine faction tear itself apart from the inside. The armed lucky god remained resentful of Buddha and refused to stand down. In response, Odin unleashed an overwhelming aura of power that forced everyone to stop. Losing his mood to fight, Loki bid Buddha farewell and left to watch the next match. One of the 7 lucky gods also reminded Buddha that traitors would eventually be eliminated. The human faction also withdrew, as there was nothing left for them to do there. Zeus then lightly warned Buddha not to cause any more trouble. But Buddha merely laughed heartily, bit his lollipop to pieces, and declared that throughout heaven and earth, no one could dictate what he did. In other words, he was the honored one, declaring throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Zeus didn't particularly care, so he returned to the arena to continue watching the matches. Odin, however, felt as though he had just been insulted. In his anger, he flared his power, causing all the plants in the garden to wither and die. Meanwhile, Gull went to see Brunhilde to apologize for lashing out at her earlier. Brunhilde comforted her younger sister, telling her there was no need to apologize, as they now needed to cooperate and do everything they could to assist humanity. Immediately after, they went to a room to meet humanity's next fighter. After passing through numerous doors, they finally met this massive man. Upon seeing him, Gull was speechless, assuming he was merely a lazy, lecherous individual who did nothing but eat and sleep all day. In truth, this was humanity's greatest sumo wrestler, Raiden Tamimon. Brunhilde yelled loudly to wake Raiden and the women accompanying him. Slightly annoyed, Raiden made a pass at Brunhilde, but she told him this was no time for jokes, as he was up for the next match. Hearing this, he curiously asked if he would get to fuse with a Valkyrie. Not wanting to disappoint him, Brunhilde had chosen a very special girl for him, a Valkyrie with a massive, muscular physique, even larger than Raiden's, named Thrud. The moment Raiden saw Thrud, he rushed to hug her, declaring she was exactly his type. Thrud instantly melted into a feminine demeanor, leaving Gull dumbfounded that the most physically imposing Valkyrie could be won over by Raiden so effortlessly. Soon after, the two merged into one in preparation for the match. The arena had now been transformed into a traditional Japanese sumo ring. Heimdall appeared to announce that the fifth match of Ragnarok was about to begin. With the current score tied at 2-2, both factions desperately wanted to win this round. From the Eastern Gate, humanity's legendary sumo wrestler, Raiden, emerged, a man of towering stature with absolutely flawless muscles. Hearing the audience chant his name, Raiden was delighted to know that humanity still cherished the martial art of sumo in this era. From the Western Gate, the god's representative appeared, a deity who would casually create worlds for amusement and capriciously destroy them. This was the Indian god of destruction, Shiva. Finally, this god had the chance to showcase his power after waiting through so many matches. Zeus hoped Shiva would perform well to prevent the gods from suffering 3 consecutive losses. Down in the arena, Heimdall officially announced the start of the 5th match. Cheering for Shiva were his wives, along with his eldest son, who had the head of an elephant. As the cheering drums echoed, Shiva declared he would destroy Raiden in an instant. However, the god of destruction was left speechless when a giant frog appeared before him. He thought his opponent was going to gang up on him, but it turned out the frog merely brought Raiden a handful of salt. Raiden tossed the salt into the air and clapped his hands loudly, leading the god of destruction to realize this was a traditional sumo ritual. Immediately afterward, Raiden, brimming with fighting spirit, launched into battle. He propelled himself forward at blinding speed, drop-kicking Shiva squarely in the face with both feet. Although the god of destruction was pushed backward, he quickly regained his balance and stood right back up. Shiva felt the impact of the blow, noting that it had been well worth the wait to finally face a worthy opponent like Raiden. The moment he finished speaking, Raiden charged again, launching an uppercut from below, which Shiva managed to block. However, Raiden still had his other arm, landing a second punch that left Shiva slightly dazed. Raiden intended to use a knee strike to end the match, a move so brutal that the audience dared not watch. However, because Shiva possessed multiple arms, he managed to block Raiden's knee. Shiva then used 2 hands to restrain the wrestler and his other 2 hands to deliver straight punches directly to Raiden's chest. After this blow, Raiden clutched his chest, finding it difficult to breathe. To make matters worse, the god of destruction made several provocative gestures, greatly irritating him. The hand-to-hand combat between man and god in Ragnarok was now more thrilling than ever, accompanied by thunderous cheers from the stands. Shiva himself was highly ecstatic, thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere of the arena. Not wanting to disappoint the god of destruction, Raiden prepared to unleash his true power. Returning to the past, many years ago, the 3-year-old Raiden was still unable to stand on his own 2 feet, causing his parents great worry. They could only pray that their son would grow up safe and healthy. However, one day, upon returning home, they were deeply surprised to see young Raiden attempting to walk on his own. But moments later, all of Raiden's bones broke, leaving him unable to stand, while his muscles continuously spasmed without stopping. It turned out that Raiden's muscles were so excessively powerful that they crushed his own skeletal structure. From then on, Raiden practiced walking every day, while his mother constantly had to bandage and splint his limbs. Over time, his muscles developed and generated new muscle fibers that acted as an outer shell to suppress the rebellious ones, a condition known as the 100 Seals. In today's battle, Raiden would release his body from the 100 Seals to fight the god of destruction. He flexed his muscles to their absolute limit, risking being crushed by his own strength at any moment. Seeing this, Shiva thought Raiden had lost his mind, unaware that a Valkyrie resided within Raiden, helping him control his volatile muscles. At this moment, Raiden fully released the 100 Seals, and his unruly muscle mass was perfectly stabilized by Thrud. According to Brunhilde, this was the man with the strongest muscles in human history. Now, Raiden could finally fight with every ounce of strength he possessed. Before striking, Raiden warned Shiva to be careful and not to fall too soon. Immediately after, Raiden charged in and threw a punch so heavy that Shiva had to raise all 4 of his arms to block it. This was followed by a relentless barrage of punches that Shiva could not evade, forcing him backward. Gaining momentum, Raiden pressed the attack, driving his forearm straight into Shiva's jaw, sending the god of destruction crashing face first into the ground. Up in the stands, the sumo wrestlers were immensely proud of Raiden and his spectacular performance, while the divine faction could not help but worry after Shiva took such a devastating blow. Seeing Shiva staggering to his feet, Raiden approached to finish the match. However, when Raiden attempted a brutal headbutt, Shiva countered with his own incredibly durable skull. Shiva then struck Raiden's abdomen and unleashed a flurry of punches to his face, pushing the wrestler back. Shiva boasted that his head was just as sturdy as Raiden's. Following this, Shiva charged forward, using all 4 arms to deliver a relentless barrage of punches that left Raiden struggling to defend himself. Seizing an opening, Shiva landed 2 immensely powerful strikes directly to the wrestler's midsection. Everyone thought Raiden was down, but he unexpectedly grabbed hold of one of Shiva's arms. Channeling his ultimate muscular strength, Raiden crushed it, causing Shiva to scream out in agony. Fortunately, Shiva managed to use his legs to break free and save his arm from being completely obliterated. The entire divine faction was in disbelief that the god of destruction was being so heavily battered by a mere human. Furthermore, Raiden's muscles had now stabilized and shifted back into their optimal positions. Raiden's sheer dominance forced the gods to begin praying for Shiva's victory, but the deities who knew Shiva well were aware that the god of destruction still had a vast amount of hidden power yet to be unleashed. At that moment, his peers began chanting Shiva's name to cheer him on. Not wanting to disappoint them, Shiva raised his hand high to signal that he was still perfectly fine. He then gathered his strength and lunged forward to throw a punch at Raiden, but because one of his arms had been crushed, his body was severely off balance. When Shiva exposed an opening, Raiden landed a heavy blow straight to the god of destruction's face. However, Shiva countered with an incredibly heavy punch that caused Raiden's arm to cave inward. It turned out that Shiva's strike carried the combined strength of 1,116 deities. Yet, Raiden paid no mind to this and continued to rain a barrage of punches upon Shiva's face. After exchanging countless blows, the two grabbed each other by the head and engaged in a relentless headbutting contest to see whose skull was tougher. It was then that the god of destruction realized it had been a millennium since he last felt such fiery passion in an arena. In ancient times, the Indian pantheon was filled with numerous deities who fiercely competed with one another for power. But ultimately, no single god could unite them all. In a secluded forest nearby lived 2 nameless gods, Shiva and Rudra. While Shiva spent his days playing around, Rudra trained diligently to increase his strength. Despite their polar opposite personalities, the two were incredibly close friends. Because the gods of the Indian realm were constantly engaged in fierce competition, the pair inevitably found themselves in brawls with other deities. Fighting side by side, they came to consider each other their absolute best friends. Unlike the carefree Shiva, Rudra harbored a burning dream. Upon hearing this, Shiva laughed uproariously, believing that only humans possessed dreams and that gods had no need for them. Rudra revealed that he always wanted to stand at the very peak of the Indian pantheon, as from up there, he could witness beautiful sights no one had ever seen. However, making the journey alone would be too lonely, so Rudra invited Shiva to join him. A playful god like Shiva had no interest in standing at the peak of the divine realm, but since hanging out with Rudra was always fun, he accepted the offer. Thus, the two fools set off to conquer the summit of the Indian pantheon. Initially, everyone looked down on and ridiculed them, but together, the two managed to defeat numerous other gods to carve a path to the top. The very deities who had once despised Shiva and Rudra began to respect them. From then on, they endured countless grueling battles against mighty gods. With every deity they defeated, they inherited their opponent's title and shouldered their dreams. Though the journey was arduous, neither of them backed down from any challenge. Whenever they vanquished a powerful opponent, Shiva would carelessly dance in celebration. Conversely, Rudra felt no joy as he realized Shiva was actually stronger than him. Rudra knew that one day, the two of them would inevitably have to fight each other to determine the true victor. After a long series of exhausting battles, their final remaining opponents were the god of creation and the god of preservation. Ultimately, Shiva and Rudra emerged victorious and became legends, having defeated a total of 1,115 gods to ascend to the pinnacle of the divine realm. Standing in such a magnificent place thrilled Shiva, but Rudra's demeanor was highly contemplative and entirely devoid of joy. He believed that only the single strongest god deserved to stand at the peak of the pantheon. The gods Rudra had previously defeated had always reminded him never to lose to anyone. Not wanting to let them down, Rudra challenged his best friend Shiva to see who was truly stronger. Shiva knew that once Rudra made up his mind, nothing could stop him. Therefore, the two had to engage in one final battle to determine the ultimate victor. Punches were continuously thrown, and the resulting shockwaves echoed throughout the entire Indian realm. The two gods fought tirelessly, their sweat turning into a torrential rainstorm. However, the final moment eventually arrived. Despite being repeatedly knocked down by Shiva, Rudra continued to stand back up to fight to the bitter end. Many times, Shiva silently begged Rudra to stay down, knowing that if they continued, one of them would surely die. Yet, because Rudra was too stubborn, Shiva had no other choice. He falsely claimed that Rudra was too strong and offered to surrender. However, Rudra knew perfectly well that Shiva was holding back, so he declared that Shiva was the true victor of the match. At that moment, all 1,116 gods were gathered at the peak of the Indian pantheon. Rudra passed all their dreams onto Shiva, asking his best friend to shoulder the burden. From then on, Shiva became the undisputed leader of the Indian gods. Now, Shiva carried their hopes and dreams into the battle of Ragnarok. For that reason, he absolutely could not afford to lose to Raiden. Meanwhile, numerous Indian deities, including Rudra, had arrived to watch Shiva fight. They all knew that while Shiva was normally a very kind-hearted god, he would transform into a ferocious beast upon entering battle. At this moment, Shiva heavily pounded his chest and began a rhythmic movement known as the war dance. According to Hermes, this was the very weapon Shiva used to unify the entire Indian pantheon. Shiva then surged forward at blistering speeds, making it impossible for Raiden to land a hit. Conversely, Shiva landed a multitude of punches squarely on Raiden's face. Although Raiden attempted to counterattack using a lion-like stance, Shiva easily evaded it, planted his foot squarely on Raiden's back, and delivered a devastating uppercut. Shiva continued to run in circles, simultaneously dancing and relentlessly pummeling Raiden. The non-stop strikes, accompanied by an unpredictable searing heat, made it seem as though Raiden was being attacked by multiple opponents at once. To defend against Shiva's onslaught, Raiden drastically concentrated his muscle mass into his arms. But Shiva issued a challenge, eager to see whether his dance or Raiden's muscles were stronger. By now, Shiva's body was burning vibrantly in tandem with his war dance. After a relentless exchange of blows, Shiva used his feet to strike both of Raiden's arms downward. He then leaped high into the air and delivered a fiery kick, inflicting a severe burning laceration on Raiden's body. Witnessing this devastating attack, the gods were convinced that Shiva had secured victory in this fifth match. However, Raiden merely responded with a dangerous smile. While humanity appeared to be backed into a corner, the sumo wrestlers who had previously faced Raiden thought otherwise. Upon seeing his smile, they relaxed and confidently stated that it was finally time for him to showcase the true power of a sumo wrestler. Since childhood, Raiden had a deep love for sumo, but the martial art initially seemed unsuited for him. Because his body was restricted by the 100 seals, he could not unleash his full potential. Nevertheless, he remained a monster. With a single headbutt, he effortlessly defeated the best sumo wrestler in his village. Terrified by this horrifying strength, the villagers began calling him a demon. From then on, no one dared to play with Raiden, leading him to curse the gods for being so cruel as to grant him such a physique. However, his mother felt immense gratitude toward the divine. Before Raiden could walk, she had prayed fervently for the gods to bless her son with a strong and healthy body. Therefore, she firmly believed that his terrifying strength was a gift bestowed by the divine. As Raiden grew older, he became a kind-hearted young man in the village. However, a massive natural disaster soon struck, forever altering his future. The eruption of Mount Asama destroyed all of the village's crops. A severe famine followed, claiming the lives of many villagers, and Raiden decided he had to step up to save those who were weaker than himself. Bidding farewell to his parents, Raiden left for a distant land to make a living. He traveled to Edo with the dream of becoming a professional sumo wrestler to earn money to send back to his hometown. Possessing immense strength, Raiden was terrified of accidentally hurting others. A sumo wrestler named Oseki invited Raiden to a spar to test his skills. Raiden assumed he could easily overpower the man just as he had with his peers in the village, but Oseki demonstrated masterful sumo techniques, repeatedly throwing Raiden to the ground. Through this sparring session, Raiden realized that sumo was an incredibly challenging discipline, far more complex than he had originally thought. Under Oseki's strict tutelage, Raiden relentlessly absorbed the fundamentals of sumo. He trained tirelessly to become a professional wrestler. 2 years later, Raiden stood on a highly prestigious sumo stage. Although his physique was leaner than other wrestlers, he defeated many of the era's strongest fighters. His master, Oseki, even felt as though he had unleashed a monster upon the world. From that day forward, Raiden became a legend in the sumo world. His fame reached his hometown, making the villagers and his mother incredibly proud. However, his glorious streak did not last long, as other opponents became utterly terrified to face him. Consequently, in one match, Raiden intentionally lost, greatly angering his master. Tearfully, Raiden explained that his mother had always taught him to protect the weak, yet he was now using his strength to bully them. To continue making a living without severely injuring his opponents, Raiden devised a solution. He selected his 4 strongest techniques and sealed them away as forbidden moves, vowing never to use them again. Even with these restrictions, Raiden continued to win match after match and send money back home. Years later, his illustrious sumo career ended due to his age. Yet now, Raiden found himself reliving the thrill of grappling against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent like Shiva. At this moment, Raiden decided to fully unseal his body to unleash his most devastating sumo techniques. Shiva was highly ecstatic, eager to see what Raiden's new power had to offer. Not wanting to keep the deity waiting, Raiden instantly utilized one of his forbidden moves, an open palm thrust. Raiden lunged forward, channeling all his muscular strength into his palm, and executed a lethal strike that blew past Shiva's defensive arms and hit him directly in the face. The impact sent the god of destruction flying backward, cleanly severing 2 of his arms from his body. Everyone assumed Shiva would succumb to this attack, but he managed to stand back up despite having only 1 arm left. Zeus explained that if Shiva hadn't used his arms to block, his head would have been completely blown off. The previous strike generated a massive shockwave capable of breaking the sound barrier, an impact no one but a god like Shiva could withstand. Although Shiva was critically injured, Raiden's muscles also suffered severe damage. According to Brunhilde, the previous technique required his muscles to move at terrifyingly high speeds, placing extreme pressure on Raiden and making him feel as though his body was tearing itself apart. Fortunately, the Valkyrie Thrud used her power to hold Raiden's body together. Despite this, Raiden refused to stop, asking Thrud to help his muscles move even faster. Thrud warned him that doing so would completely destroy his muscles and internal organs. However, Raiden pleaded with her, stating that he had dedicated his entire life and soul to the art of sumo. Deeply moved and proud, Thrud realized this was truly the man she loved. The two merged completely to fight with everything they had. Looking back, Shiva noticed his friend Rudra had arrived to cheer him on. Beside him stood countless other Indian deities, placing all their hopes in the leader of their pantheon. Unwilling to lose, Shiva decided to unleash his ultimate technique. His body began to radiate divine energy, and with his remaining hand, he gripped his chest. Shiva stimulated his own heart, forcing it to beat faster, significantly raising his body temperature until he erupted into a blazing inferno. At this point, both the human and divine warriors had surpassed their limits. Shouldering the immense hopes and dreams of others, both fighters were absolutely determined to claim victory in this final clash. The two charged at each other, causing the Valhalla arena to burn fiercely. The entire audience watched intently, knowing these were the final, deciding moments. Raiden attempted his lethal palm strike once more, but it seemed to have lost its effectiveness. The god of destruction stood firm, sporting a dangerous smile. Shiva now effortlessly dodged Raiden's palm strikes, and whenever he landed a blow on Raiden, the wrestler's muscles were instantly scorched to a crisp. Recognizing that dragging out the fight would eliminate Raiden's chances of winning, Hermes noted that Shiva was also continuously stimulating his own heart to maintain the flames. If the battle went on too long, Shiva's body would be completely incinerated by his own fire. Therefore, both warriors were essentially burning away their own lifespans for these decisive attacks. Up in the stands, Raiden's parents and comrades passionately cheered and prayed for him. Down in the arena, Shiva launched attacks from every angle, making it impossible for Raiden to defend. Although Raiden managed to grab Shiva for a throw, the deity skillfully countered, forcing Raiden to endure a relentless, storm-like barrage of strikes. Despite taking numerous heavy blows, Raiden's arms and knees never touched the ground. The continuous chants of his name from the stands provided him with a massive surge of motivation. Instantly, Raiden executed a powerful headbutt, knocking Shiva a considerable distance away. Because Shiva had maintained the flames for too long, his remaining arm was also severed from his body. Nevertheless, Shiva received encouragement from his best friend, the storm god Rudra. Refusing to let Rudra down, Shiva charged at Raiden, engulfed in a brilliant blaze. The entire arena erupted in awe at the sheer intensity of the battle. Both warriors bore immense responsibilities and were clashing in the greatest fight of their lives with everything they had. Finally, the critical moment arrived. Raiden channeled every last ounce of his remaining strength to execute one final open palm strike. Shiva looked ecstatic, fully prepared to take his opponent's ultimate technique head-on. As Raiden focused his muscular power into his palm and thrust it forward, Shiva instantly executed a spinning kick. The clash resulted in Raiden's arm being split down the middle, with half of it reduced to ashes by the flames. Following this decisive exchange, Raiden thanked Shiva for giving him such an incredible match. Exhausted and with no regrets, Raiden asked Thrud to release the fusion so he could bid her farewell. However, Thrud had vowed to never leave the man she loved. Deeply touched, Raiden thanked Thrud, calling her the most wonderful woman in the world. Seeing this, Shiva acknowledged Raiden as a true man. Immediately after, Shiva delivered a final kick, sending Raiden to the afterlife, and thanked the wrestler for the greatest match of his life. Raiden's soul, alongside the Valkyrie Thrud, shattered into countless fragments. The fifth match concluded with a victory for the divine faction. The gods expressed profound respect for the martial art of sumo. Normally, in a freestyle fight, Raiden would have been no match for the supreme brawler Shiva. However, through the rigorous discipline of sumo, Raiden had managed to sever 3 of Shiva's arms and nearly take his life. In the stands, the sumo wrestlers mourned Raiden's passing. They collectively stomped their feet, ringing out a traditional funeral toll for the great wrestler. Shiva returned inside to reunite with his closest friend, the storm god Rudra. Other Indian deities also approached to congratulate the god of destruction on his hard-fought victory. Zeus arrived to check on Shiva's condition, and Shiva admitted to the godfather of the cosmos that humanity was indeed incredibly strong. Gull grieved deeply for the sister she was so close to. She couldn't hold back her tears, knowing that Thrud ultimately chose to die alongside the man she loved. Although she knew it was all to protect humanity, Gull felt the price was far too steep. Brunhilde then repeated Adam's words, "When protecting those important to you, no reason is needed." She then retreated to the memorial room for the fallen warriors. Outwardly, Brunhilde always maintained the facade of a strong older sister. Inside, however, she was deeply vulnerable and constantly mourned their sacrifices. Yet, no matter the cost, she was fully committed to saving humanity. Meanwhile, Zeus was searching everywhere for Buddha, eventually finding him relaxing and enjoying the breeze while eating candy. Seeing that Buddha had delicious snacks, Zeus seemed eager to have some, but despite his requests, Buddha refused to share a single piece, leaving Zeus quite irritated. Zeus then suggested that Buddha should be the representative to fight in the sixth match. Upon hearing this, Buddha curiously asked why the gods were so determined to destroy humanity. Zeus replied that when the gods participate in a tournament, they must win and cannot afford to lose to mere humans. However, Buddha continued to playfully dodge the core issue without stating his intentions clearly, which greatly angered the old god. To cool Zeus's temper, Buddha whispered into his ear, hoping he would enjoy watching the upcoming match. Meanwhile, Gull was heading to the medical bay to find bandages for Brunhilde's injuries. There, she overheard the 7 lucky gods conversing. The one from earlier seemed deeply resentful of Buddha and claimed that someone named Zerofuku would appear to punish him. Before Gel could figure out who Zerofuku was, the others caught her eavesdropping. Consequently, she was dragged into the room for an interrogation. Fortunately, Jack the Ripper appeared shortly after to rescue Gull. The sixth match of Ragnarok was about to begin. The next representative for the divine faction was a deity who had once saved humanity and guided them out of the Dark Ages, Gautama Buddha. However, when Buddha appeared, Heimdall noticed something was amiss. Buddha borrowed the apocalyptic horn to announce that he would be representing the human faction in this battle, a declaration that left all the gods unable to contain their fury. Buddha even pointed his staff at Zeus, declaring that if the gods would not save humanity, he would step forward to do it himself, and he would kill any god who dared to stand in his way. Gautama Buddha was a deity who had left his family and abandoned all worldly desires, achieving true enlightenment in just 6 years. From then on, this deity always acted and fought entirely on his own, a god who rightfully bore the title, "Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one." Humanity deeply revered this deity, calling him Gautama Buddha. Thus, Buddha was present to declare to everyone that he would stand on the side of mankind. Upon hearing this, the divine audience immediately threw insults at him, calling him a disgrace to the gods and demanding he be removed from the tournament. But Buddha instantly crushed the horn in his hand, silencing everyone. He then reaffirmed his stance with humanity, reiterating that he would kill any god who dared to oppose him. The audience from both sides was left in sheer shock. The Indian god of destruction and the thunder god, Thor, were the only ones who did not seem surprised. However, the other gods were incredibly bitter, viewing Buddha's actions as an absolute betrayal. Gull was highly astonished to see Buddha suddenly siding with humanity, but Brunhilde had calculated everything from the very beginning. She explained that Buddha inherently held the title of the Honored One, meaning he would never take orders from any other deity. Before the sixth match took place, Brunhilde had unexpectedly encountered Buddha just after she had been weeping for the fallen warriors. Buddha, while casually eating popcorn, asked her why she was crying. Naturally, Brunhilde replied that she was mourning the fighters who had lost their lives in Ragnarok. Buddha didn't care much about these matters. He simply finished his popcorn and informed Brunhilde that Zeus had chosen him as the divine representative for the sixth match. However, Buddha stated that he would fight for humanity, rather than listen to that old man. Seeing Brunhilde's indifferent reaction, Buddha felt a bit underwhelmed. It turned out that before Ragnarok even started, Brunhilde had sought out Buddha to learn about Valundr, the technique that allowed human warriors to bind their souls with the Valkyries to fight together. This proved that Brunhilde had planned everything from the start. Buddha asked Brunhilde if she had schemed for him to fight the other gods. Brunhilde denied having such intentions, but admitted she knew a fundamental truth. No one in Valhalla despised the divine authority as much as Buddha did. Hearing this, Buddha laughed heartily, realizing Brunhilde knew him very well. Yet, Buddha also knew Brunhilde was someone willing to do whatever it took to achieve her goals. He gently reminded her that he absolutely despised being manipulated, before walking away, leaving Brunhilde momentarily stricken with fear. Now, Buddha stood on the side of humanity, exactly as Brunhilde had hoped. Seeing this, Heimdall tried to stop Buddha, explaining that the divine representatives were already registered, so changing factions was not allowed. But Zeus stepped down and declared that he did not mind the change. When Heimdall questioned this, Zeus reiterated that while Ragnarok's rules originally called for 13 fighters from both gods and humans, allowing Buddha to fight for humanity would only make the tournament more exciting. Zeus even wanted to step into the arena a second time to battle Buddha. However, Buddha wasn't afraid of Zeus in the slightest, stating that if Zeus wanted to fight, he would gladly indulge him. Up in the stands, Odin, asked Buddha if he was truly ready to make enemies out of all the gods. Finding Odin slightly annoying, Buddha had to remind him that he didn't care about gods or humans. In this universe, he only cared about himself. Ignoring the curses hurled by the divine spectators, Buddha remained entirely nonchalant. Meanwhile, Loki was incredibly furious that Buddha was fighting for humanity, but couldn't do anything about it. Soon after, Buddha asked Zeus who his opponent in this round would be, and Zeus replied that the divine representative had already been decided. Just then, golden lights beamed down from the sky, accompanied by repeated chants of divine punishment. A dragon-headed airship descended right into the center of the Valhalla arena. On board, all the members of the 7 lucky gods slowly disembarked and stood before Buddha. Zeus left the rest to their leader. Heimdall was utterly confused, unsure of who to announce as the divine representative, as he couldn't allow all 7 gods to gang up on Buddha. However, their leader declared that the 7 of them were inherently just one entity. He then prepared for a fusion sequence that appeared rather bizarre. One by one, the other members of the 7 lucky gods charged toward their leader and merged into his body, leaving the audience speechless, unable to find the right words to describe the grotesque transformation. After a few minutes, all the 7 lucky gods had combined into a single, complete form. According to legend, the 7 lucky gods were the 7 deities who governed the world's fortunes. It was once said that there was an 8th deity alongside them, but the truth was that the 8th god and the other 7 were merely fictional oral traditions. In reality, there was only one god of fortune. When this deity descended to the mortal realm, heaven would crumble, and all fortune would disappear. The true name of this deity was Zerofuku. The moment Zerofuku appeared, he declared his intent to slaughter Buddha right then and there. He then performed a few warm-up stretches before entering combat. Zerofuku became visibly annoyed when Buddha showed absolutely no interest in what he was doing. Muttering to himself, he pulled a horrifyingly grotesque weapon from within his own body. It was a massive cleaver, surrounded by writhing, fleshy tentacles. Everyone who saw it was terrified by the appearance of the entity supposedly known as the god of fortune. Even Ares couldn't believe a deity with such a sinister form existed. But Hermes explained that Zerofuku was a god capable of turning misfortune into fortune. This 6th match had truly turned into a battle of pure hatred. At that moment, Heimdall received a text confirming the divine representative had been changed to Zerofuku. Paying it no further mind, he announced the official start of the 6th match. The representative for humanity was Gautama Buddha, while the divine representative was Zerofuku, setting the stage for a tense and dramatic round of Ragnarok. Gull was highly curious about who Zerofuku was and the bizarre fusion she had just witnessed. Brunhilde explained that Zerofuku was the true form of the 7 lucky gods. This was also the first time she had ever witnessed their most powerful state. Originally, Zerofuku was a deity who spread good fortune wherever he went, but the misfortune festering inside him eventually twisted his mind. In ancient Asia, several gods resided in the mortal realm to protect humanity. Zerofuku was one such deity who lived closely with humans and nature. He possessed a heart purer and kinder than anyone else. However, upon descending to the mortal realm, all Zerofuku saw was the immense suffering humanity endured. They were engulfed by countless hardships and immeasurable misfortune. Therefore, Zerofuku believed that if he eliminated the source of their misery, humanity would be saved. He immediately went to a critically ill boy and used his power to absorb the sickness, taking the suffering upon himself. Within minutes, the boy was able to walk normally without feeling any pain. From then on, many people worshipped Zerofuku as a savior deity. The method Zerofuku used was to absorb humanity's misfortune to grant them happiness. But after spending time saving humanity, Zerofuku reached his limit. Having absorbed so much misfortune from the humans, his body began to experience agonizing pain. Yet, Zerofuku felt incredibly happy because he was doing something beneficial for humanity. Years later, Zerofuku returned to the very village he had saved to see if the people had found happiness. However, upon his arrival, those humans revealed their true nature. Reality showed Zerofuku that the more he erased their misfortunes, the less humans appreciated their happiness. Even the young boy he had saved years ago now looked down on him, insulting him as a filthy piece of trash. Although he witnessed all this, Zerofuku refused to believe it was true. He couldn't understand why, after shouldering all their suffering, these people still couldn't grasp true happiness. Just then, a group of ascetics with emaciated bodies walked past. Initially, Zerofuku thought they had heard of his name and come to ask for salvation. To his surprise, the deity leading this group was Gautama Buddha. Even though these followers were impoverished and gaunt, their faces radiated boundless joy and happiness. Seeing this, Zerofuku called out for Buddha to stop and demanded an explanation. Buddha initially thought the boy wanted to eat some of his beans, but Zerofuku furiously brushed the question aside. He demanded to know why Buddha's followers were so happy, while the people he had absorbed countless misfortunes for were not happy at all. Buddha gently bit into a soybean and explained that happiness is not something that can be handed out. It must be achieved through one's own effort. Therefore, if anyone desires true happiness, they must carry burdens equal to that desire. These were the very words spoken by the Enlightened One, later recorded in Buddhist scriptures. The teachings of Gautama Buddha captivated the commoners, who listened intently. Buddha then told Zerofuku that if he wished to understand more, he should pack his things and join them on their journey. However, going through puberty, Zerofuku viewed this as a profound humiliation and ran away in tears. He became intensely jealous of Buddha, believing he was more deserving of humanity's worship. After all, he had saved so many people, yet no one accepted him. The pent-up frustration within Zerofuku boiled over, twisting his love into pure hatred. At that moment, Zerofuku had only one thought: to find a way to destroy humanity. Suddenly, some passers-by mistook Zerofuku for a demon, and when he turned around, they fled in terror. Zerofuku immediately gave chase, intending to murder a mother and her child. But when he saw the child's face, Zerofuku recoiled in extreme agony. His body emitted a blinding light, and he subsequently split into 7 separate souls. These were 7 distinct entities, later known as the 7 Lucky Gods. They appeared to halt Zerofuku's wrath, otherwise he would have annihilated humanity. However, they all harbored deep resentment toward Buddha and swore that one day they would take his life. From then on, a folk legend arose about the 7 Lucky Gods, as well as the myth of an 8th deity. Now, all the 7 Lucky Gods had merged back into a single body, causing Zerofuku to manifest once more. Right here, Zerofuku intended to slaughter Buddha to wash away the humiliation of the past. But before he could finish his sentence, Buddha delivered a swift kick to his abdomen and casually stated that he didn't remember who Zerofuku was. The sudden kick caught Zerofuku completely off guard, leaving him in visible pain. Gol couldn't help but wonder if Buddha had cheated by attacking so early, but Hermes noted that a rule was still a rule. Once the match was announced to start, the fighters were free to engage each other by any means necessary. Infuriated, Zerofuku grabbed his battle axe. The weapon had writhing tentacles, making it look almost like a living creature. He swung the massive axe wildly in every direction, but Buddha easily dodged every single strike despite the frantic assault. Unable to land even a graze on Buddha, Zerofuku's performance made the divine audience increasingly anxious, as he merely seemed to be flailing his weapon randomly without hitting his mark. Meanwhile, Zerofuku convinced himself that his inability to land a hit was simply due to his immense misfortune. This anger caused the axe in Zerofuku's hands to sprout numerous eyes and grow significantly in size. Upon returning to the stands, Zeus explained that this axe, known as the Misery Cleaver, had the ability to absorb misfortune. The more misery it absorbed, the larger and more destructive it became. Holding the now gigantic cleaver, Zerofuku charged at Buddha. His downward slash was so powerful that it split the arena floor in 2. According to Brunhilde, every time Zerofuku missed an attack, he viewed it as his own misfortune, so the more he missed, the larger his axe grew. In other words, the more Buddha dodged, the stronger the axe became. After dodging for a while, Buddha casually did a handstand and clapped his feet together, completely mocking Zerofuku and infuriating him even further. Gol was amazed and asked how Buddha could continuously dodge so many rapid attacks. Brunhilde explained that in combat, Buddha could evade an attack before Zerofuku even launched it. Unlike Kojiro, who dodged using experience in combat simulation, Buddha's movement was entirely different and could be described as precognition. This was a power that only an enlightened deity like Buddha possessed. Down in the arena, as Zerofuku kept demanding to know why he couldn't hit his opponent, Buddha instantly lunged forward and struck him in the face with his staff. Buddha simply stated that he would only attack whenever he felt like it. Afterward, he went back to effortlessly evading all of Zerofuku's strikes. Seeing that Zerofuku looked somewhat pathetic, Buddha revealed that he could see Zerofuku's attacks before they happened, which was why the god could never touch him. When Zerofuku refused to believe it, Buddha demonstrated the vast gap in their power. He casually dodged and landed attacks on Zerofuku's body with utmost ease. Against the Enlightened One, all of Zerofuku's attacks were rendered completely useless. Buddha's ability to see into the future made Zerofuku feel utterly powerless, causing the hatred within him to surge once again. A dark aura emanated from his body, surprising even Buddha. Now, towering before Buddha was a colossal axe that covered the entire Valhalla arena. It featured 7 blades, harboring an immense amount of Zerofuku's accumulated misery. Knowing he couldn't simply dodge this massive swing, Buddha stood his ground. From his staff, Buddha invoked the power of the 6 realms, releasing ethereal scrolls of scripture. Zerofuku slammed his massive axe down, unleashing an impact that seemed to devastate the entire arena. Everyone assumed Buddha couldn't possibly survive the blow. However, the 4th realm of Buddha's technique, the 11-faced Avalokitesvara, transformed his staff into a giant shield, successfully halting Zerofuku's earth-shattering strike. Buddha then promised that he would cure the boy's puberty-induced temper tantrum. As Brunhilde knew, Buddha's shield was the divine weapon of the 6 realms. Each realm housed a guardian bodhisattva, and their powers resided within his staff. Depending on Buddha's emotions, the staff would change its form to become a different divine weapon. At this moment, Buddha used the shield to push away Zerofuku's giant axe. But the god's anger continued to rise, causing the axe to transform further. In response, Buddha activated the 2nd realm of his staff. Reflecting his current emotion, the weapon transformed into a short sword. Buddha instantly dashed forward, evaded Zerofuku's axe, and delivered a direct blow to his abdomen, causing Zerofuku to fall to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Watching Buddha's attacks, Brunhilde had to admit that he was the most powerful youth in history. From birth, Gautama had everything in the world. He was the crown prince of the Sakya kingdom in ancient northern India. He lived a life of luxury and received the finest education. Furthermore, he was chosen by the heavens to eventually become the ruler of the world, and his father, the king, was incredibly proud of his son's bright future. As a crown prince, Gautama was deeply loved by his people, and everyone believed that one day he would accept his destiny to become their king and guide them. Occasionally, Gautama wished he could be as free as a bird, untethered by any obligations. However, he had to brush those thoughts aside, knowing this was the destiny he had to bear. One day, Gautama visited his older cousin, King Jataka. Even though his cousin was now the ruler of a nation, Gautama still affectionately called him his older brother, just as he did when they were younger and close. Gautama told Jataka that he would eventually succeed his father as the king of Sakya, accepting it as his inevitable fate. At the time, Gautama believed that becoming a king like Jataka must be a life of profound happiness. However, Jataka revealed that he wasn't happy at all. He had dedicated his entire life to his people, but now he was severely ill and nearing the end of his days. Jataka expressed deep regret because there were still so many things in the world he hadn't experienced. Not long after, King Jataka passed away amidst the sorrow of his subjects. Many people remarked that King Jataka had lived a happy life, which startled Gautama, as he knew his cousin hadn't been happy in the slightest. The inner conflict and resentment over this reality marked the beginning of Gautama's path to enlightenment. Suddenly, Gautama laughed out loud in a carefree manner, leading many to think he had gone mad. But he merely pointed his finger to the sky, declaring that he had attained the ultimate truth. His cousin's funeral proceeded shortly after, but instead of showing sorrow, Gautama walked into the middle of the ceremony and scattered flowers as if he were celebrating. Before anyone could understand what he was doing, he approached and lifted Jataka's coffin onto his shoulders. Gautama's father was terrified, fearing his son would be punished by the gods for this sacrilege, but Gautama yelled for everyone to be quiet. He stated that Jataka didn't need their prayers for happiness, because a person's true happiness can only stem from their own heart. When Jataka was alive, he had always wanted to see how far the river flowing through his kingdom stretched. Now, Gautama was taking him down that river so he could fulfill his final wish. From that day on, Gautama left his homeland, his family, and his wife and child. He became a solitary wanderer, walking his own path. Along the way, he encountered many ascetics who were so blinded by dogmas that they starved themselves to achieve enlightenment. However, after hearing Gautama's words, they abandoned their superstitious rituals to live a life of freedom. Ever since, everything Buddha did was in defiance of the destinies the gods had imposed on humanity. Now, the Buddha stood as the most powerful youth at the pinnacle of rebellion, ready to defeat any god who dared to stand in his way. Down in the arena, despite his best efforts, Zerofuku could not land a single strike on Buddha. Consequently, he transformed his weapon into a 3-section bladed staff. In response, Buddha utilized the 6 realms to transform his staff into the 12-deva halberd, turning the match into a true clash of weapons. Both combatants charged at each other, engaging in a highly balanced head-on collision. Relying on his precognition, Buddha constantly held the advantage in dodging and counterattacking. Capitalizing on an opening, Buddha delivered a diagonal slash across Zerofuku, causing him to lose a significant amount of blood. This caused the misery within Zerofuku to multiply, evolving his weapon into a storm-like formation of numerous blades hurtling toward Buddha. However, Buddha instantly altered his own weapon as well. His halberd transformed into an ancient short sword, which he used to completely dismantle Zerofuku's attack. Relying on his evasive maneuvers and masterful swordsmanship, Buddha neutralized every single one of Zerofuku's strikes. The storm of misery blades was swiftly destroyed by Buddha, allowing him to close the distance once more. Up in the stands, the entire audience agreed that Buddha had the upper hand, which only made Zerofuku even more furious. He resented that Buddha was always the center of attention while he was constantly sidelined. Zerofuku attempted to transform his weapon once again, but it was all futile against Buddha's foresight. Buddha then offered some advice to the pubescent boy, telling Zerofuku that he needed to love himself first before expecting others to love him. Initially, Zerofuku dismissed Buddha's teachings as nonsense and refused to believe them. However, upon gazing at the radiant aura emanating from Buddha, Zerofuku achieved a moment of partial enlightenment. The massive misery cleaver in his hands gradually dissolved into nothingness, and deep down, he finally admitted that he just wanted to be loved by everyone in the same way Buddha was. In the stands, Ares could not believe his eyes, seeing Zerofuku illuminated by enlightenment, while his weapon completely vanished, completely drained of its dark power. Satisfied with the successful emotional breakthrough, Buddha tossed his weapon to the ground and challenged Zerofuku to a fair, bare-knuckle fistfight to determine the winner. Zerofuku readily accepted, and the two turned the Ragnarok match into a pure brawling contest. Although he took many punches, Zerofuku was incredibly ecstatic because he had never felt as happy as he did in that very moment. Finally, Buddha landed a solid punch squarely on Zerofuku's face, knocking him to the ground. The dark energy inside Zerofuku completely evaporated, revealing the joyful face of a true god of fortune. Zerofuku now desired to travel the world to bring happiness to everyone. But the moment he said those words, a pair of horns violently pierced through Zerofuku's head, causing him to scream in agonizing pain. Before Buddha could understand what was happening to Zerofuku, the horns buried themselves entirely into the boy's body. Then, a blue dragon and a red dragon burst forth from Zerofuku's mouth and chest. The two dragons swirled together in the air, creating a highly ominous sight. They then dove straight back down onto Zerofuku, forcing him to desperately beg Buddha for help. However, the gale force winds generated by the two dragons were too strong, leaving Buddha powerless to intervene as they fully cocooned Zerofuku's body. Minutes later, the winds ceased, leaving behind a massive dragon egg in the middle of the arena. A horrifying creature hatched and crawled out from within, prompting Buddha to immediately step back to maintain his distance, as he had no idea where this entity came from or what kind of power it possessed. When the blood washed away, the being standing there was revealed to be the demon lord of the sixth heaven, Papias, Hajun. Brunhilde and Gull had no idea who he was and looked on in absolute terror. Down in the arena, Buddha asked the creature what happened to Zerofuku. Papias laughed, stating that Zerofuku had completely evaporated and no longer existed in this world. Right now, Papias merely wanted to unleash the overflowing power contained within his new body. The gods watching were completely bewildered, not recognizing him and questioning if he was even a deity. Right then, Hades arrived and clarified that the creature was not a god. Upon seeing the ruler of the underworld, Ares grew terrified and hastily yielded his seat to him. Zeus asked his older brother to explain where this monster came from. Hades informed everyone that Papias was the legendary berserker of the demon realm. The universe consisted of 3 spatial tiers: heaven, where the gods and divine souls resided; the mortal realm, home to humanity; and the demon realm, where the damned ran rampant. A legend in the demon realm stated that when blinding light mixed with absolute darkness, the horns of the underworld would awaken, and the demon lord Papias would manifest. Even as the ruler of the underworld, Hades had never seen his face before, and even he couldn't fully explain how Zerofuku had transformed into Papias. In the arena, Papias mentioned he wasn't quite used to this new body yet. He then generated a blade from his own flesh, threatening to end Buddha's life in the blink of an eye. The blade's unimaginable weight forced Buddha to struggle defensively. What followed was an impossibly fast exchange of strikes between the two. Gull wondered if Buddha could hold his ground, but Brunhilde explained that although Buddha could see the future, he currently couldn't read Papias's attacks. Buddha's precognition relied on seeing the light of a soul. When a living creature decided to act, its soul would move slightly ahead of its physical body. However, Papias's soul was shrouded in absolute pitch-black darkness without a single speck of light. Consequently, Buddha's eyes could not track it, rendering his foresight completely useless against the demon lord. Despite this, Buddha fought the demon lord evenly in close combat without showing any signs of fear. Realizing Buddha was no ordinary opponent, Papias decided to fight with his full strength. He morphed his blade into a massive drill and lunged straight at Buddha. To defend against this, Buddha used the 6 realms to change his weapon into a shield. When the 2 divine weapons clashed, the entire Valhalla arena trembled violently. However, the demon lord's drill managed to pierce completely through the shield, gouging out one of Buddha's eyes in the process. Having wounded the enlightened one, the demon lord cracked a maniacal, psychotic smile. Everyone was in disbelief. The shield that had previously completely blocked Zerofuku's giant cleaver was effortlessly penetrated by Papias's drill. Initially, Papias had aimed to drill straight through Buddha's head, but Buddha managed to dodge just in time. Papias then manifested an axe to see how Buddha would evade his next assault, unleashing a relentless flurry of slashes that forced Buddha to desperately defend himself. Watching Buddha getting carved up brought immense joy to Loki. Because Buddha had lost his left eye, Papias continuously targeted his blind spot. He hacked away while muttering unhinged phrases about divine punishment, looking like an absolute madman. Buddha was steadily losing ground against the demon lord's relentless onslaught. According to Hades, no god was fit to be Papias's opponent, as he was a monster who had once destroyed half of the underworld. The other half only survived because he vanished as abruptly as he had appeared. Hades had ruled the underworld for centuries without seeing him return, leading him to believe Papias only existed in fairy tales. Therefore, if Papias had manifested here, someone must have recovered his remnants, nurtured them like a seed, and implanted them into Zerofuku's body. Ares was horrified, wondering what deity could be so evil. According to Hades, the culprit was highly likely Beelzebub, who was, at that very moment, watching Buddha's Ragnarok match through a monitor. Down in the arena, Buddha was being completely overwhelmed by Papias. He had sustained numerous injuries from the demon lord's relentless slashes. Seeing Buddha take such a beating, the divine audience felt a deep sense of satisfaction, cheering for Papias and hoping he would finish off the enlightened one. At this point, Buddha asked Papias if Zerofuku was still inside him. Papias laughed uproariously, revealing that he had entirely swallowed Zerofuku to absorb his nutrients. Hearing this, Buddha was consumed by absolute fury, swearing that he would destroy the monster right there in Valhalla. The emotion of hatred within Buddha caused his staff to shift to the 5th realm, known as the Preta realm, the realm of the hungry ghost. The staff transformed into a shape that even Buddha had never seen before, a giant scythe named the Great Cleaver of the 6 realms. For a compassionate being like Buddha, the gods felt that this weapon did not suit him at all. Down in the arena, Papias maintained a scornful smile, dismissing Buddha as a weakling daring to oppose a supreme being. Buddha paid no attention to this, gripping the scythe to execute his karma-destroying samsara slash. Although Papias managed to block the strike, he was pushed far back by Buddha's power. Immediately after, the demon lord knocked the scythe away and aimed his weapon directly at Buddha. Refusing to yield, Buddha spun around, greatly accelerating the scythe's momentum, and lunged at his opponent. The result, however, was that Buddha's scythe was blocked, and his abdomen was impaled by Papias's weapon. Everyone watched in absolute shock, witnessing Buddha on the verge of defeat at the hands of the demon lord. Papias asked Buddha if he had any last words. This question infuriated Buddha, who reminded the monster that he would never forgive anyone who dared to stop him from saving humanity. Despite being severely injured, Buddha pressed his scythe deeply into Papias's arm, causing the demon lord to feel actual pain and forcing him to kick Buddha away to break free. Papias could not comprehend what kind of strength kept Buddha alive after such a fatal thrust. Seeing the demon lord begin to tremble, Buddha mocked him, asking if he was wetting his pants in fear. This taunt deeply provoked Papias, who angrily told Buddha to know his place. In the past, Papias had been destroyed by his own overwhelming power, but his current body had evolved far beyond that weak prior form. Yet, Buddha pointed straight at his face and called him exceptionally weak, stating that he was even weaker than Zerofuku. Enraged, the demon lord demanded Buddha prove his words, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that forced the enlightened one into a tight defensive stance. Hades thought Buddha was foolish for continuing to fight with such fatal wounds, but the resolve in Buddha's remaining eye told the Lord of the Underworld that he hadn't given up yet. At this moment, Buddha was waiting for the perfect opportunity to turn the tide. Despite launching countless attacks, Papias could not make Buddha submit. The enlightened one stood firm, even with his body covered in severe injuries. From above, Hades noticed that the monster of the underworld was beginning to tremble in fear in a highly abnormal manner. Papias was clearly winning, yet his body was inexplicably shaking. To stabilize his mind, the demon lord forcefully crushed his own left arm, severing it completely, and then transformed his weapon into a massive broadsword, ready for the final clash against Buddha. Unafraid, Buddha charged forward again using his karma-destroying Samsara slash. Empowering his broadsword with incredible strength, Papias unleashed a devastating swing that completely shattered Buddha's scythe. Consequently, the six-realm staff reverted to its original form. Not stopping there, Papias lunged forward again, forcing Buddha to block with the staff, but it too was quickly shattered, sending Buddha flying backward. Watching Buddha seemingly on the verge of falling, Beelzebub felt immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, humanity prayed with all their hearts for Buddha, hoping he could still pull out a victory. Down in the arena, Buddha seemed to have no way left to fight Papias, as his only divine weapon had been destroyed by the demon lord. Just as despair loomed, a ray of light appeared right beside him. Reaching out, Buddha unexpectedly touched something of profound importance, instantly revitalizing his spirit. He broke into a joyful smile, and his laughter left the entire audience bewildered. Papias assumed Buddha had lost his mind knowing death was near, but Buddha immediately sat up with an aura of absolute confidence. He slowly rose to his feet, letting his long hair flow freely, and revealed the misery cleaver, the very weapon Zerofuku had left behind before being consumed by the demon lord. The cleaver now looked exactly like a Valkyrie's divine weapon. Buddha had perfectly mastered his ultimate technique, Völunder, the very technique he had taught Brunhilde, so the Valkyries could bond with human warriors. Instead of absorbing misfortune, the cleaver had now absorbed Buddha's immense love for humanity, transforming into an ultimate divine weapon that only an enlightened being like him could create. Immediately after, the cleaver evolved into the great Nirvana sword, Zero. The blinding light it emitted sent Papias into a fit of rage. With this blade housing the combined power of the seven lucky gods, Buddha declared that the demon lord would face divine retribution. Armed with this new divine weapon, Buddha engaged Papias in a perfectly matched head-on duel. In the stands, the audience cheered with all their souls. Even his older cousin Jataka was present, rooting for his brother's victory. Papias began to tremble in fear once more, unable to fathom how Buddha refused to surrender despite being nearly drained of all his strength. To make matters worse for the demon lord, Buddha wore a smile, genuinely enjoying the battle. Buddha then deflected Papias' weapon and delivered a clean slash across his chest. Although Buddha was turning the tide, many realized he was still critically injured, fearing he might collapse before he could swing the final finishing blow. Down in the arena, Buddha relentlessly attacked while simultaneously defending against Papias' strikes. Capitalizing on an opening when the demon lord overextended, Buddha landed another slash on his chest, but regretted that the cut wasn't deep enough. It seemed Buddha had reached his absolute limit, but miraculously, his soul-seeing eye activated once again, allowing him to dodge Papias's next attack. As Brunhilde explained, Papias's soul was normally shrouded in absolute darkness, but the growing fear inside him had caused a faint light to flicker within his soul, granting Buddha the ability to foresee his movements once more. A supreme being who had once destroyed the demon realm was now entirely outmatched by Buddha. Fueled by rage, Papias raised his broadsword and brought it down on Buddha with all his might. Everyone thought Buddha's body had been split in two by the devastating slash, but it was merely an afterimage. Buddha had smoothly maneuvered behind the demon lord. As Papias slowly turned around, Buddha raised his sword high. He silently called out to Zerofuku, affirming that this was the path they would walk together, before unleashing a decisive slash that sent the demon lord straight to dust. The monster's body crumbled into pieces amidst the ecstatic joy of all humanity. With his last ounce of strength, Papias tried to aim his drill at Buddha, but he was too late, and his soul vanished completely. Zerofuku then materialized as a spirit to express his deep gratitude to Buddha. Together with the 7 lucky gods, Zerofuku ascended to the Pure Land. Buddha gave a happy smile, bidding the boy a final farewell. He then raised his arm high in the exultation of triumph. The 6th match of Ragnarok thus concluded with a glorious victory for Buddha and the human faction. Afterward, Buddha headed inside and reunited with the Valkyrie sisters, Brunhilde and Go. He managed to throw up a peace sign to celebrate the win, but he had no strength left to stand. Everyone quickly rushed him to the medical bay for emergency treatment. Brunhilde sincerely thanked Buddha, knowing that thanks to him, humanity was now one step closer to ultimate victory in Ragnarok. Returning to Beelzebub, he was extremely disappointed that Papias had lost. At that moment, Odin arrived and subtly warned him not to interfere with the upcoming matches that Odin had long anticipated. With the score tied at 3-3, Zeus was determined to do whatever it took to ensure the gods won the next round. Suddenly, Hades approached Zeus and volunteered to fight in the 7th match. His motive was simple: to exact revenge for his fallen younger brother, Poseidon. Hearing that the next opponent was the king of the underworld made Brunhilde extremely anxious. She reasoned that if their opponent was a king, humanity's representative must also be a king. That person was none other than the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang. In the previous part, Buddha fought valiantly to secure a victory against Zerofuku, but the price he paid after that battle was one of his eyes along with severe injuries across his body. Gel even thought that if Buddha lost that much blood, he would soon pass away. However, he raised his arm, gesturing for Brunhilde to come closer, and asked if she had brought any candy. He claimed that the cola lollipops from the Buddha Chups brand were the sweetest and most delicious in the world. Hearing this, Brunhilde immediately promised to bring him a whole sack of candy so he could eat until he got cavities. Taking this opportunity, Buddha also asked Brunhilde if she had achieved her goal. Brunhilde admitted that thanks to Buddha's efforts, humanity was one step closer to victory. Despite being heavily injured, Buddha playfully insisted on talking to Brunhilde, praising her eyes for always showing a passionate desire that he really liked. However, right after finishing his sentence, Buddha coughed up blood, so she had to urgently send him to the infirmary. Gold did not yet understand what passionate desire Buddha was referring to, but Brunhilde had no time to explain, only instructing the young girl to closely monitor his condition. After saying that, she quietly went inside to prepare for the next match. Meanwhile, Odin had made his way to Beelzebub's room. It turned out that Beelzebub was the mastermind behind turning Zerofuku into Hajun. Odin himself always yearned for the battle between humans and gods. Therefore, he warned Beelzebub that he would not spare anyone who dared to stand in his way. Buddha's earlier words still echoed in Brunhilde's mind. She could not quite comprehend what the passionate desire he mentioned meant. While walking, Brunhilde suddenly encountered a clone of herself. It turned out to be the legendary prophet Nostradamus. She had explicitly told him to stay in his room, yet he had disguised himself as her to sneak out. Not to mention, Nostradamus had a very mischievous personality, constantly teasing Brunhilde and making her annoyed. In truth, he was the trump card that Brunhilde intended to use against the gods. However, she threatened that if he continued to cause trouble, she would pull him from the tournament entirely. Hearing this, Nostradamus cried his eyes out, lamenting that in the underworld, he had been tortured until his body was battered and broken. He complained that it was unbearable for Brunhilde to be so heartless as to say such things now. But Brunhilde knew perfectly well that Nostradamus was lying and that no one had done anything to him. Sure enough, this was just another one of his pranks. Brunhilde also recalled that, up until now, no human had ever violated the taboos of the gods, but Nostradamus had dared to destroy the Bifrost Gate, resulting in his banishment to the underworld. Moreover, Nostradamus was always proud of this exploit. It is known that this world is formed from three realms: heaven, the human realm, and the underworld. Heaven and the underworld are separated by the Bifrost Gate. When the gods in heaven look at the gate, they see nothing but pitch black. Conversely, when looking from the underworld, the gate emits a brilliant light like a rainbow. In the past, a brutal war broke out between heaven and the underworld, so the two factions built this gate and established a law forbidding mutual invasion. Anyone from heaven who dares to cross the gate will never be able to return. Only the supreme gods, such as Hades, Shiva, and Odin, are allowed to pass through the gate freely. In other words, the Bifrost Gate serves as the lid to hell. Nostradamus remembered that when he was destroying the gate, he was stopped halfway. This left him very regretful, because completely shattering the door would have been extremely fun. Unfortunately, Brunhilde had no time to play along with his disruptive antics. She told Nostradamus to obediently stay in his room because he was currently humanity's ultimate trump card. The current score of the tournament was 3 wins and 3 losses. She believed this to be a massive advantage for the human side. On the other side, the gods were also quite regretful about the previous match. If Buddha had not betrayed them, it would have been nearly impossible for the humans to win. However, it must be said that the individuals Brunhilde assembled were exceptionally strong. Just by merging with the Valkyries, they could fight on par with the gods. The first was Lu Bu, a human god of war from the Three Kingdoms era. Although the god Thor on the opposing side was a very powerful warrior, even wielding his divine hammer and his strongest technique, Lu Bu, with his halberd in hand, easily managed to land a slash on Thor's body. After that strike, Thor even remarked that it was a waste for Lu Bu to be merely immortal. Hermes recalled that the Valkyries were initially born with a power meant to save heaven in times of disaster. Yet now, the Valkyries dared to use this power to transform into divine weapons against heaven itself. Through this event, Hermes saw that the gods had been too arrogant and thus had to suffer the consequences. Fortunately, Thor was a tremendously powerful god, so in the end, he decapitated Lu Bu, securing the first victory for the gods in this great war. Brunhilde also knew that the Valkyries were born with a power rivaling the divine weapons of the gods. However, Adam's second match was far from simple because his opponent was Zeus. In that battle, his Valkyrie transformed into a knuckle duster on Adam's hand, allowing him, an ordinary human, to fight evenly against Zeus. Adam's meteor jab technique even caused Zeus to take heavy blows to the face. This was followed by a vicious kick that sent the massive old man flying dozens of meters away. At that point, Zeus had to use the fist that surpassed time to fight back against Adam, but Adam directly copied this technique and delivered a barrage of punches to Zeus. Zeus took so many hits that his body withered and became as thin as a stick. It was only when Adam's power reached its limit that Zeus counterattacked, delivering a devastating punch to his face. Yet, Adam did not give up, returning a similar blow with his knuckle duster straight to his opponent's face. In the end, the first one to collapse was actually Zeus. At that moment, everyone thought Adam would be the winner. Tragically, he had fought so valiantly that he passed away while still standing upright. And even though Adam and his Valkyrie shattered together, they both felt deeply fulfilled. At the time, Brunhilde was very worried, because humanity had lost 2 consecutive matches, but she saw that the willpower of both Lu Bu and Adam was far from ordinary. Even knowing they were weaker, they did not hesitate to stand up against the gods. Shortly after, the third match quickly commenced. The warrior for the gods was the god of the sea, Poseidon, while on the human side stood the renowned swordsman Sasaki Kojiro. It was known that up until then, Poseidon had never looked anyone directly in the eye. However, upon facing Kojiro, he could no longer dare to underestimate this swordsman. In that battle, the Valkyrie Chris transformed into a sword over 1 meter long in Kojiro's hand. Although Kojiro initially took multiple fatal blows and was mocked by Poseidon, he and his Valkyrie courageously stood up to fight. At that point, the Valkyrie split into dual swords, allowing Kojiro to slice off the sea god's first arm. This was followed by a precise strike that severed Poseidon's remaining arm, but the god of the sea stubbornly gripped his trident with his mouth to launch a final attack. As a result, he took the full brunt of Kojiro's twin swords, causing his body to be chopped into pieces. After that match, Hermes could not hide the concern on his face, for it was the first time a god had been defeated by humanity. Not to mention, it was the immensely powerful god of the sea from heaven. He told himself that the gods could not afford to lose any more matches. Unexpectedly, in the fourth match, humanity sent out a deeply wicked individual known as Jack the Ripper. This man had once terrorized London, plunging 3 million citizens into chaos. A figure dubbed a demon stepping out from the shadows with blood-stained hands. Meanwhile, the gods' side was represented by a hero who brought light to the world, a man known as the Envoy of Justice named Heracles. Initially, Jack continuously threw his hidden weapons at his opponent, but Heracles possessed a robust physique and an extremely solid defense. This forced Jack to shift to the second phase with alternative methods of attack. This time, Jack used piano wire to manipulate his blades. As for Heracles, he utilized his 12 labors as a weapon against his opponent. He transformed the club in his hand and deflected all the blades back at Jack. Although Jack used his coat to block the attack, a blade still flew past, shattering his monocle and revealing a red eye that could see into the hearts of others. Following that, Jack was cornered all over the clock tower by Heracles. Just when it seemed he had surrendered, Jack suddenly threw the entire clock face at Heracles, severing the god's left arm. It turned out that everything Jack touched turned into a divine weapon, meaning that all of London was currently his massive armory. He could even kick up a manhole cover to block a direct punch from Heracles. However, Heracles used all his strength to punch through the manhole cover, sending Jack flying dozens of meters away. When Heracles' body reached its limit, he decided to use his final strike to defeat Jack. But Jack was faster, using his own blood as a weapon to pierce straight through Heracles. This technique was called Dear God, and Jack used it to strike down Heracles, a highly righteous demigod. Because right before dying, Jack saw that the color of Heracles' heart remained completely unchanged. Heracles then embraced Jack, showing compassion for the sins he had committed. And he admitted that he was very satisfied with this match. By the time Heracles completely faded away, Jack also placed a hand over his chest as an act of remembrance for his opponent. His victory brought a tremendous advantage to humanity. In the fifth match, humanity sent out a martial artist from Japan named Raiden to Memon. On the god's side was the four-armed deity Shiva from India. Thus, a pure hand-to-hand combat match took place, with the initial advantage leaning towards Raiden. Shiva not only took heavy blows to the face, but also had one of his arms ripped off by his opponent. However, the god from India did not hold his title in vain. He continued to proactively launch attacks, forcing Raiden into a defensive position. But soon, Raiden regained the upper hand, rushing forward and delivering a tremendously powerful thrust that broke two more of Shiva's arms. In that battle, the Valkyrie merged with Raiden, helping him perfectly control his muscles. Meanwhile, Shiva also decided to unleash his full power to burn intensely alongside his opponent. As the battle prolonged, Raiden began to lose ground, and shortly after, Shiva unleashed a devastating kick that completely incinerated Raiden's arm. After this strike, Raiden thanked Shiva because he finally got to experience a proper sumo match. Hearing this, Shiva acknowledged his opponent as a true man, as Raiden refused to kneel, even knowing he was about to lose. Finally, Shiva performed a dance and unleashed his ultimate fiery technique, decapitating Raiden. The Indian god did not forget to thank his opponent, as Raiden had truly given it his all. With that, both Raiden and his Valkyrie shattered into pieces together. The fifth match ended with a victory for the gods, deeply breaking Brunhilde's heart as she thought about her three sisters who had just sacrificed themselves. On the sidelines, Hermes was sweating after seeing Shiva pushed to the brink multiple times during the fight. He never expected that humanity's strength would far exceed his imagination. Not to mention, a massive twist occurred in the sixth match. Buddha, who was supposed to be on the gods' side, switched allegiances to fight for humanity. The representative for the gods was Zerofuku, a pitiable figure being manipulated by another. During the battle, that manipulator revealed his true form as the demon lord Hajin. This entity possessed immense power, repeatedly pushing Buddha into a defensive stance. He even pierced through Buddha's shield, taking one of his eyes. But Buddha refused to back down because he deeply loved humanity. If the gods would not save humans, he would stand up and save them himself. Therefore, He swore to slay any deity who dared to stand in his way. Afterward, Buddha used Zerofuku's own weapon to forge the Great Nirvana Sword, Zero, and unleashed the Mahapari Nirvana Slash, successfully vanquishing Hajin. Thanks to this, Zerofuku's soul was able to pass on peacefully, bringing joy to Buddha, who hoped to meet him again someday. Although Brunhilde had many worries in her heart, she had to prepare for many things and had no time to overthink. At this moment, Gol happily arrived to report that Buddha was safe and no longer in life-threatening danger, allowing Brunhilde to regain her confidence and get ready for the next match. The seventh match was a battle between two highly renowned kings. Humanity's side featured the emperor who unified China, Qin Shi Huang, while the god's side was represented by Hades, the king of the underworld. Thus, the Clash of Kings officially began. Previously, Buddha's victory had brought the score to a tie between the two sides. However, the gods found this defeat extremely painful, considering Buddha was a traitor, and the vacancy he left desperately needed a replacement, so Hermes asked Zeus for his opinion. Zeus carefully considered the situation, believing that lesser gods would not be able to defeat humanity. Hearing this, Hermes glanced over at the god of war, Ares, making him jump in surprise. He was stunned, never expecting to be chosen for battle. He thought to himself that with humanity's current blazing momentum, he wasn't sure if he could actually beat them, but if he just backed down, he would completely lose his dignity as the god of war. For the honor of the 12 Olympians, Ares was determined to bring victory to the gods, simultaneously encouraging himself to hold his head high and not be afraid. Shortly after, Ares shakily raised his hand, declaring that he would participate in the next match. However, Hades spoke up, stating that he would handle the upcoming fight. Zeus thought his older brother had lost his mind for suddenly wanting to fight, but Hades felt his reason for battling was already abundantly clear. With those words, the king of the underworld crushed his mask, asserting that he would exact revenge for his younger brother, Poseidon. Meanwhile, Brunhilde and Gol returned to their room to discuss strategy. But upon opening the door, Gol was startled to see another Brunhilde standing right there. The imposter was even browsing through the entire roster of human candidates that Brunhilde had prepared. Gol was terrified, thinking Brunhilde had split into two. But the other figure removed their hood, revealing their true identity as the prophet Nostradamus. He then predicted that the victory in the next match would lean toward the gods. Hearing this, Gol's eyes widened, genuinely believing humanity would lose, which made the prophet burst into laughter. He couldn't believe the little Valkyrie fell for it so easily, finding it incredibly amusing. Seeing this, Gol urgently asked Brunhilde who this obnoxious guy was, and Brunhilde introduced him as the most obnoxious person in all of human history. Just then, Brunhilde's phone rang. Opening it, she was shocked to see that the god Hades would participate in the next match. The prophet was thrilled, noting that the god's side was finally getting serious, while Gol was extremely worried, wondering who could possibly defeat Lord Hades. Finding the two of them too noisy, an annoyed Brunhilde shoved them aside, stating that she had already chosen their representative and there was no need to worry. Her criteria was blood for blood, life for life, and a king would be sent out to face a king. Therefore, to defeat Hades, humanity needed to dispatch an honorable monarch. It was none other than Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. Right at that moment, Qin kicked down several walls, marching proudly straight toward the arena. Seeing no one around, he walked down the corridor to find his waiting room. Spotting a VIP room ahead, he didn't hesitate to smash right through the wall to enter it. At this point, Ares still couldn't believe that Hades himself would participate in the fight. Hermes remarked that this was a stroke of luck for the god of war. After all, if Ares had dared to step into the ring, he would have undoubtedly lost his life. Unsurprisingly, Ares was visibly frightened by his younger brother's intimidating words. However, Ares confidently stated that under these circumstances, the gods were guaranteed to win, and he would stand at the highest vantage point to witness Hades crush the human side with his own eyes. Hermes, on the other hand, was very eager to find out who the human fighter would be. Ares laughed out loud, claiming that whoever stepped in would end up kneeling and begging Hades for their life. Right at that moment, Qin unexpectedly appeared and sat right on Hades' chair, praising it as a top-tier seat with nothing to complain about. Seeing this, Ares turned and asked his brother who this guy was. Why did he have the audacity to sit in Hades' seat so casually, acting as if he knew nothing? Hermes suggested it was probably just an ordinary human who had gotten lost, so Ares approached and offered to escort him back to the stands. But before Ares could do anything, Chin lightly flicked his arm, sending Ares spinning mid-air before falling flat on his face. The god of war was bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. Even Hermes wondered who this human was to be able to defeat Ares so effortlessly. At this time, Chin spoke up, calling the two gods insolent commoners. He declared that wherever the emperor chose to sit, that place became his throne. Hearing this, Ares became furious, stating that he was trying to be nice and questioning his attitude, reminding him that he was Ares, the god of war and one of the 12 Olympians. But Chin didn't care at all, and lightly flicked his hand once more, sending Ares crashing into the wall. The god of war was dumbfounded again, wondering what this guy had actually done to send him flying so far. Even Hermes was amazed to see his older brother completely manhandled by a seemingly ordinary human. This time, Hermes politely poured Chin a bowl of mead. Chin did not hesitate to compliment the delicious drink and asked who he really was. Hermes introduced himself as another one of the 12 Olympians, which infuriated Ares, seeing God so submissively serving a human. But before he could act, Gull burst the door open, leaving Ares utterly confused. It turned out she had to follow the holes he left in the walls just to find him. Brunhilde also arrived, reminding Chin to return to his room quickly and stop wandering around. Not to mention he had punched holes in several walls along the way. But Chin affirmed that wherever the emperor walked, a path would naturally form. Hearing this, Ares concluded that Chin was definitely a highly dangerous human. Gull, however, thought that no matter how cool Chin acted, he was just a guy who got lost. Brunhilde then sincerely apologized to the two Olympian gods for bothering them. Simultaneously, she urged Chin to leave immediately. But Chin immediately refused, claiming he was having a lot of fun there. Thus, Brunhilde had to break the news to him that he was the human fighter for this 7th match. Hearing this, both Hermes and Ares were astonished that this was the opponent meant for Hades. However, Chin maintained a very cheerful and passionate demeanor, fully ready for the match. Seeing this, Brunhilde invited Chin to go through the main door to reach the arena. But Chin stuck to his principle. Wherever he passed, a road would naturally be created. Down in the arena, the god Heimdall announced that the 7th match had officially begun, and it would undoubtedly be an earth-shattering battle between two emperors. The first to appear would be the human fighter stepping out from the tunnel. However, after Heimdall finished his speech, no one walked out. There was only a massive bell ringing to signal the arrival of Qin Shi Huang. Immediately after, dark silhouettes glided swiftly across the stands, leaving the audience in awe. It turned out they were the historical emperors of China. First was the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. Next was the founding emperor of the Western Han dynasty, Liu Bang. Finally, the 7th emperor of the Western Han dynasty, Liu Che. Accompanying them were the loyal ministers who served the king. And on this day, they had unrolled a long red carpet stretching all the way from Qin Shi Huang's location straight down to the arena. Gull finally understood that indeed, wherever Qin walked, a path would naturally open up for him. Qin jumped onto the path and slowly walked down to the arena, which greatly annoyed Heimdall since he was the commentator yet no one had informed him. Nevertheless, he calmly introduced to the audience that Qin Shi Huang was the beginning of everything. It was he who suppressed and eradicated the 6 kings of the 6 vassal states during the Warring States period. Thanks to that, the most chaotic era in Chinese history, which lasted for 550 years, came to an end. Not to mention, Qin Shi Huang opened many roads where there were none and built the Great Wall where no fortresses existed. He single-handedly unified the vast land of China, earning the admiration of all. He was the first person in human history to nearly touch the realm of the Supreme Emperor of Heaven. Later, he proclaimed himself the first emperor, hence the name Qin Shi Huang. Although Heimdall's introduction was very flashy, Qin was still met with insults from the god's audience. They thought he was just a mortal trying to look dangerous. Many others wondered how a blindfolded king could even fight. However, Brunhilde remained very confident, with nothing to worry about. Down below, Qin's Valkyrie, named Alvator, appeared and asked what was going through his head. She scolded him for not even taking his designated exit. She had clearly instructed him when they were paired up, yet he remembered nothing. To make matters worse, he hadn't even bothered to practice with his divine weapon, so she wondered how they were supposed to connect their hearts. but Qin calmly acted like a charismatic leader, gently lifting her into his arms and telling her to stop fussing, calling her a silly girl. With just that, Alvitra was completely swooned and obediently transformed into a divine weapon in Qin's hands. It was an almighty spalder that covered Qin's arm and shoulder. Once the divine weapon was perfectly forged, he looked both like a king and an undefeated warrior on the battlefield. The fit was perfect, boosting his confidence even further. Seeing this, Brunhilde expressed immense trust in Qin and Alvitra. On the other side, Hades also carried his weapon straight into the arena. In his hand was the bident that he had not used in a very long time. As soon as he arrived, a subordinate of Poseidon asked to meet with Hades. He knelt before Hades and presented him with something very important. It was Poseidon's trident from his defeat against Kojiro. He hoped that Hades would take it with him to avenge his younger brother and deliver the gods' punishment upon the humans out there. Hearing this, Hades found it ridiculous because he knew Poseidon never thought of revenge. However, Hades still took on the responsibility of avenging him, as it was an older brother's duty to his younger brother. Thus, Hades combined his brother's trident with his own bident, believing that the two brothers would fight together in the upcoming battle. Seeing this, the subordinate wept tears of joy, believing Hades would definitely avenge his master. Outside, the god Heimdall announced the deity who would fill the void left by the traitor Buddha. It was none other than Hades, the king of the underworld. The audience on the god's side was absolutely terrified upon seeing this. Indeed, every step Hades took made the world tremble in fear. When Hades glared, both gods and humans had to bow their heads. Not only the Hound of Hell, but even the monster Typhon howled continuously. And he was the eldest brother among the three most powerful gods of Greece. Immediately after, Hades tossed his coat aside, ready to step into the battle with Qin. This would be the ultimate showdown between kings, and the god Heimdall immediately signaled the start of the match before running away to hide. Before fighting, Hades stated that he originally had no grudge against Qin, but humanity had taken Poseidon's life, so now Qin Shi Huang would have to face Hades' wrath. The words of the king of the underworld made the arena's atmosphere even more chilling. In front of hundreds of watching spectators, Hades decided to strike first, exactly like his younger brother. Normally, Poseidon would thrust right in front of his opponent to probe their defenses. But Hades unleashed a one-hit kill attack that no one could withstand. Seeing the spear graze past Qin's face, Hades assumed the man couldn't see clearly. For his next move, Hades shifted to a barrage of thrusts, forcing Qin to move with extreme agility just to dodge them. Hermes thought to himself that a mere touch from the spear would be enough to cost a life. Meanwhile, Aphrodite constantly praised the impressive length of Hades' spear. Indeed, Hades' power held the upper hand against Qin. He leaped high into the air, gripping his spear tightly to unleash the Hellfire Hammer technique, forcing Qin to step back to avoid it. However, this move had a very wide area of effect, causing Qin to sustain a wound right on his stomach. Both the gods and the humans in the audience were horrified by Hades' strength. Immediately after, the king of the underworld charged forward with his spear, aiming a destructive storm technique directly at Qin. This move also generated a massive gust of wind that engulfed the entire arena. But this time, Qin breathed rhythmically, using his technique to block Hades' attack and absorb all the damage. He then redirected the damage back into Hades' own weapon, causing the king of the underworld to take the full brunt of the attack without being able to dodge. After this strike, the entire arena was astonished, not understanding what ultimate technique could send Hades flying backward like that. It turned out to be a martial art created by Qin himself, known as Qi Yu, armor form, shaped exactly like a five-pointed star, and the counterattack he used to blow Hades away was called Heavenly Hand of Defense. At this moment, Qin loudly declared that Hades was no king of the underworld at all, because the only one worthy of being called a king in this world was him alone. Qi Yu often appeared in various forms in the ancient myths and records of China. The classic of mountains and seas recorded him as a monster with a bull's head and a human's body, possessing 4 eyes and 6 arms. In the tales of the marvelous, he was a god of war with a body of bronze and iron who could devour sand and stones. He was also the one who invented the 5 weapons of war, the crossbow, sword, halberd, spear, and armor. So he was worshipped by the people of Qi as a martial god. However, the truth behind this was completely different. In the land of China during that era, becoming a king was not easy at all. To ascend to this position, One needed the permission of the demon god Qi Yu, and according to historical records, in 219 BC, King Qin declared the unification of the world and traveled east. During that journey, he climbed Mount Tai alone, and there, King Qin performed the Fengshan ritual reserved exclusively for the true sons of heaven by offering sacrifices to the martial god Qi Yu. But ultimately, no one knew what truly happened that day on the peak of Mount Tai. Only Qin Shi Huang, who calmly returned, knew the absolute truth. That day, King Qin dragged a coffin behind him, crossing through a mountain of human bones. After finishing his meal, the martial god Qi Yu greeted King Qin, the man who had destroyed the 6 states. He did not expect this hero to be so young, talented, and exceedingly bold. Previously, emperors would tremble uncontrollably at the sight of Qi Yu, which always made him burst into laughter. Yet, King Qin dared to stand proudly before him, making the demon laugh even louder. But he didn't care. He only wanted King Qin to hand over 10,000 lives as a sacrifice. After kneeling and performing the rites, he would then allow King Qin to become the Emperor of China, the King of Kings. But King Qin stated that he had already prepared enough sacrifices. With that, he shoved the coffin straight into the demon's face. However, it only contained a clay statue. It turned out King Qin wanted to invite him to feast on the dirt specialty of the Qin state because it was very delicious. For some reason, Qi Yu actually believed it, putting the clay statue in his mouth to chew before spitting it out onto the ground. Qi Yu thought King Qin did not understand the situation he was in, because from the past until now, without his permission, no one could rule China. Therefore, he advised King Qin to obediently comply with his demands, just like the emperors of previous eras. Hearing this, Qin cursed Qi Yu, calling him a wretched scoundrel from his face and voice down to his arrogant personality. He would rather die than ever kneel before a hideous creature like him. Hearing this, Qi Yu felt extremely furious. He was a god, yet he was being insulted by a human. But King Qin asserted that he was no god at all, just a man-eating monster. And today, he swore to destroy him to become the first emperor. Sure enough, this statement drove Qi Yu mad, making him determined to take King Qin's life to wash away the humiliation. But after 6 days and nights of fighting, Qi Yu lay motionless on the ground. Finally, King Qin emerged victorious to seize the historical destiny of the land of China. Many years later, he performed the Fengshan ritual and proclaimed himself Qin Shi Huang. Now, in the great war between humans and gods, Qin had blown away the king of the underworld, leaving Gel in absolute awe. She immediately asked Brunhilde what that incredible move actually was. Brunhilde explained that this was the ultimate technique King Qin had mastered during his battle with Qi Yu. This technique was a martial art consisting of 5 different forms, known as the Qi Yu 5 forms. Ares also remembered that he had been completely beaten down by this very technique earlier. Before he could even realize what was happening, he was tossed aside by Qin. Now that Hades himself was hit by this move, Ares wanted to know how it operated. Hermes had observed very closely. First, King Qin would use a technique to deflect the attack, and then he would push it back forward, causing Hades to take the full brunt of the damage. Indeed, this was a highly difficult technique that no one in the divine realm had managed to achieve. Hearing this, Ares realized that Hades had just been hit by his own terrifying attack, and his body was injured enough that it took him a moment to get back up. Seeing this, Qin asked if the guy named Hades still wanted to fight. Hearing that, Hades asked Qin what, in his view, the definition of a king was. Qin immediately laid out his criteria: never wavering, never bowing down, never relying on others, and finally, always standing at the forefront to protect his people. Hearing this, Hades burst into a loud laugh, leaving Qin somewhat confused. Even the brothers Ares and Hermes had never seen the king of the underworld laugh like that before. And seeing his opponent laugh so much, Qin also opened his mouth and laughed along. This left the commentator Heimdall in the audience completely baffled as to what was going on. Only when his jaw got tired did Qin stop and ask what the other guy was laughing at. It turned out that Qin's way of speaking reminded Hades of an old acquaintance. The aura of that person was nobler than all the gods, completely devoid of schemes, and more straightforward than anyone else. The one most deserving of the title of king in the divine realm was none other than Poseidon, the king of the sea and Hades' younger brother. And as Poseidon's older brother, Hades would not accept bowing down to an ordinary king like Qin. The audience was incredibly shocked to see Hades raise his spear so high. Qin also immediately took a defensive stance to block Hades' next attack. But this strike from the king of the underworld was not a direct forward thrust. Rather, he poured all his strength into swinging the spear down heavily from above to crush everything. Seeing this, Qin instantly executed the Qiyu armor form with the heavenly hand of defense. Ares thought Hades would be countered just like before, but Hermes did not think so. First, Hades slammed his spear down, forcing Qin to struggle to block it. Then, he used his arm strength to press the spear down hard, making it impossible for Qin to move, and simply pulled his opponent toward him. This was how Hades prevented Qin from counterattacking like he did earlier. After that, Hades shouted loudly, asserting that this king of the underworld would crush him. And indeed, this attack flattened Qin, leaving him with no way to defend himself. The audience on the god's side began to rejoice seeing Hades land a critical blow on his opponent, while the human side showed deep concern because truly, no one could withstand that attack. At this point, Hades blew away the dust, revealing Qin lying face down on the ground. Heimdall saw Qin lying motionless and thought he had perished, but Qin stood up on his own despite his body being severely injured. This was the first time Qin had been left so dirty and battered, making him feel a bit embarrassed, while Hades started mocking him by repeating Qin's earlier words, asking if he still wanted to fight. Qin affirmed that he was completely fine and slowly removed his blindfold. Seeing this, the other kings immediately bowed in respect right from the stands. King Qin was now displaying a very confident demeanor, wanting to continue this life-or-death battle with the king of the underworld. Seeing Qin heavily injured yet still smiling so confidently, Hades remarked that this was exactly how a king should be. With that said, Hades gripped his spear and charged forward, delivering a continuous barrage of thrusts toward Qin. Gull wondered why Qin was being overwhelmed by his opponent, now only able to dodge like that. Brunhilde believed Qin was looking for an opportunity to unleash the heavenly hand of defense once more, but currently, Qin had just taken a spear graze to his thigh, while also having to bend over backward to block an incredibly powerful spear swing from Hades. Once again, the spear came crashing down, pinning Qin in place, unable to move. As a result, the audience on the god's side all thought this would be the match-ending strike, but Qin's eyes lit up, and he took a very deep breath before exhaling an air bullet toward his opponent. Thinking it was a trivial attack, Hades unexpectedly lost his grip on his weapon, while Qin immediately counterattacked by pulling the spear toward himself, then executing the heavenly hand of defense to lift Hades up and slam him hard onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was stunned, Qin immediately dashed forward to end the match. But Hades managed to stand up in time and used his spear to counterattack, forcing Qin to spin several times in the air to dodge. Hades wondered how his opponent could repel his attacks, while Qin suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in his body but quickly regained his momentum, turning to Hades to declare that this battle was not over yet. With that, Qin charged at Hades with a direct attack. First, he took another deep breath and shot an air bullet straight at his opponent's body. Hades immediately felt the impact, causing his spear thrust to miss. Waiting for just that moment, Qin struck directly at Hades' ribs, forcing the king of the underworld to step back. This was the Qiyu halberd form, known as Mount Tai Dragonclaw, and this immensely powerful strike gouged a hole in Hades' body. The human audience began to regain their confidence, while Ares appeared bewildered, wondering what that human actually was. Hermes noticed that this power did not belong to a mortal, and Zeus also approached his two sons, saying that Hades had already seen through the anomaly of this battle. Indeed, the king of the underworld realized that Qin used his breath to attack. Just a small puff of air blown out could hit a crux of power and disrupt the flow within Hades' techniques. Thus, the king of the underworld praised this move of Qin's as truly formidable. Qin also affirmed that he had seen all the stars hidden within his opponent's body. On the sidelines, Kojiro simply explained to his Valkyrie that all living beings possess a continuous flow of qi within their bodies, and within that flow, there always exists a point called a crux. Striking that crux, even with very little force, is enough to throw the opponent into disarray, preventing them from unleashing their full power. Even an ultimate sure-kill technique would be instantly neutralized upon encountering such a burst of air. The difficulty lies in the fact that the opponent is constantly moving during combat. However, Qin still managed to strike the crux accurately, earning Kojiro's deep admiration. He considered Qin the first king capable of such an extraordinary feat. Seeing this, Okita Soji thought it would be incredibly fun to fight against Chin. This made his Valkyrie sister sigh, thinking that men were just a bunch of fools who only knew how to fight all day. Brunhilde also understood that the stars Chin mentioned were the opponent's cruxes, and the technique of using air to strike these points was called the Chi-Yu crossbow form. Gull didn't understand a thing, but still had to admit that the move was extremely cool. However, she still wondered why Chin always had to keep his eyes covered. It turned out that anyone possessing extraordinary abilities had to pay a price in return. This was the core rule that shaped human beings. Indeed, Chin was feeling very uncomfortable in his own body. A wound suddenly appeared on his stomach, exactly in the same spot where Hades had been struck. This was the price he had to pay for using his eyes to see through others' cruxes. He also admitted that this wound was genuinely painful. Hearing this, Hades did not expect that Chin could feel the pain of his opponent, remarking that it was truly an inconvenient body characteristic of mortals. But Chin waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was because he could feel the pain of the people that he was worthy of being a king. In the past, there was a prince who bore the most tragic curse in history. In 260 BC, a story spread during the Battle of Chengping that a Qin general named Bai Qi had buried alive many captured Zhao soldiers, and historical records noted the number of buried soldiers reached 450,000. A year later, a Qin prince named Zichu, who was living as a hostage in the state of Zhao, fell madly in love with a Zhao dancer and fathered a child right in the heart of enemy territory. That child was named Ying Zheng, later known as Qin Shi Huang. But in 257 BC, his father returned to the state of Qin alone. Even the dancer Zhao Ji didn't bother to care for her child, leaving Ying Zheng abandoned. Sometime later, the king of Qin led his army to invade the state of Zhao. Although the king of Qin was informed that Ying Zheng was the son of Prince Zichu, the king didn't care or pay any attention to the child. During that war, Ying Zheng was treated terribly by the soldiers of Zhao. They even wanted to bury him alive as payback. Although Ying Zheng was deeply hurt, he still tried to smile and thank the soldiers for watching over the house for him. At that time, Ying Zheng was surrounded by the furious resentment of the Zhao people, and the state kept him under exceedingly strict surveillance as a hostage. But during his most unfortunate times, Ying Zheng met a beautiful woman who would later change his entire life. When they first met, Ying Zheng didn't know who she was, so she introduced herself as Chunyan, his bodyguard and caretaker. In short, she told him she could torment him however she pleased, so he had better prepare himself mentally. The young boy could only force a smile and thank Chunyan for coming to help him. First, Chunyan asked him to show her around the house, and upon entering, she was left speechless seeing it full of geckos and cobwebs, remarking that this place was indeed very fitting for a captive Qin prince. However, Ying Zheng didn't get angry at all, making Chunyan wonder if this kid was really just 7 years old. Then, she expressed her annoyance, asking why the kid didn't cry or throw a tantrum but just kept smiling, even putting on pathetic acts to win her favor, which left her utterly dumbfounded. Temporarily putting that aside, Chun Yan helped Ying Zheng clean the house, because there was no way someone like her could sleep on that pile of dust. From then on, Ying Zheng and Chun Yan began to write their strange story. Indeed, Chun Yan not only played the role of a caretaker, but also became a foster mother to Ying Zheng. Every mealtime, she would take him to the market to buy groceries. Seeing the kid drooling over steamed buns, she didn't hesitate to buy them for him. Initially, the stall owner was easygoing because Chun Yan was such a beautiful woman. But upon seeing her with Ying Zheng, he grew furious and threw the buns on the ground, making Chun Yan so angry she wanted to punch him. However, Ying Zheng innocently thanked the man and picked the buns up from the ground to eat. Witnessing this scene, Chun Yan felt deep pity for the boy. The people of Zhao then began to gather and gossip about Ying Zheng as he was a hostage there. It turned out that most of the people around had children who were buried alive by the Qin state, so whenever they saw Ying Zheng, they directed looks of pure hatred toward him. Ying Zheng, not understanding what was going on, could only try to flash a friendly smile, hoping they would forgive him. That evening, after dinner, Ying Zheng felt a bit tired and asked to go to bed early. Seeing this, Chun Yan immediately pulled back his shirt and discovered very strange wounds, so she tried to ask Ying Zheng what the villagers had done to him. But Ying Zheng admitted that whenever he saw someone hurt or holding a grudge, his whole body would naturally develop such strange wounds. This is known as mirror touch synesthesia. For example, Whenever he saw someone being touched on the cheek, he would feel a similar sensation. Essentially, upon seeing anyone's actions, his body would feel what that person was experiencing. In neurology, this phenomenon is called mirror touch synesthesia. However, the symptoms manifest differently for each person. In Ying Zheng's case, when he saw others injured, his own body had to endure the exact same pain. Not to mention, from the moment he was born, Ying Zheng had to bear the resentment of the Zhao people. Their sense of loss made Ying Zheng's symptoms even more severe. Nevertheless, Ying Zheng suppressed the pain and said that these wounds would heal eventually. After saying that, the boy was in so much pain he couldn't even stand properly. But Ying Zheng himself always considered this a punishment he had to endure, so he asked Chunyan not to worry. Chunyan finally understood that Ying Zheng's smile was just a mask he wore to soothe the anger of others. He even believed that perhaps one day they would forgive him. Hearing this, Chunyan felt deeply heartbroken and asked why Ying Zheng was being so delusional. Why not show anger instead of constantly smiling like a fool? The Changping incident obviously had nothing to do with this kid. Why was this child, who had done nothing wrong, being tortured by others like this? Therefore, Chunyan urged him to stop forcing himself to suffer. Bottling up his emotions like that would only lead to more pain. But Ying Zheng admitted that he couldn't cry or get angry because, after all, he was just a hostage there. Seeing this, Chunyan told him that no matter what crimes his parents had committed, he was not responsible for them. It was clear that he was a kind-hearted child capable of understanding others' pain, so she wished for Ying Zheng to live a free life for himself. Hearing this, Ying Zheng recalled the misfortunes he had to endure. And sure enough, he burst into tears in Chunyan's arms, making her very happy. He wondered why he was treated so terribly despite having done nothing. He even cursed the people around him as bastards and expressed his hatred for all of them. From then on, Ying Zheng finally learned to express his emotions like a normal person. After a night of crying, the little boy had a very sound sleep. His smile gradually became more natural, no longer as naive as before. At that time, Chunyan gifted Ying Zheng a blindfold so that he wouldn't be affected by the pain of those he looked at. When Ying Zheng put it on, he thought it looked very cool and promised to take good care of it. Later on, Chunyan became the person by Ying Zheng's side who would never hurt him, and Ying Zheng matured day by day, now able to laugh with genuine joy. The boy also felt a deeper love for life as he lived a very happy and cozy existence each day. However, a major turning point occurred 2 years later when two Qin kings, King Xiaowen and King Zhaoshang of Qin, passed away in succession. The man who had once abandoned Ying Zheng, Zichu, ascended to the throne as the king of Qin. Using his power, Zichu elevated Ying Zheng to the position of crown prince, granting him permission to return to the state of Qin. Sometime later, Zichu sent his men all the way to the state of Zhao to escort Ying Zheng back, making the boy very sad as he was about to part ways with Chunyan. She also admitted that the past 2 years living with Ying Zheng had been very joyful, leading the boy to hope that Chunyan could come to the state of Qin to live with him forever. However, she was a person of Zhao and couldn't just live there as she pleased, so she could only encourage the kid to be happy and live well now that he was going home. Just then, arrows flew out from nowhere, instantly killing the two Qin guards. The carriage tilted and fell over, but fortunately, Chunyan managed to shield Ying Zheng in time. It turned out that Zhao soldiers had chased them all the way there and eliminated all the Qin soldiers. Chunyan knew this day would eventually come. Now that Ying Zheng had become the crown prince, they were fully prepared to assassinate him and prevent him from returning to Qin alive. Hearing this, Ying Zheng was heartbroken, thinking everything was his fault. So the boy immediately took off his blindfold, grabbed a sword, and readied himself to confront them. Although Chunyan was thrilled that Ying Zheng wanted to do something great, he was still just a kid, so she gave him a kick and told him to step aside. Right after that, Chunyan alone, using her martial arts, took down 2 blade-wielding assassins, but she still got slashed, making Ying Zheng extremely worried. Seeing Chunyan suffer so much to protect him, and even seeing one of the men rush from behind to deliver a fatal stab while cursing her as a Qin dog, Ying Zheng watched as she immediately turned around and delivered a finishing blow to him, stating she was from Zhao, not Qin. However, the last assassin lunged forward and delivered a slash that caused her to collapse on the spot. Ying Zheng's life was subsequently threatened by him. Seeing this, Chunyan used her last ounce of strength to lunge forward and snap his neck. At this point, she had completely collapsed and could not stand back up. Ying Zheng asked why she would risk her life to fight for him like that. Chunyan admitted that there was something she had hidden from him for a long time. It turned out that Chunyan once had a son named Chun-U, who was about the same age as Ying Zheng. But the ill-fated child lost his life in the Battle of Changping. He was left on the battlefield just like the Zhao soldiers. That shock made Chunyan lose her will to live. She cursed the Qin state day after day because they were too brutal, until she heard the news that the Qin crown prince had been left behind in Zhao and they were looking for someone to care for him. At that time, having lost her son, Chunyan carried an immense hatred. Therefore, she wanted to go there to see with her own eyes what the Qin crown prince was like. Indeed, the moment she saw Ying Zheng, she wanted to end his life immediately. But as she lived with him, she came to regard him as her own son. Revenge no longer mattered to her at all. She believed that someone as compassionate as Ying Zheng, a child who understood the pain of others, would definitely become a king. At that point, Ying Zheng would be able to change this world. She also urged him to have unwavering faith in himself and move forward. He absolutely had to become the greatest king in history. Hearing this, Ying Zheng felt deeply sorrowful. He promised that he would become the king she envisioned, only wishing that she wouldn't leave him there alone. But at this moment, Chunyan caught a glimpse of her son Chunu's silhouette in Ying Zheng's face, and Ying Zheng called her mother right before she passed away. After that day, Ying Zheng brushed aside his sorrow to return to the Qin capital. A few years later, the king of Qin passed away, so Ying Zheng ascended to the throne when he was only 12 years old. At that time, he silently hoped that Chunyan would watch over his every step in the future, vowing to become the greatest king in history. And indeed, it took only 25 years for Ying Zheng to become the first emperor of all of China, adopting the title Qin Shi Huang. Hearing this anecdote about Qin, Gull was moved to tears. She had not expected that he had endured so much pain and loss since childhood. After countless life and death battles, he acquired a special ability to see through the opponent's cruxes. Now, standing before Qin was Hades, the king of the underworld, who possessed terrifying power. However, Qin remained determined to move forward to keep his past promise to Chunyan, that he would become the greatest king in history, and that no one could stand in his way. Seeing Qin's powerful aura, Heimdall wondered if the king of the underworld was actually being cornered by a human. Brunhilde was also very confident in Alvatur's power, as she had transformed into a potent defensive divine weapon that helped Qin maximize his martial arts capabilities. Hermes felt that Qin's ability to see through cruxes was exceedingly formidable. Just striking a crux would immediately reduce the target's offensive and defensive power. Even Zeus found Qin's offense and defense flawless, earning his admiration. So an anxious Ares asked his younger brother if there was really no way to counter Qin. Seeing this, Hermes threw a very fast punch that Ares couldn't react to, explaining that Qin's air bullet technique was exactly like this invisible punch, meaning the opponent could not sense the technique to dodge it. By the time Hades felt the anomaly in his body, it would be too late. Hearing this, Ares assumed that Hades had no chance of winning. Could a god with such vast combat experience actually lose? Zeus noted that Hades indeed possessed speed, power, and combat experience far surpassing Qin's. But the Chinese emperor had traded both his mind and body to master this unparalleled power. So now, Qin was on equal footing with Hades, not inferior in the slightest. It was hard to imagine that a mere human could harbor such immense potential. Hades knew that Qin carried a very important promise within him, but the king of the underworld also bore an oath on his shoulders that he had to fulfill. With that said, Hades gripped his spear and charged straight at his opponent. Qin immediately attacked with his air bullet, but Hades spun his spear to block it, then used the spear to pin Qin down just like before. But this time, Hades switched to close combat, using his knee to strike his opponent away. Seizing that opportunity, Hades aimed to use his spear to end the match, but Qin quickly regained his balance and shot an air bullet directly at Hades' shoulder, successfully dodging the opponent's spear. Then, using his leg, he executed an ultimate technique in the Chiyu form, called White Tiger Crescent Moon, delivering an incredibly powerful kick that left the king of the underworld unable to defend, pushing him backward. Hades never expected that an ordinary human could inflict so many injuries upon him. Qin even stated that the previous move was his finishing strike, yet Hades had still not died. Hearing this, Hades acknowledged that the match with Chin was getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Beelzebub was simultaneously watching the match on a screen and focusing on his shady research. Suddenly, a monster awoke, shattered its test tube, and broke out. It then bared its grotesque teeth with terrifying roars. It tried to swing its arm to attack Beelzebub, but he effortlessly severed its arm, feeling deeply frustrated that he had created yet another useless failure. The monster attempted to escape outside but was stopped by someone else. That person then slammed the beast hard onto the ground, telling it to stay there obediently. He couldn't understand why Beelzebub kept plotting to create these horrible things. But in truth, this person's body had also been resurrected by Beelzebub. He was Adamas, the god who was previously killed by his younger brother Poseidon, and thanks to Beelzebub, he had returned with a new body filled with immense hatred. Beelzebub was also the one who created the demon lord Hajun, the entity defeated by Buddha, so Adamas didn't understand what Beelzebub's true goal was. Beelzebub admitted that he was doing all this just to create a monster capable of taking his own life. Hearing this, Adamas felt a chill down his spine and quickly changed the subject. He asked Beelzebub why he wasn't focusing on the match. Beelzebub revealed that he could never imagine a scenario where Hades would be defeated by that trivial human. Adamas was equally confident, asserting that there was no way a king of the underworld that powerful could possibly lose. At this time, the match was reaching its climax, making the audience extremely excited. Even Chunyan, along with her son, had come all the way there to cheer for Chin, and Chunyan believed that her king would definitely secure the victory. Even Hades now acknowledged that Chin was entirely worthy of being an emperor. Therefore, as the king of the underworld, Hades would respond in a fitting manner. Upon saying that, Hades used his own blood to dye his weapon red, leaving everyone stunned and confused about what he was doing. Chin also quickly felt the pain as he looked directly at his opponent. Zeus explained that Hades was the most dependable god in the divine realm. To achieve victory, he was willing to sacrifice anything, even his own life. At that moment, the audience suddenly heard Hades humming a certain tune. Kojiro immediately recognized that this voice was very similar to his opponent, the Sea King Poseidon. Meanwhile, Chin still didn't understand why Hades would inflict injuries upon himself out of nowhere. Right then, Hades gripped his spear and charged straight at Chin. Chin immediately shot his air bullet to reduce his opponent's power, but this time it had no effect. Hades' cruxes had shifted, making the king of the underworld's attack incredibly powerful. Furthermore, Hades had identified exactly when Chin's air bullet touched his body. Therefore, the king of the underworld no longer worried about this technique. Hermes understood that Hades' blood was not a meaningless sacrifice. Rather, Hades intentionally used it to transform his spear. And when enough blood had gathered, both Hades' body and the spear emitted an aura that sent shivers down Chin's spine. Zeus noted that when Hades' blood seeped into the divine weapon, it absorbed all of his life force. The power of the divine weapon was thereby amplified many times beyond normal. But the price to pay was that if his life force was depleted, Hades would also lose his life. Hades called this his ultimate technique, Ichor, Desmos. Immediately after, the king of the underworld raised his spear and aimed directly at Chin to attack. This time, Chin again used the heavenly hand of defense to block, but to no avail. Fortunately, Chin still managed to dodge in time, so the spear only grazed his left shoulder. The audience started to feel fearful seeing Chin pushed back. Even he knew that the previous strike was too powerful. If he took another hit, he would surely die. Meanwhile, Hades boldly asserted that he absolutely could not lose because he was the eldest brother of Zeus, Poseidon, and Adamas. Someone once asked what Hades looked like in the eyes of the other gods. First, Ares remarked that he was captivated by the gentle way Hades controlled his spear. But the core of the king of the underworld's strength was not just the spear. Simply mentioning the name Hades was enough to send a chill down any opponent's spine. Meanwhile, the other gods always placed their absolute trust in the king of the underworld. Hades' strength was further demonstrated during the heavenly disaster known as the Gigantomachy. At that time, Ares had been sent to the rear lines because of severe injuries from this great war against the Titans, which was to decide who the strongest gods in the universe were. Zeus had overthrown his father, Cronus, to rule the entire divine realm, but the primordial goddess Gaia could not accept this. Therefore, she led a powerful race known as the Gigantes, which she created, launching a massive assault to show her opposition. Later on, that war became known as the Gigantomachy. All the Greek gods were determined to resist to the end, but they were still mercilessly crushed by the giant race. Hermes reported in the meeting that the situation at the time was extremely dire. Although the Olympian forces were fighting with all their might, the battle was not looking optimistic. Hearing this, Adamas asked his brother Zeus for his opinion, and Zeus immediately declared that if they wanted to play, he was ready to use his full power to crush them. He then asked Hermes to notify all the Greek gods to mobilize immediately. Right at that moment, Hades received an urgent report from his subordinates that the Titans had begun their assault on the Tartarus prison. It was known that this place was located at the very bottom of the underworld, specifically used to imprison gods, and even the Titan subordinates of Cronus were held there. Taking advantage of the chaos from the Titan attack, they successfully broke out of prison, forming a pincer movement that put heaven at risk of annihilation. Realizing the dire situation, Hades decided not to tell Poseidon. He quietly went outside and returned to the underworld alone to hold off the invading Titans. Meanwhile, Zeus and his other brothers remained to defend the divine realm. Ultimately, the incredibly brutal war against the Titans came to an end. The valiant Greek gods celebrated their resounding victory together. However, Poseidon suddenly noticed Hades' subordinate. When questioned, he finally confessed that Hades had returned to the underworld alone to fight the Titans. Hearing this, a shocked Poseidon immediately set off for the underworld to see what had happened. Upon arriving, the Sea King saw that the area around Tartarus was piled high with the corpses of Titans, forming a mountain, while his older brother Hades sat there calmly whistling, unbothered by the world. Seeing his younger brother visit, Hades knew the gods had won, but Poseidon was not happy at all that his brother had fought so recklessly alone. Hades smiled and said that, as an older brother, he had to protect his younger brothers, and he had sworn never to lose to anyone. As the eldest, Hades was committed to that. But right after finishing his sentence, Hades collapsed onto the ground, admitting that it was indeed a bit risky this time. Although Poseidon did not want to thank Hades for leaving him out, the Sea King walked over to help his older brother up. Now, Hades was still trusted by the gods at Valhalla, believing he would secure victory. On the other side, Chin was struggling to stand after taking the spear strike. Ares recalled that year, when Hades fought off the Titans alone to save heaven. Not to mention, the king of the underworld always maintained a dignified demeanor, wanting to protect his younger brothers. Hearing this, Hermes wondered why Lord Hades loved his brothers so much. Suddenly, Adamas's voice echoed from behind, stating that if he sincerely wanted to know, he was ready to answer. Upon seeing Adamas, Ares was absolutely terrified. After all, he had previously been killed by Poseidon, yet here he was, alive and well. Even Zeus did not find it strange to see his brother Adamas still alive. But Hermes knew it was more appropriate to call him Adamantine now. It turned out that right after Adamas was struck down, Hermes received an order from Hades to take Adamas's body to Beelzebub for help. Poseidon actually knew about this but did not care. If the Sea King had truly gone all out, Adamas would have evaporated completely. Later, Adamas was resurrected in the underworld under the new name Adamantine. And now, Adamas was going to explain to his nephew Hermes the reason Hades loved his brothers. It was simply familial affection between brothers. At this moment, Heimdall was in awe seeing Hades pierce through Qin Shi Huang's heavenly hand of defense. Thus, the other gods felt pity for the human facing the king of the underworld. Someone who had single-handedly annihilated the Titans indeed possessed terrifying power, which was why that spear thrust could completely pierce through Qin's divine weapon. Meanwhile, Ares was moved to tears by Hades' majesty, stating that Hades was truly the respectable eldest brother of the entire Greek pantheon. Gull was startled to realize that the piece of armor falling off Qin and dissipating was actually a part of Alvitra's body. But Brunhilde noted that the Valkyries had volunteered to dedicate their lives to stand beside the human fighters. Facing danger was an unavoidable inevitability. Sure enough, Alvitra's shoulder had cracked after Qin took the hit, prompting him to apologize to his Valkyrie for causing her such severe injuries. However, Alvitra told Qin to worry about himself first, as he was also bleeding. Nevertheless, Qin smiled and dismissed it as just a scratch. The human fighters felt the situation was not looking good at all. During the last attack, not only was Qin's ultimate technique neutralized, but his shoulder was also heavily injured, raising fears that he would lack the strength to use the heavenly hand of defense again. This meant that no matter how Hades attacked now, Qin would not be able to dodge. Hades also told Qin to be proud because it forced him to use Ichor, Desmos. Qin understood that his chances of winning were slim, so he decided to bet everything on his next attack. Hearing this, Alvitra scolded Qin for acting indecisive despite being an emperor. She told him to just say whatever it was he wanted. When Qin stated that he wanted to win, Alvitra smiled, ready to accompany him to the very end. Immediately after, Alvitra transferred all her remaining power to Qin, transforming into a weapon called the Shi Huang Gujian sword. Brunhilde knew the name Alvitra harbored a power known as the Host Guard, but since the best defense now was a good offense, she had turned into a sword. Qin once again affirmed that he was the king of kings, and that his pride lay in protecting his people. Seeing this, Hades promised to respond with his full power, intending to deliver a devastating blow straight through Qin to end the match right then and there. Both kings now carried the honor of their respective sides on their shoulders. Hades fought for the gods in the divine realm, while Qin fought for his people. Ultimately, only kings could truly understand each other's burdens. Thus, the upcoming strike would be the finale of this life-or-death battle. Therefore, the audience was intensely focused on the match, nobody daring to look away. Immediately after, Hades gripped his spear and aimed it straight at his opponent. Qin then executed the Qi Yu sword form, delivering a tremendously powerful downward slash. However, when the two weapons clashed, Qin was pushed back by Hades. The king of the underworld spear directly severed Qin's arm while sending him flying far away. Yet, after this overwhelming attack, Hades appeared to have lost a significant amount of stamina. As for Qin, everyone thought he would not be able to get back up. Even Alvitra believed that everything was over at this point. But Qin suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming as he stated that he could see the stars again. Right after, Qin used his sword to prop himself up from the ground. Seeing this, Chunyan advised Yingzheng that fighting this much was already more than enough. The human audience also hoped King Qin would stop, as he had indeed fought with extreme resilience. But then he stood up despite having lost an arm, declaring that a king never wavers, never bows to the enemy, never relies on others, and lastly, never gives up. Hearing this, the audience shouted that he truly deserved to be a genuine king. Shedding tears, they cheered for Qin, urging him not to lose to the gods and to keep fighting for the faith of his people, which made Qin feel deeply fulfilled upon hearing humanity's voices. Chunyan also shed tears, knowing Yingzheng always fought hard to keep the promise he made to her all those years ago. A king dedicating himself so the people could enjoy peace and happiness. She wiped her tears and told her son to cheer for him until the very last second. Poseidon's subordinate also prayed for his master's spirit to protect the residents of the divine realm. However, in the current situation, Qin was at a much greater disadvantage compared to his opponent. His ultimate technique was neutralized, and his left arm was completely gone. But Okita Soji affirmed that looking at King Qin's eyes, it was clear he did not want to give up. The only thing was, Alvitra still didn't know what he planned to do next. Qin stated that he really wanted to execute the heavenly hand of defense one more time. Even though he only had one arm left, he asked Alvitra to put all her faith in him, making the Valkyrie feel very happy to stand by his side and fight alongside him. On the other side, Hades felt deeply honored to have fought Qin to the very last moment. Right after, both gods and humans strained their eyes to closely observe the conclusion of the battle. They all understood that this would be the decisive move for this life-or-death match. A very long battle between humans and gods that had yet to see an end. Once again, Hades was the one to strike first. The king of the underworld poured all his life force into his spear to unleash a fatal thrust meant to finish his opponent. Seeing the terrifying power of this destructive strike, Gul begged Qin to dodge. But he stood tall, unflinching, and faced the attack head-on. As the two weapons clashed, both the human and the god wore exhilarating smiles. In this situation, Qin still executed the heavenly hand of defense, shocking everyone who couldn't believe he would take such a risk. Moreover, Qin was being pushed back by his opponent, making the audience think the match's outcome was already decided. But right at this moment, Qin took a deep breath and fired an air bullet at Hades' spear, nullifying its effectiveness. Even Hades could feel the power he had channeled into the spear gradually dissipating. As for Qin, he never dared to forget, even for a moment, that his life originally began in desperate endings. And in that adversity, his mother Chunyan had always taught him that a king born from an ending is also the one who brings a prosperous beginning. With that said, Qin used the sword armor form to destroy Hades' weapon. Seeing this, the king of the underworld channeled all his remaining life force to strengthen the spear. However, Qin, with his iron will, used an unparalleled technique called the Heavenly Swallow Slash to completely shatter Hades' spear, moving forward amidst the audience's astonishment and driving his sword straight through the king of the underworld's body. Hades tried to use the butt of his spear to counterattack, but to no avail. Qin coldly swung his sword onto Hades' shoulder, successfully finishing off his opponent. Before dying, Hades acknowledged Qin as the greatest king, simultaneously apologizing to his younger brothers for not being worthy of being their older brother and failing to keep his oath to avenge Poseidon. Immediately after, Hades' spear and his body completely shattered, the fragments of his soul fading away before Qin served as a testament to his incredibly hard-fought victory. At this time, Qin was completely exhausted and seemed as if he would collapse alongside his opponent, but he steadied his feet and kept a firm grip on his sword to watch Hades completely disappear. He, along with the human audience, placed their hands over their hearts to express their deep respect for Hades. Simultaneously, Qin referred to the king of the underworld as his most precious friend. Heimdall hastily announced that the winner of the 7th round was Qin Shi Huang. The defeat of the king of the underworld was a result the audience could not have anticipated. Initially, the gods had taken the lead, but now the tide had turned. Qin's victory allowed humanity to surge forward, and they all cheered together to celebrate the triumph of China's greatest emperor. Chunyan was also incredibly proud to see her son fight so valiantly. On the contrary, the gods stood with their mouths agape, still unable to believe the king of the underworld had been defeated. At this moment, Alvitra retracted her power to return to her human form, and upon seeing his Valkyrie severely injured, Qin rushed over to catch her. However, Qin was in an even worse state, so Alvitra advised him not to be so stubborn. Merely surviving and returning alive like this was already a miracle, but Qin insisted that it was because Alvitra had placed all her trust in him that the two of them managed to secure the victory. Right after saying that, Qin, completely drained of his life force, collapsed right there in the arena, leaving Alvitra deeply panicked. Kojiro found this to be a truly astonishing battle, but his Valkyrie still didn't understand where Qin got the power to destroy Hades' spear, so Kojiro immediately explained that the moment the two weapons clashed, Qin had shot an air bullet directly into the spear's crux. Normally, no weapon in the world has a crux, but because Hades had infused his blood into it, the spear became a living entity. That was why Qin Shi Huang was able to strike its crux. Simultaneously, he executed the heavenly hand of defense to redirect Hades' own power back at him. Usually, this technique would absorb the opponent's power into the user's body before releasing it back outward. But just then, Qin's body was perfectly synchronized with his Valkyrie, allowing him to absorb Hades' surge of power into the sword and use it to shatter the spear. Hearing this, Kojiro's Valkyrie finally understood why those two were chosen to pair up with each other. She hadn't expected them to coordinate so flawlessly. Kojiro also praised the Valkyries for their outstanding combat performance. Qin's demeanor left the two Japanese swordsmen thoroughly amazed. Despite being heavily injured and losing an arm, his willpower remained unyielding. Just one mistake would have meant Qin's immediate defeat. He was truly the most admirable king to ever exist. However, right now he had passed out and needed immediate emergency medical attention. On the other side, Ares still couldn't accept the outcome of the match. Meanwhile, Adamas kicked a door open with an extremely furious expression. He declared that he no longer cared about this tournament and its wretched rules, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Seeing this, Hermes asked Zeus if such actions were permissible. But right now, Zeus had no time to worry about that. He was only reminiscing about how, right before his death, Hades had apologized to everyone in their family. After 7 intense matches, the arena underwent repairs. The god Heimdall also announced through his megaphone that this was the first time humanity had taken the lead with a score of 4-3. And to prepare for the upcoming 8th match, the death arena needed to be restored. Meanwhile, Brunhilde and Gol were keeping a close eye on the condition of Qin and Alviter. Gol anxiously asked her sister if those two would be safe and sound. A medical staff member replied that while Alvitra had severe injuries, they were not life-threatening. However, Qin was in a critical state and it would be very difficult for him to pull through. Now, they could only hope that he still possessed the will to keep living. Even now, Gull still couldn't believe Qin had fought with such resilience. And with the current score, humanity only needed to win 3 more matches to secure overall victory. Gull then wondered where Brunhilde was going without saying a word. It turned out she wanted to check on Buddha to see how his recovery was coming along. But on the way, the 2 Valkyrie sisters ran into Adamas. With a furious face, he demanded to know where Brunhilde was hiding Qin Shi Huang. Seeing him, Brunhilde immediately knelt down to pay her respects. Gull, on the other hand, panicked, thinking this was Adamas's ghost since he had clearly been killed by Poseidon. But Brunhilde knew full well that this was the real Adamas, as he had been resurrected. Hearing this, Adamas grew irritated because Brunhilde was avoiding the question, threatening that if she wanted to keep her life, she had better answer quickly. Naturally, Brunhilde refused to say a single word to him. This drove him mad, and he decided to take Brunhilde's life right then and there. But before Adamas could strike, a mysterious force glided past, cleanly severing his arm. It turned out Beelzebub was the one who intervened to stop Adamas, making him extremely annoyed. Beelzebub reasoned that if Brunhilde died, the great war between humans and gods would end immediately. And since this tournament was Beelzebub's source of amusement, he wouldn't allow anyone to ruin it. Hearing this, Adamas told his opponent not to meddle in his revenge. But Beelzebub glared and said, "The majesty of the divine realm was built by Hades. Do you dare to defile it now, Adamas?" Hearing this, Adamas was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. He could only reminisce about his memories with Hades and curse them all as bastards. He swore that as soon as the Great War ended, he would return to annihilate Qin along with the 2 Valkyrie sisters. As soon as Adamas left, Gel finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brunhilde then thanked Beelzebub for saving her life. However, he still warned the 2 sisters to stay vigilant and not be careless. Because within this arena, it wasn't just Beelzebub and Adamas. Many other gods also harbored a deep desire to eradicate all of humanity. Meanwhile, Buddha was lying outside the palace, relaxing and eating candy. Although the surrounding air was very fresh, his wounds still hurt a lot. At this time, Buddha's close friend, Sakata Kintoki, found him. Kintoki had explicitly told Buddha to stay in his hospital room, yet he kept sneaking out here to eat candy. Now, the poor nurses were frantically searching for him everywhere. Buddha felt that staying in the hospital room forever was too boring. Moreover, coming out to get some fresh air like this would help him recover faster. Hearing this, Kintoki was left speechless because Buddha acted just like a child, so he handed him a whole pile of candy, making the god incredibly thrilled. As he ate, he continuously praised Kintoki's candy as absolutely delicious. But Buddha still had one unsettled matter he wanted Kintoki to help with. Of course, since the 2 were close friends, Kintoki happily agreed right away. It turned out Buddha wanted Kintoki to investigate a figure who could bring chaos to the war between humans and gods. That person was a dragon-slaying hero named Siegfried. While waiting for the next match to begin, Hermes returned to his room and played a very sorrowful piece of music. As soon as the music ended, Beelzebub clapped his hands, praising it as an excellent piece. Hermes admitted that it was a requiem dedicated to the king of the underworld, Hades, and the only thing Hermes could do for the fallen gods was to send them off in this manner. Incidentally, Hermes wanted to know what brought Beelzebub here. He stated that he wanted Hermes to pass a message to Zeus. In the next match, Beelzebub himself would step out to fight. On the other side, Brunhilde was also frustrated that Buddha kept sneaking out while undergoing treatment. Not to mention he always looked so arrogant, so she decided not to bother with him anymore. Right now, the most pressing issue was figuring out how to deal with the gods. Indeed, after Hades' defeat, the divine faction would find it hard to accept, so the upcoming match would definitely be extremely difficult for humanity. With that said, Brunhilde stopped in front of a room in the middle of the corridor. According to her, this was the waiting room for the fighter in the next round. Because of this, the room was highly secured and could only be unlocked by Brunhilde's eye scan. It took a few minutes before the door was successfully opened. Gull wondered who would be staying in such a colorful waiting room. Upon entering, Brunhilde spun around a few times and proudly introduced this person as the only sorcerer to ever exist in human history. Hearing this, the naive Gel thought he was a real sorcerer from fairy tales, but in reality, he was a man deeply passionate about science. As soon as she entered the room, Gull was overwhelmed by the formulas covering the surroundings, and this man constantly proclaimed that only the laws of physics possessed such absolute beauty. According to Brunhilde's introduction, this was the scientist Nikola Tesla, the inventor of the fluorescent lamp, the alternating current generator, and wireless devices. He was also the father of many modern technological inventions still in use today. A highly mysterious figure dubbed the mad scientist of the century. And to honor Tesla, people compared his genius research to magic. But upon hearing the word magic, Tesla expressed his displeasure. He argued that there was no such nonsense as magic. Everything was due to the power of science, and the concepts Brunhilde wanted to prepare were all deeply engraved in his mind. Now, he only needed the materials to materialize those ideals. Hearing this, Brunhilde immediately summoned the ninth Valkyrie, named Gundul. Tesla immediately approached, examined her closely, and asked if she would agree to dedicate her body to him. This left Gull speechless because Tesla spoke so wildly. But Gundul didn't hesitate to take Tesla's hand, stating, "Sir, I am ready." With that said, the two performed the ritual to forge a divine weapon right there in the room. It was known that the power hidden within Gundul was that of a magic wielder. And after the two held hands for a moment, Gundul merged with Tesla, transforming into a suit of combat armor that enveloped his entire body, simultaneously emitting a powerful surge of energy that blew everything around the room away. He asserted that the things humanity worshipped and called divine were, in his eyes, simply basic laws of physics. And once Tesla made his move, science would inevitably surpass the gods. Tesla's opponent in the next match was none other than the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub. This title was intrinsically tied to a story filled with misfortune and disaster. It could be said that Beelzebub was the loneliest god in heaven. Just seeing him on the street was enough to make everyone immediately hide in their homes. They referred to Beelzebub by the name anathema, implying that he was cursed by Satan. Some even rumored that when Beelzebub was first born, he brought with him a lightning bolt that set everything around him ablaze, and any god who associated with him would inevitably face calamity. Furthermore, there were rumors of Satan ripping out hearts and other things, which were enough to send shivers down one's spine. It was unclear when those rumors started or who first spoke them, but they caused Beelzebub to be shunned by the residents of heaven, who dared not approach him. Every day, he only befriended animals and never played with anyone. However, there were three angels who knew no fear and proactively approached him. Their names were Azazel, Samael, and Lucifer. But Beelzebub completely ignored their introduction. Seeing this, Lucifer invited Beelzebub to hang out in the Garden of Eden, claiming that the apples there were very delicious. The three of them even put on a comical act together, but it did not bother Beelzebub at all. He advised all three to go home, saying that staying there was just a waste of time. Hearing Beelzebub finally speak, Lucifer was overjoyed. He approached and asked why Beelzebub was afraid to get close to others. He explained that he was cursed by Satan, so it would be best not to approach him. However, Lucifer argued that Satan was just a monster from superstitious fairy tales. There was no way Lucifer would believe in such nonsense. He also asserted that the people around were just spreading baseless rumors and advised Beelzebub to stand up against anyone who said otherwise without any hesitation. Hearing this, Beelzebub started to feel a deeper connection with them. Therefore, he sincerely advised the three angels to just ignore him. But Lucifer immediately refused, saying that they simply wanted to be his friends, and asked if there was a problem with that. He even burst out laughing, predicting that the four of them would get along perfectly. Beelzebub thought this guy must be out of his mind, but Samael and Azazel both affirmed that Lucifer's intuition was always incredibly accurate. And if that Satan dared to come bother him, they would beat him to a pulp. But while Azazel was mid-sentence, he unexpectedly passed gas, leaving the whole group in stunned silence. Beelzebub couldn't hold back his laughter and was caught red-handed by Lucifer. In the end, he accepted the friendship of the three angels he had just met. The group then sneaked into the Garden of Eden to steal some fruit, leaving Beelzebub speechless at how recklessly they behaved. Sure enough, the guards quickly appeared and chased the entire group away. Yet, Lucifer did not forget to tell the guards that Beelzebub was new and asked them to go easy on him in the future. From then on, Beelzebub no longer lived in solitude because he had made his first friends in life with those three angels. During the day, they played together, and at night, they shared hearty feasts. Beelzebub smiled more and more, shedding his former coldness, which made the three angels very happy. He felt that having friends around gave him the happiest moments he had ever experienced, leaving him with a single wish to stay with them forever. This should have been a very memorable time for Beelzebub, but when he woke up the next morning, he was horrified to discover blood scattered all around him. And when he looked at the three angels, they lay cold with expressions of sheer terror on their faces. From Lucifer and Azazel to Samael, each of them had a gaping hole right in the middle of their chest, causing Beelzebub to let out an agonizing scream in the middle of the forest. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the rumors directed at him, stating that anyone associated with him would inevitably face calamity, and would even have their hearts ripped out by Satan. It was true that they all had wounds on their chests, so Beelzebub concluded that Satan must have been the one who caused this. It turned out that the demon Satan was real, and not just a mere fairy tale. Thus, Beelzebub bitterly swore to track down Satan and take his life to avenge his friends. From that day forward, Beelzebub considered this to be his sole purpose in life. He constantly visited the library to search for information, pouring all his intellect into his research. In his relentless pursuit to uncover Satan's true identity, his demeanor grew increasingly gloomy, striking fear into everyone and making no one dare to approach him. At that time, a goddess named Lilith proactively sought out Beelzebub. It turned out she had also heard the news of the three angels being murdered in the Garden of Eden, leaving Beelzebub as the sole survivor. Rumors also stated that the culprit behind this was Satan. Thus, Lilith came looking for Beelzebub to investigate the truth of the matter. First, she approached Beelzebub's gaunt face to introduce herself, then proposed joining him on his quest to find the demon Satan, but he immediately refused, warning Lilith to stay away from him. Seeing this, Lilith revealed that Lucifer was her childhood friend. She had spent the recent period trying to find Lucifer, only to hear the news that he had been murdered. Therefore, Lilith wanted to join Beelzebub in uncovering the truth behind his curse while tracking down Satan. And if Beelzebub was truly cursed by Satan, she wanted to stay by his side to observe it closely. She stated that Beelzebub had no right to refuse, because, from then on, she would stick to him constantly. Hearing this, Beelzebub finally agreed. This girl was just as stubbornly persistent as Lucifer used to be. Lilith even wanted to get to work immediately, so the two of them researched an extensive amount of documents regarding Satan. From books detailing the three realms to folktales, they traveled to every corner of the world together in search of this demon. From blazing volcanic craters to dusty deserts, whenever they encountered anyone with information, Beelzebub recorded every single word meticulously. Every left-behind trace was thoroughly investigated by the two of them. Even though they had not yet found any substantial information, they refused to give up. And after spending so many days journeying together, their feelings for one another deepened. It was precisely at this moment that Satan's true identity began to reveal itself. That night, Beelzebub was extremely frustrated because he had spent so much effort investigating. He had traveled from the farthest reaches of heaven to the deepest pits of the underworld, yet he had absolutely no clue what the demon Satan looked like or what its face resembled. Exhausted, he fell into a deep sleep. In his nightmare, he witnessed firsthand the demon Satan restraining his three friends. At the same time, it held Beelzebub tightly, preventing him from moving, as Satan mercilessly executed the three angels right in front of him once again. The demon then informed Beelzebub that his love would inevitably turn into hatred, and those he held dear would surely face their doom. Beelzebub's agonizing scream in the middle of the night woke Lilith up. Knowing that he was having a nightmare again, she felt deep sympathy for him. At this point, he cried and wondered why Lucifer had ever accepted being friends with someone as cursed as him. Lucifer was clearly a very kind-hearted person, so why did he have to meet such a painful end? Since Lilith was Lucifer's close friend, she knew that ever since they were young, he had never abandoned anyone. Lucifer had always been like the sun, warming everyone around him. That was simply his nature, which meant he would never have ignored a lonely person like Beelzebub. Hearing this, Beelzebub embraced Lilith, weeping for Lucifer's tragic fate. The two reaffirmed their absolute determination to find Satan and avenge him. In that emotional moment, Beelzebub also swore to Lilith that no matter what happened, he would always protect her. Hearing this, Lilith felt both touched and bashful, as it was clearly nothing less than a love confession. Shortly after, Beelzebub fell fast asleep in Lilith's arms. But when he woke up, he was horrified to realize that his hand had pierced straight through Lilith without him even knowing. The truth of the matter was finally crystal clear. It turned out that when Beelzebub's affection reached its peak, he would lose his mind and murder everyone he loved. This was a demonic instinct compelling him to destroy everything. Only now did he heartbreakingly realize that he himself was the demon Satan. Or rather, Satan had long existed as a part of his own body. As Lilith collapsed, he panicked, not knowing what to do, only able to apologize to her for suffering such consequences just by being with him. However, Lilith thanked Beelzebub for the time they had spent together. It was just a pity that their journey had to end here. Hearing this, he painfully admitted that he was Satan, the one who had harmed everyone. But Lilith told him that because she loved him, she could forgive everything he had done, and she believed that Lucifer would certainly forgive him too, harboring no resentment. Finally, Lilith imparted a final command to Beelzebub before passing away right in his arms. With his loved ones gone, Beelzebub lost all purpose in life. He became even more gloomy, lived in isolation, and refused to communicate with anyone. His only desire was to find someone strong enough to take his life, freeing him from the overwhelming guilt of everything he had caused. After some time, the restoration of the Death Arena was finally completed, so the audience from both the human and god factions gathered once more to watch the 8th match of the Great War. Currently, humanity had taken the lead with a score of 4-3, and to wash away the humiliation for the gods, this particular deity rose from the deepest abyss of hell, a cursed, dark god whose very presence struck terror into both gods and humans. The moment Nostradamus laid eyes on Beelzebub, he went wild with excitement, remarking that he looked incredibly cool, as the path was open to lead Beelzebub down to the Death Arena. Indeed, as soon as they saw him, the audience on the god's side felt very angry, because Beelzebub was inherently the ruler of evil spirits and was cursed by Satan, while humanity for generations had only trembled in fear, calling him the Lord of the Flies. Seeing the attitudes of both sides, Gull found it very confusing, as one side was terrified while the other felt sheer hatred for him. But Brunhilde noted that this had always been Beelzebub's way of life. At this moment, the god Heimdall introduced the human fighter, but when the gate opened, his jaw dropped because there was no one inside. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged from within, astonishing the entire audience. Heimdall, however, was quite annoyed because the humans always loved to make flashy entrances into the arena, but being a passionate commentator, he was willing to accommodate anyone who loved putting on a show. Heimdall then loudly introduced the next fighter, dubbing him the Child of Light, the first person to ignite the light of technology for this Earth. A figure possessing a mind that surpassed human limits, while simultaneously giving birth to a new kind of magic called science. And this person constantly strived to bring humanity closer to the level of the gods. Therefore, he was titled the only sorcerer in human history named Nikola Tesla. Tesla's unexpected entrance left the audience in awe. They all remarked that his robotic armor looked incredibly impressive. This would be a battle between the cursed Lord of Darkness on one side and the sorcerer who brought light to humanity on the other. Immediately after, Heimdall loudly announced that the 8th match had officially begun. Humanity's representative, Tesla, casually walked toward Beelzebub, astonishing everyone. They all strained their eyes to watch, thinking he was about to do something highly dangerous. Surprisingly, Tesla merely ran around observing Beelzebub closely, and then made a remark. He wondered why the Lord of the Flies didn't look anything like what was written in the books. However, he smiled, believing that fighting someone like Beelzebub would surely be an epic battle. Up in the stands, Gull did not understand what Tesla was trying to do. Brunhilde suggested that it was simply the curiosity of a man devoted to science. Meanwhile, Beelzebub coldly stated that it was a pity there would be no epic battle, because, one way or another, he would tear Tesla into pieces. Hearing this, Tesla understood that if he failed, humanity would move closer to extinction. Thus, he waved his hand, stating that destruction is an incredibly foolish act, as doing so is equivalent to rejecting the creativity of this world. He asserted that humanity would look toward the future and continuously research science. Therefore, he would not let the gods destroy that. Although Tesla's speech was very eloquent, his opponent cared nothing for intellect or creativity. He did not want to speak any further, preferring to get straight to the fight. With that said, Beelzebub generated a seismic wave directed at Tesla at an extremely high speed. The ground shattered as a result, leaving Heimdall confused about what was happening. How could Beelzebub unleash such a powerful magic attack while standing completely still? However, Tesla objected, stating that this was definitely not magic but science. Hearing this, the audience was baffled because there was no scientific law that could crack the ground like that. But the two scientists, Galileo Galilei and Thomas Edison, confirmed that it was a basic law of physics known as vibration. Up in the stands, Ares wondered what on earth vibration meant. Hermes then provided an example by holding up a glass and shouting loudly to create sound vibrations that shattered it. This proved that sound waves could indeed cause the very ground to tremble. Down below, Beelzebub charged toward Tesla, continuing his assault with vibrational waves. Although Tesla dodged in time, a section of his armor was sliced off. Hermes noticed that Beelzebub's vibrational wave this time had transformed into a sharp blade capable of cleanly cutting through anything. Even though the technique's principle was simple, Beelzebub varied it so unpredictably that Tesla could only dodge and could not block the attack. It was so powerful that a mere graze could shatter someone with a body of bronze and iron like Ares into pieces. Even though Beelzebub was a highly powerful individual fighting for the gods, Adamas did not like him at all. He considered him someone who was only good at clinging to Hades and not fearsome in the slightest. As for Tesla, he also understood that Beelzebub had just utilized the principle of an ultrasonic cutter, using extremely high-frequency sound to slice through steel, earning Tesla's deep admiration for the technique, as he would have been cut in half had he not dodged in time. However, Brunhilde knew that the combat armor Tesla was wearing was designed by the greatest mind in history, and the Valkyrie Gundel had helped materialize it into a divine weapon, creating an ultimate suit of combat armor among humanity's inventions. He named this incredibly impressive creation the Super Automaton Beta. And now, it was time for Tesla to show the gods the power of human science. With that said, he used super speed to dash toward Beelzebub, unleashing a lightning punch. Its destructive power was so immense that Beelzebub dared not underestimate it. Not to mention, Tesla attacked with tempestuous speed, leaving the Lord of the Flies with no choice but to evade all those strikes. According to Edison, this destructive power was one of his inventions alongside his colleagues. Now, the Valkyrie's life force was completely synchronized within the Super Automaton Beta. Through the divine weapon, that life force was converted into maximum voltage, accumulated in his fist to be unleashed instantly. Edison called this technique the plasma pulse punch. However, other scientists like Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Alfred Nobel, and Marie Curie all agreed that Edison was terrible at naming things. The only redeeming factor was its undeniably supreme power. Unfortunately, Beelzebub dodged everything, so not a single strike landed. Seeing this, Tesla accumulated even more voltage for his subsequent attacks. He continued to charge at Beelzebub, who leaped backward. But this time, he sensed that Tesla's attack speed was no longer ordinary. And sure enough, on the next attempt, Tesla unleashed the plasma pulse jet punch, leaving Beelzebub unable to dodge in time. However, touching the Lord of the Flies was inherently no easy feat. Beelzebub blocked the punch using the Gates of Hell technique, wielding his staff to create a vibrational shield. Tesla excitedly praised his opponent for being truly creative in combat. Naturally, Beelzebub didn't care and only wanted to crush his opponent. He immediately switched the staff from his left hand to his right and executed the technique Sorath Vow. A giant fly appeared behind him as the embodiment of destruction. Tesla decided to pump even more voltage to block this move with a dual plasma pulse punch. And when the two techniques collided, Tesla was confident he would overpower him. But Beelzebub used his left hand to increase the technique's vibrational output to a destructive level, making Tesla feel that things were taking a bad turn. The audience above intensely focused on the match to see what would happen next. As expected, Beelzebub's technique completely overwhelmed Tesla, forcing him to take the full brunt of the damage without being able to dodge. Tesla's armor was partially destroyed, and his body was severely injured. Seeing this, Beelzebub expressed immense disappointment, thinking Tesla was strong enough to be his opponent, only to find out he was nothing more than useless. It is known that Beelzebub is a god bearing two faces. First, Baal could bring blessed rains to humanity. But Zebub was the one sowing disasters across the mortal realm, known as the Demon of Flies. and the Palmyra temple was built to worship both of those personas. They demonstrated that Beelzebub was a god exceptionally strong in both offense and defense. A scientist like Tesla, despite having the combat armor, now had to kneel. Brunhilde explained that the Lord of the Flies' staff was a divine weapon capable of amplifying power. When wielded with the left hand, it transformed into a shield capable of repelling lightning. And when used with the right hand, the staff became a sword that could destroy even the armor of the gods. Additionally, Beelzebub's signature technique was called Palmyra, the left hand for defense and the right hand for offense. By fine-tuning the staff's vibrational waves, the Lord of the Flies could elevate both his attack and defense to their maximum limits. In short, the staff in the hands of the Lord of the Flies was an incredibly perfect divine weapon. Hearing this, Gel felt that against someone so well-rounded in offense and defense, no one stood a chance. But Brunhilde affirmed she was speaking the truth, not joking. The Lord of the Flies' power was the true embodiment of his two faces, Baal and Zebub. It could be said that Beelzebub simultaneously possessed both the strongest spear and the strongest shield in the history of the divine realm. But Tesla had not given up, firmly maintaining his passion for science. He praised the Lord of the Flies' staff with extreme excitement, leaving the audience and his colleagues speechless, never expecting Tesla's occupational obsession to be so severe. He even demanded to borrow Beelzebub's staff to take back and study how it operated. Naturally, the Lord of the Flies had no time to entertain Tesla's jokes, asserting that Tesla had no chance of fighting back. Hearing this, Tesla advised the Lord of the Flies not to gloat so soon. The gods might win in the present, but the future would undoubtedly belong to humanity. Because humans are a species that always looks far into the future to deal with challenges, Beelzebub did not understand what Tesla meant, but a sudden chill ran down his spine as he saw lightning enveloping the arena. And now, Tesla would show him exactly what human evolution looked like. With that said, he generated an electric current in the shape of an infinity symbol. This current quickly formed a cubic cage encompassing the arena, trapping both of them inside. And Tesla dubbed this the prison of the gods. Witnessing Tesla's technique made the audience extremely excited. As for Tesla, he was already hovering in midair with the beta armor, bringing Marie Curie and the other scientists to tears upon witnessing his invention. According to Tesla, this cubic cage had sides measuring 9.63 meters. Once both were inside, he was the god, not Beelzebub. Many spectators even thought Tesla was performing a magic trick because he was levitating. But Edison clarified that it wasn't magic, but science. History recorded that in 1943, after Tesla's death, someone snuck into his home and took many unpublished research papers, with rumors surfacing that the US FBI and the Soviet KGB were the culprits. Both superpowers had heard that Tesla created a super scientific weapon, hence the hunt for it. One of the thesis studies discussed humanity's eternal dream, an anti-gravity system that allows for the free manipulation of gravity. Unfortunately, the necessary materials to create this system did not exist at the time. But now, Tesla's super automaton Beta was crafted from the material of the Valkyrie herself, allowing the armor not only to discharge electricity, but also to release a special particle called the Super Tesla particle. And once these particles filled the area, the Tesla coil would activate immediately. The completed anti-gravity system enabled him to stand suspended in the air. Just as Tesla said, this was truly the prison of the gods. However, Brunhilde was not very good at science either, so that was all she could explain. If Gull wanted to know the details, she would have to ask the sorcerer Nikola Tesla himself. Beelzebub also found himself liking the name Prison of the Gods. But Tesla warned the Lord of the Flies not to get too cocky and to open his eyes wide to witness the power of science. With that said, Tesla darted toward Beelzebub, unleashing a lightning punch that forced him to block with his shield. The sheer force of this attack made the entire arena shake. When the smoke and dust cleared, Beelzebub realized he had taken his first wound. Meanwhile, Tesla was brimming with confidence over his scientific display. Ares couldn't understand why that human was suddenly so incredibly fast. But Hermes noted that Tesla's speed hadn't actually changed that much. Normally, when performing a running motion, one has to push off the ground to dash forward. But doing so means it takes some time to reach maximum speed. Tesla, however, was levitating thanks to his anti-gravity system, so he only needed to push off once to reach top speed in the blink of an eye. Ares still didn't understand a thing after hearing this, but thanked his younger brother for the detailed explanation anyway. According to Edison, Tesla named this method of movement Zero Max. This time, Tesla teleported right in front of Beelzebub and flew circles around him, forcing him to spin around to see which direction Tesla would attack from. The audience never expected someone to move in such a surreal manner. And although Beelzebub reacted in time to block Tesla's punch, he still sustained another cut on his face. Loki deduced that Beelzebub's vibrational defense hadn't fully deployed in time, which was why he got hurt. But it had to be said that Nikola Tesla was a very powerful human who was causing Beelzebub too much trouble. During the next attack, the Lord of the Flies reacted promptly, unleashing a vibrational slash that startled Tesla. Not stopping there, he immediately shifted his grip on his staff to execute his Sorath Vow technique. However, Tesla's speed was still too fast, remaining entirely undiminished even while he was dodging. He even moved and spun simultaneously to close the distance to Beelzebub, unleashing a plasma pulse punch. It acted exactly like a drill, piercing through the Lord of the Flies' defense and forcing him to step back. Tesla confidently claimed that his movements were unpredictable even to the gods, and with a smug smile, he named this footwork the Tesla Warp. His colleagues in the stands felt deeply embarrassed because the name sounded terrible. Zeus remarked that he was thousands of years old, but had never seen such a strange way of moving. However, Beelzebub seemed to have noticed something. Now, Tesla increased his speed even further, leaving multiple afterimages around him. He then suddenly lunged at Beelzebub, but his opponent managed to evade. Seeing this, Tesla swung his arm behind his back and struck the Lord of the Flies squarely in the face, creating an electronic explosion. Astonishingly, Beelzebub spun his staff to miraculously block the attack. Adamas saw that Beelzebub was truly an elite warrior of the underworld, while Tesla was paying the price for his arrogant showmanship, leading Adamas to think the match was already decided. But Zeus had a feeling things wouldn't end that easily. Down below, Beelzebub confidently stated that Tesla's punches would no longer be able to touch him. But Tesla waved his hand, declaring that human science would forever progress and never stagnate. While charging up his armor, Tesla addressed the gods, saying, "Witness the superhuman intellect of humanity with your own eyes." With that, Tesla instantly teleported behind Beelzebub and threw a punch before he could react. Going back to the past in 1943, the year Tesla died, just 9 months later, the world saw another top-secret experiment based on the final research Tesla left behind. This experiment, known as the Philadelphia experiment, was conducted off the coast of the United States. They brought in a destroyer, equipped with an immensely powerful Tesla coil, publicly announcing to the world that it was merely an electricity transmission experiment. However, as soon as the switch was flipped, an unusually strong magnetic field erupted across the ship. In the blink of an eye, the massive destroyer completely vanished right before the sailors' eyes and was teleported to a sea area 363 kilometers away from its original location, to the horror of local fishermen. Later, a sailor spoke up, claiming that the electricity transmission experiment was just a cover-up. He had witnessed firsthand the ship instantaneously teleporting out of the area. Many thought this teleportation experiment was a success. However, inside the ship was a horrific scene, with 13 sailors and scientists losing their lives. Only 6 survived, but they subsequently went completely insane. As a result, Navy leaders decided to bury all documents related to this experiment. But now, Tesla had truly succeeded, enabling him to teleport instantly and deliver a devastating punch that sent Beelzebub flying dozens of meters away. The audience was astounded after witnessing Tesla's modern science. The very moment they thought Tesla had vanished, he delivered a plasma punch into a blind spot, tearing off a piece of the Lord of the Flies' clothing. The Japanese swordsman noted that Tesla hadn't moved at all. He had literally vanished, almost like magic. Even Ares was curious to know the secret behind Tesla's teleportation technique. But by now, his younger brother Hermes was tired of talking and no longer wanted to explain. And it seemed Beelzebub had already figured out the secret of this move. Tesla laughed heartily and named his technique Tesla Warp. Such a cheesy name left Beelzebub speechless, while Tesla's colleagues felt even more embarrassed, unable to look anyone in the eye. At this point, Beelzebub pointed out 3 weaknesses in Tesla's teleportation. First, Tesla needed a lot of time to recharge. If he could teleport continuously, Beelzebub would have been finished off in no time. Second, the locations Tesla could teleport to were limited. The Lord of the Flies had noticed that Tesla's flashy, extraneous movements were not meant to intimidate his opponent, but to lure Beelzebub into the exact position Tesla intended to teleport to. The final weakness was that the number of times Tesla could teleport was strictly limited. As soon as he finished speaking, one of Tesla's coils shattered into pieces. Hearing this, Tesla praised Beelzebub's analysis as highly accurate and did not hesitate to explain it in a bit more detail for him. Teleportation could only be executed within the prison of the gods. He could not teleport outside of it. Secondly, Tesla had to generate superparticles by continuously punching the air, simultaneously gathering those super Tesla particles at various points within the cage, creating areas with extremely high particle concentrations invisible to the naked eye. Finally, Tesla would select the location he wanted to teleport to, using the Tesla coil to synchronize the superparticles, allowing him to teleport in the blink of an eye. However, the time required to complete this synchronization took up to 63 seconds. Hearing this, Edison was exasperated because Tesla had voluntarily revealed his own weaknesses. He even disclosed that each teleportation consumed one Tesla coil, proving Beelzebub's deduction entirely correct. Thus, Tesla only had 2 teleportations left. Upon hearing this, Gull asked what would happen if Tesla overused it. Brunhilde explained that if he did, the Valkyrie who formed the armor, Gundel, would be destroyed, and since Tesla's fate was tied to Gundel, he would perish along with her. Beelzebub felt Tesla was too arrogant for revealing all his secrets like that. But Tesla waved his hand, arguing that hiding information would stifle the development of science. It was precisely because people shared knowledge with one another that humanity could continuously evolve. Hearing this, Beelzebub was somewhat impressed by the scientific truths of humanity. He also remarked that humans were truly crazy, talking endlessly without getting bored. But right at this moment, the Lord of the Flies coughed up a large amount of blood. This proved that human science had grown significantly stronger, capable of inflicting fatal wounds upon him, and he had to admit that it had been a very long time since he felt this much pain. In the past, he had journeyed to the underworld alone after Lilith's death. When Hades met Beelzebub, his body was already heavily injured, so Hades asked him why he had come. The Lord of the Flies got straight to the point, demanding a fight with the king of the underworld. But Hades knew full well that Beelzebub was a frenzied demon who had recently come down to the underworld to engage in combat with numerous monsters. So, Hades asked him how many monsters he had slaughtered just to get there. Could it be that he still wanted to fight in such a battered state? Beelzebub admitted he was tired of living, so Hades took off his mask to humor him. Hades then drew his bident, accepting Beelzebub's challenge, and the battle took place right inside Hades' palace. Initially, the Lord of the Flies proactively charged to attack the king of the underworld, but he took a hit that sent him flying back. Naturally, Beelzebub was unafraid and continued to lunge forward. But this time, Hades flashed a terrifying smile and blasted Beelzebub completely out of the palace. Only then did the Lord of the Flies finally admit that the king of the underworld was too powerful to defeat, and with tears falling, he believed he would now die at Hades' hands. Hearing this, Hades couldn't understand why Beelzebub was so tired of life. The Lord of the Flies pointed to Lilith's mark on his chest, saying that no matter what he did, he could not die. Even if he stood still and let the monsters of the underworld attack him, this mark wouldn't let him get his wish. He had killed Lilith with his own hands, plunging him into agony. Yet Lilith wanted Beelzebub to keep living, piling suffering upon suffering. That was why Beelzebub came here, begging Hades to end his curse. Hearing this, Hades remarked that this reason was truly foolish. The king of the underworld didn't know what had happened between Lilith and Beelzebub, but Lilith's mark on Beelzebub's chest was not a curse, it was a prayer. Because when Lilith spoke those words wishing for Beelzebub to live on, he had a responsibility to live a life worthy of her hope. Therefore, Hades pointed a finger at Beelzebub's face, asking what he had done all this time to honor the one he loved. Hearing this, Beelzebub briefly recalled Lilith's dying words and was unable to answer. The king of the underworld then told him to think things through very carefully. If he was still tired of living the next time, he should return to the underworld at his absolute strongest. Whenever he came, Hades would be waiting for him, so Beelzebub could safely go back. At this moment, Beelzebub silently pleaded with Lilith and his three friends to tell him if this mark was truly a prayer, how was he supposed to live? And then his tears continued to fall endlessly. Sometime later, Beelzebub returned to the underworld to meet Hades. There, Beelzebub admitted that he was still someone unworthy of life, but he didn't feel comfortable dying at Hades' hands. Now, he had accepted living on in pain only to die in the most pathetic way possible. That was how Beelzebub would atone for his mistakes with the people he loved. Hearing this, Hades let out a long laugh, thinking this Lord of the Flies was truly a nuisance. But precisely because of that, Hades took a special interest in him. Hades then pulled out a divine weapon and tossed it to Beelzebub. It was the divine staff that Hades often carried with him. The king of the underworld believed that this item would perfectly suit Beelzebub's abilities, ensuring he wouldn't die easily. Finally, Hades promised to witness Beelzebub's fate from now until the day he died. Hearing this, the Lord of the Flies wondered why the king of the underworld cared about him, to which Hades explained that he had a few younger brothers who were all just as disruptive and troublesome. The strange thing was that right when Hades was reminiscing about his brothers, an interesting person like Beelzebub appeared. At this point, Beelzebub partially understood the reason, and before leaving the underworld, he also acknowledged that Hades was a very troublesome god. Now, recalling these memories, Hades was the very reason Beelzebub fought like a madman. Previously, Beelzebub always thought he was someone who didn't deserve to live, but witnessing Hades' death changed him drastically. And now, he swore to annihilate all of humanity without leaving a single soul behind. With that said, he tightly gripped his staff with both hands and channeled both his offensive and defensive vibrations into it. Seeing this, Adamas wondered what the Lord of the Flies was plotting, but Zeus immediately recognized it as a forbidden technique in the underworld. When Tesla saw his opponent charging up a technique, he rushed forward to punch him away. But Beelzebub stood firm, his hands gripping his divine weapon tightly. It is said that when the benevolent god Baal and the wicked demon Zebub clash, chaos is born, an entity capable of swallowing promised lands and leaving nothing but ruins behind. Tesla, sensing the extreme danger of this move, thought he was in deep trouble, while Zeus continuously pleaded for Beelzebub not to use that technique right there. However, after condensing his two vibrations, the Lord of the Flies generated a blinding light that forced all spectators to shield their eyes, and that light quickly gathered into a massive black sphere. Then, a terrifying explosion occurred right in the arena, blowing away everything in the vicinity. Even Hermes was left in awe, witnessing Beelzebub's unique chaos technique for the first time. Nostradamus also gasped in amazement as this move blew apart the entire arena. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone focused intensely to see what had happened. As expected, Tesla had taken the full brunt of the attack, leaving his armor on the verge of shattering. His physical condition had also reached its limit, making it impossible for him to stand. Heimdall assumed that humanity's light would soon be swallowed by the darkness of the underworld. But Brunhilde was not worried at all, knowing the battle was far from over. On the sidelines, Adamas asked Zeus what that technique was. The old god explained that the user had to use both hands to combine their offensive and defensive vibrations. By tightly compressing those two vibrations, they could unleash a devastatingly massive explosion. Hades had once witnessed this technique, which was why it had long been permanently banned in the underworld. Even the caster, Beelzebub, was now as battered and torn as Tesla. Since the very nature of this technique was to destroy everything, the caster was also caught in the blast. Therefore, chaos remained an extremely terrifying technique that should never be used. Beelzebub making use of this move without finishing off Tesla proved to be a major miscalculation on his part. At this moment, Beelzebub appeared surprised that Tesla hadn't been vaporized into pieces. It turned out Tesla had chosen the best course of action by sacrificing one of his coils to protect himself. By using his plasma pulse punch at maximum output, he had successfully negated a portion of the black sphere's power. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't completely stop that horrific explosion. Beelzebub had to admit that Tesla possessed an incredibly extraordinary strength, but now he would use all his power to end it. Hearing this, Tesla wagged his finger, declaring that humanity would never end. Returning to the past in a village in the Austrian Empire, Tesla was then a playful 5-year-old boy who refused to stay home and help his mother. However, Tesla's older sister told their mother not to worry, as he was surely running to his own secret base. Upon arriving, Tesla had to recite the correct password to be invited inside. This was a house at the end of the village used by Tesla's older brother Dane as a research space. Today, he was trying to build a windmill as requested by a villager. Dane was known as the smartest person in the village, a young inventor highly trusted by the locals for help. Hearing this, Tesla wondered if the two brothers hadn't already built a windmill. But according to Dane, this version of the windmill would be much more advanced. The only issue was that Dane wasn't confident it would succeed this time. Seeing this, Tesla encouraged his older brother, assuring him it would work no matter what. Dane shared that although he lacked confidence, he still wanted to make the people around him happy, as he felt joy whenever he saw others delighted by the products he created. But this time, Dane was genuinely quite worried, because he didn't know if the design materials were durable enough. If it broke, the person would surely be very disappointed. Seeing this, Tesla immediately encouraged his brother, saying it didn't matter if it broke. It is precisely from these failures that one can discover new things. He recalled that their sister once made a stew the whole family couldn't eat, but gradually, she learned to cook a stew that everyone loved the most. Tesla believed that humanity's ability to develop was precisely due to the lessons learned from those failures. Hearing this, Dane was very surprised, unable to believe a 5-year-old child could articulate such a thought. He believed his younger brother would grow up to become a highly extraordinary person. At the same time, he appointed Tesla as a special researcher in this laboratory. The lab had a cool name, the Prison of the Gods. But Tesla changed it to the Super Holy House, leaving Dane speechless, as he had never heard a name as silly as that one. Tesla was not only someone who cared deeply for his timid older brother, but he also loved the products his brother poured his heart into creating. However, one day, an incredibly massive storm hit. At that time, the brothers' parents had left the house very early, leaving only the children together to wait for the thunderstorm to pass. Dane then put on a raincoat and headed out into the storm, saying he was just going to check on the windmill for a bit and would be right back. Worried about his older brother, Tesla ran out into the middle of the storm to search for him. Upon arriving, Tesla was horrified to discover the incomplete windmill had been struck down by lightning. Dane and his horse were smoking, proving they had also been struck. Dane's sudden death brought deep sorrow to his family. Even the old man in the village deeply regretted asking Dane to research the windmill. But Tesla approached to comfort him, stating that Dane still lived on in his memory and hadn't truly died. The magnanimity of the 5-year-old Tesla filled everyone with admiration. Sometime later, the windmill was completed according to Dane's blueprints. Everyone rejoiced, but unfortunately, the windmill wouldn't operate. Thus, the genius boy Dane slowly faded from the villagers' memories. From then on, Tesla locked himself in his older brother's laboratory, and 6 years later, a perfectly functioning windmill was completed by Tesla, bringing Dane's image back into the villagers' minds once again. In truth, the windmill worked not because of a new design by Tesla, but because he had improved upon Dane's blueprint to complete it. He kept his promise that his older brother Dane would always live on in his memory. Not only that, but he also preserved the feelings of all the villagers. He believed that as long as science continued to be passed down to future generations, Dane would live forever. From then on, Tesla dedicated his entire life to research. Even after ascending to heaven, he continued to conduct experiments. Now, having taken a devastating blow from his opponent, he still stood up to fight for his sole goal, protecting science and the future of humanity. Tesla's bravery deeply moved the other scientists, and from the stands, they shouted loudly to motivate him to fight. Tesla thought to himself that, sure enough, his brother was still worrying about him just like before. He slowly stood up, affirming that as long as science continued to be passed on, humanity would never face extinction. Seeing this, the young spectators cheered with all their might to support Tesla. He then asked his Valkyrie if she could still continue fighting. Gundul immediately replied that as long as his science continued to advance, she would keep fighting. Hearing this, Tesla felt very reassured and immediately used his final coil to create the Prison of the Gods once more, using his super speed to constantly shift angles before launching a plasma punch at Beelzebub. But the Lord of the Flies saw through this movement and was able to use his staff to counterattack. Despite this, Beelzebub was being spun around like a top, gradually sapping his stamina. Adamas wondered what Beelzebub was doing, questioning why he didn't just use chaos to finish off his opponent. But Zeus knew that Beelzebub's physical condition was no longer strong enough to withstand that chaos technique again. And now, he was stuck in a defensive stance, unable to move. Hermes noticed that Beelzebub's combat instincts were exceptionally sharp. If he merely caught a glimpse of Tesla's teleportation technique, he would undoubtedly counterattack immediately. Hearing this, Ares was filled with hope for a victory for the god's side. But his younger brother Hermes once again burst his bubble. According to Hermes, Tesla still had one final coil left. As long as that coil existed, the outcome of the match remained completely unpredictable. However, during a direct attack on Beelzebub, Tesla was unexpectedly countered. He was forced to step back, only to trip over the uneven terrain created by Beelzebub. It turned out the Lord of the Flies had created that rough terrain to hinder Tesla's movement. Consequently, the god's audience felt very smug, thinking Tesla was paying the price for his arrogance. Conversely, Beelzebub wasn't faring much better, as his body was under immense pressure from his own techniques, prompting Tesla to advise him that if he continued unleashing vibrational attacks, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Despite this warning, Beelzebub charged forward, using his battered body to deliver highly lethal thrusts, continuously coughing up blood without ever reducing his speed. Right at that moment, Lilith's mark took effect, helping him temporarily suppress his wounds, giving Beelzebub a renewed surge of strength to continuously thrust his staff forward, creating countless vibrations. After that, he executed a technique called Sorath Resh, landing a direct hit on Tesla that even shattered his cage entirely. Heimdall noted that Beelzebub had practically sacrificed his own body to unleash that finishing move, while Tesla, unable to dodge it, suffered devastating damage to his armor. The two Valkyrie sisters, Brunhilde and Gull, along with the human audience, felt a mix of intense fear and despair. This Lord of the Flies was simply too powerful, leaving Tesla with very few chances of winning. However, the sorcerer Tesla was not worried at all, and loudly praised the previous technique as absolutely magnificent, leaving the entire arena's audience gasping in astonishment. They couldn't believe this human, battered as he was, remained so resilient. Tesla even praised Beelzebub as an ideal treasure trove for combat. Despite possessing a small number of skills, he had managed to vary them into all sorts of offensive and defensive styles. Tesla believed this match was incredibly valuable material for proving his research. The human audience regained their hope, seeing that Tesla hadn't given up. On top of that, he was openly researching his opponent right in the middle of the match. His colleagues quickly remarked that Tesla was truly a maniac obsessed with research. Even if the universe were to collapse, that man would never stop researching. Thus, they collectively acknowledged Tesla as the maddest scientist in human history. Gull couldn't believe he could still boast so loudly while being in such a ruined state. But in reality, behind Tesla stood Gundul, bravely fighting alongside him to the very end. At this moment, Tesla loudly declared that as long as humanity faced danger, they would never stop evolving. With that said, he used his final coil to generate a light that dazzled the entire arena, simultaneously calling upon all of humanity to march toward the future alongside him. Hearing this, Dane felt incredibly proud of his younger brother. The human audience also cheered endlessly, because the future Tesla spoke of was just like how he once illuminated the Earth with the light bulbs he invented. And now, the hope of victory was ignited in everyone's heart. Jack the Ripper's Valkyrie was overjoyed to see Tesla so optimistic. However, Jack wondered how Tesla planned to break through Beelzebub's vibrational shield, because that was an exceptionally difficult defensive technique to overcome. Now, the two fighters poured their remaining strength into their decisive attacks. Tesla charged forward first, but was immediately obstructed by the vibrational shield. Seeing this, he combined it with a barrage of continuous punches from both hands, determined to punch until he shattered his opponent's technique. The mad scientist also named this move the Infinite Plasma Pulse Punch, forcing Beelzebub to brace himself with all his might to withstand it. But Tesla's punching speed grew faster and faster, leaving no openings. Even as his armor increasingly crumbled, he refused to slow down, leaving Jack astounded. Meanwhile, Beelzebub tried to shift to an offensive stance but couldn't budge, only able to incorporate his right hand to try and defend against Tesla's storm of punches. The scientists realized Tesla was taking a massive gamble by pouring all his strength into destroying his opponent's vibrational shield. Adam believed Tesla wouldn't have enough stamina to punch continuously like that for long. Thus, the moment Tesla exhausted himself, Beelzebub would deliver the finishing blow. But Zeus noticed that the Lord of the Flies' condition wasn't much better, as his body had too many wounds to withstand thousands of punches from his opponent. Hearing this, Adam was filled with anxiety. He yelled at Beelzebub, warning that if he lost, he wouldn't spare him. The match had reached its climax, even for the audience. The human side continuously cheered for Tesla, hoping he would push just a little harder for the win. The gods, who previously despised Beelzebub, were now cheering for him to hold his defense. Even the other gods could not take their eyes off this incredibly captivating match. While Tesla was exhilarated, Beelzebub visibly showed signs of strain. Neither dared to be careless, as a single mistake would come at a heavy price. The power of science was now completely on par with the divine, making the scientists feel that their research efforts were not in vain, and Edison believed Tesla would prove that the power of science equaled the power of the gods. On one side, Beelzebub was trying to endure the pain to defend and wait for an opening to attack. On the other side, humanity's sorcerer was using science to defeat the divine. However, unfortunately, Tesla was the one to reach his limit first. It turned out that the damage from the chaos technique earlier had severely devastated his body from deep within, and the vibrational waves he had nullified were the byproducts of that technique. This meant that from the beginning of the match until now, his body had suffered continuous internal damage upon contact with the vibrational waves. Despite this, he found this life-or-death battle to be incredibly thrilling. Tesla's willpower allowed him to throw one final, decisive punch. Seeing the opportunity had arrived, Beelzebub immediately shifted to a counteroffensive stance and used all his might to deflect Tesla's punch. Seeing the barrage of punches halted, the human audience grew even more worried. Down below, the Lord of the Flies lunged at Tesla and declared that the match was over. But Tesla simply smiled gently, planting his hand on the ground to leverage himself back up for a counterattack. Seeing Tesla prepare to unleash a plasma punch, Beelzebub didn't dare to engage in a direct clash. He quickly retracted his right arm and switched to his left hand to create a defensive shield. Tesla then declared that this was the moment humanity evolved. As soon as he spoke, his arm detached, much to the horrified gazes of the audience. Both humans and gods couldn't understand what Tesla was trying to do by sacrificing his arm like that. Even Beelzebub was surprised when Tesla's arm suddenly vanished. But immediately after, the arm flew at Beelzebub from behind. It turned out Tesla had used a bit of energy to teleport his arm. Simultaneously, he attacked from the front, creating a pincer attack. And he gave this move yet another ridiculous name, the Plasma Pulse Punch Cross. Now, unable to dodge, Beelzebub had to figure out how to block both attacks at the same time. So he decided to use the arm holding his staff to block the punch from behind, while slightly leaning to the side, successfully evading the punch from the front. The match finally reached its conclusion. Tesla had used all his abilities, but he couldn't strike his opponent. Conversely, Beelzebub used 2 fingers of his right hand, reinforced by vibrational waves, to pierce right through Tesla's armor and body, leaving the audience in shock. The final Tesla coil ceased functioning and shattered into pieces. But he still smiled, saying he thought he had a great idea, only for it to fail. Thus, he acknowledged that Beelzebub was indeed one step ahead of him. However, the Lord of the Flies admitted he had always believed one thing about Tesla, that he would never use mere brute force to decide a victory like this. Hearing this, Tesla felt deeply honored to have fought such an exhilarating match with Beelzebub. The Lord of the Flies then coldly withdrew his fingers from the armor to finish his opponent off, leaving the audience stunned, unable to believe the match would end in such a scenario. Despite his defeat, Tesla still urged humanity to hold their heads high, because today's match had propelled humanity to new heights, and as long as they did not give up, science would never perish in the face of any tragedy. Right at that moment, Tesla's Valkyrie appeared right beside him, just like her promise to fight alongside him to the very end. Therefore, Tesla continued to urge humanity not to stop, but to keep moving forward. With his final words, Tesla's body, along with Gundel, shattered into pieces. Witnessing this scene, the Valkyrie sisters could not hold back their tears. The human audience, however, did not mourn. They continued to look forward, honoring Tesla's teachings. At this time, Heimdall announced that the winner of the 8th round was the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub, and he silently thanked Hades for allowing him to enjoy this match. The audience on the god's side still felt a sense of regret for Tesla because he was truly very strong. But it had to be said that Beelzebub, despite being despised, had fought a very spectacular battle, so they chanted his name, praising his incredible performance. Hearing this, the Lord of the Flies did not expect their attitude to change so quickly. Indeed, humans and gods weren't so different. They were all equally annoying. And because Beelzebub's injuries were so severe, he had to drag his feet step by step into the tunnel. Finally, Ares breathed a sigh of relief seeing the gods secure a victory, but Hermes felt that Tesla was the one who brought more surprises. Who would have expected that at the very last moment, he would be crazy enough to teleport his arm behind his opponent? And that arm was pre-charged with a plasma pulse punch, combining with the punch from the front to create an inescapable pincer attack, meaning his continuous punching at the shield was merely a smokescreen all along. Even Zeus was impressed by Tesla's combat abilities. He acknowledged that humanity's sorcerer had far exceeded the god's imagination, and if it had been anyone other than Beelzebub participating in this match, no god could have dodged that attack. Thus, he felt that Beelzebub was truly a fearsome dark god. On the other side, the scientists were still in awe of the plasma pulse punch. In this match, Tesla had utilized the full power of that armor. They hadn't expected Tesla to keep the arm teleportation technique a secret until the very end. But Edison affirmed that Tesla had only just calculated and come up with that technique on the spot. Moreover, Tesla fought tenaciously even though his opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, and even when he was about to fade away, he still ignited the flame in humanity's heart. So the scientists no longer felt sad and invited each other back home to continue their research. For a constantly advancing science in the future, just as Tesla's final wish desired, Gull was heartbroken witnessing her Valkyrie sister follow Tesla, but she believed that Gundel's final smile before fading away proved that she was also very fulfilled. In the arena, Heimdall announced that after Beelzebub's victory, the score was now tied. This signaled that the upcoming 9th round would be extremely tense and dramatic. However, Brunhilde was currently not in the mood to think about the next match. She went to the special room dedicated to remembering the fallen warriors of this great war. Whether from the god's side or humanity's side, they were all highly respectable warriors. And now she felt deeply heartbroken having to add Tesla's image to this room. But while she was mourning, Buddha suddenly made candy-chewing noises, ruining the atmosphere, remarking that every time he came here he saw Brunhilde crying. He thought she was a cold person, but unexpectedly, she was quite sentimental. Seeing this, Brunhilde scolded Buddha, asking why he sneaked out of the hospital again, and even snuck into her room to sleep. But Buddha walked up behind her, grabbed her hand, and said he had an important matter to discuss. Brunhilde wondered what could be so serious. Buddha then mentioned her boyfriend Siegfried, who was currently imprisoned in Tartarus. He asked if this great war had anything to do with it. Hearing this, Brunhilde glared at him, stating that that guy was not her ex-boyfriend. This embarrassed Buddha so much that he dropped the candy he was happily sucking on. She even asked to be excused to prepare for the next match, refusing to play along with him anymore, leaving Buddha in the room with his jaw dropped. He hadn't expected Brunhilde to react like that, making him think she might be going through puberty. Meanwhile, in the deepest depths of the Tartarus prison in the underworld, extremely dangerous prisoners, whether humans, monsters, or any species, were being held. During their patrol, the guards received news that the gods had tied the score at 4-4. So they wondered why someone like Beelzebub had won while Lord Hades suffered such a crushing defeat. Siegfried, who was imprisoned at the time, also peeked out, looking surprised that humans and gods were now tied. The guards knew Siegfried was a demigod, so they asked him which side he was cheering for. But Siegfried refused to answer, angering the guard. And because they were instructed not to speak with Siegfried, the two guards left in annoyance. Siegfried was also known by the moniker Dragon Slayer, and upon learning the score, he figured Brunhilde was trying very hard. But he wondered if it was okay for her to do so. Because she appeared calm on the outside, but was actually very fragile on the inside, Siegfried only hoped that she wouldn't overwork herself and suffer too much. At this time, the gods were preparing very carefully for the 9th match, and Ares' mind was incredibly stressed as the Great War of Ragnarok reached its climax. Yet, the representative for the gods in this match was someone Ares did not like at all. Even Zeus found that god to be constantly arrogant and ridiculous. However, on the flip side, he was an extremely powerful entity who could secure the next victory for the gods. Upon arriving, Ares' jaw dropped when he saw the god Apollo relaxing with several beautiful maidens in an open-air bath. Ares was red with anger, seeing that while the tournament was so tense, Apollo was comfortably playing around like this. In contrast, Apollo was very welcoming, greeting Ares warmly. He even went out of his way to invite Ares to join them in the bath for fun. Seeing the god of war hesitating, Apollo quickly pushed Ares into the bathtub. Zeus got straight to the point, stating that Apollo would be the representative for the gods in the next match. Because since the beginning of the Great War, many gods had perished, such as Poseidon, Heracles, and even Hades. Hearing this, Apollo appeared shocked, unable to believe Hades had lost. He believed the moment of Hades' defeat must have been magnificent. Ares angrily asked if Apollo felt any sorrow at all. But Apollo stood up and stated that since they had fought with all their might, there was no reason to be sad. He even considered it the most wonderful sight, leaving Ares and the other gods utterly speechless. Additionally, Apollo invited the beauties to the arena to witness his battle firsthand. And when they agreed, the sun god promised to respond in a magnificent manner. Meanwhile, Brunhilde and Gull were also selecting the next representative for the 9th match. Gull believed that humanity had fought with all their might to achieve the current tie. Hearing this, Brunhilde felt highly irritated, noting that if they did not win, it would all mean nothing. Therefore, she had chosen a very powerful fighter to step into the arena for the next match. This was someone who had repeatedly and boldly challenged the gods, and was also the greatest rebel in all of human history. Right at that moment, giant soldiers opened a gate, inviting Brunhilde inside. Along the way, Brunhilde recounted that since the dawn of humanity, countless nations had flourished only to be destroyed. From those ashes, they made their name as the most glorious and powerful nation in history, and these were the Iron Warriors of Sparta. Not only did they possess boundless strength, but they also had bodies as tough as bronze and iron. Even in death, every single one of them was still eagerly training. After crossing the soldiers' training grounds, Brunhilde and Gull met the Emperor of Sparta, King Leonidas, who appeared as an older man with an extremely fashionable sense of style, leaving Gull in awe. Noticing that Leonidas was ignoring her, Brunhilde stepped closer to inform him that he was humanity's representative for the upcoming 9th round. Hearing this, Leonidas took a long drag from his cigar and flatly refused, leaving Gull speechless. It turned out Leonidas only wanted to fight in the first or the final match, dismissing the middle ones entirely. Thus, he told Brunhilde and Gull to go play somewhere else so he could read his book. Seeing this, Brunhilde resorted to flattering the king. She mentioned that she could have placed Leonidas in an explosive first match or a magnificent final one. However, throughout the 7 million years of history since humanity's inception, only Leonidas possessed enough strength to take down the god in the upcoming 9th match. That opponent was none other than the sun god Apollo. But she added that if Leonidas wasn't interested, she wouldn't force him. With that, she asked Gull to leave so they wouldn't bother him anymore. However, just hearing the name of the sun god Apollo filled Leonidas's eyes with pure hatred. Brunhilde even held up a picture of Apollo to taunt Leonidas, driving him mad with anger. Leonidas directly called Apollo a bastard, making Gull turn pale with fear. Taking this opportunity, Leonidas declared the 3 things he loved most in the world. First, lying in a hammock and reading a book. Second, sipping wine with Spartan cheese. And finally, breaking the noses of arrogant gods with his bare hands. With that said, Leonidas tore off his shirt and proclaimed that he would defeat Apollo in the next match for the honor of Sparta. At the same time, the 5th Valkyrie, named Geirlul, also appeared at Brunhilde's invitation. However, King Leonidas felt quite irritated upon seeing her. It turned out Geirlul had no interest in fighting. Nevertheless, Brunhilde wanted him to synchronize his heart with his Valkyrie when stepping into the arena. Naturally, Leonidas was very arrogant and did not want to place his trust in anyone. Geirlul also acted stubbornly, claiming she had no time to bond with Leonidas. Consequently, the two began bickering like cats and dogs. Unable to take it anymore, Geirlul threw a knife at Leonidas and leaped forward to headbutt him. But Leonidas's head was harder, so Geirlul ended up being the one in pain. Standing nearby, Gull was left with her jaw dropped, watching a Valkyrie fighting with a human fighter. But in reality, she knew nothing about their dynamic. Because their personalities were so similar, they occasionally provoked each other just for fun. And as the two lunged at each other, the divine weapon transformation was immediately activated. Shortly after, the god Heimdall announced the official start of the 9th match, noting that it would be an extremely pivotal battle directly impacting the final 5 matches. Therefore, he urged both humans and gods to cast their eyes upon the arena to enjoy the fight. According to Heimdall, gods and humans were bound by a millennia-old grudge that could not be easily erased. But right now, the time to close that 1,000-year feud had arrived. In human history, the Spartans were considered the strongest, and these resilient warriors dedicated their entire lives to relentless combat training. However, their purpose for fighting was neither victory nor glory. In 480 BC, a legendary death match took place at the Pass of Thermopylae. Although Sparta had only 300 soldiers, they stood up against 300,000 Persian troops. Their existence was indomitable. They had never bowed to any other nation, and the man currently marching toward the arena was a representative of Sparta, the one known as the battlefield's mightiest king, named Leonidas. As he spoke, King Leonidas appeared in a soldier's attire, carrying a massive shield. At this moment, the god's representative also appeared amidst a blinding light. This was the flashy, radiant entrance that the divine audience had been eagerly awaiting. According to Heimdall, this was a highly adored god in the divine realm. In the past, he had slain the legendary serpent Python with his silver arrows. Later, he created lyre melodies that enchanted the hearts of the people. Ultimately, what drew everyone to Apollo was his absolute beauty intertwined with immense power. Now, Apollo made his appearance in a very vibrant outfit, accompanied by the dance of beautiful maidens. As soon as the female audience saw Apollo, they were completely mesmerized by him. On the other side, Leonidas looked incredibly bitter upon seeing Apollo. In fact, as soon as Heimdall announced the start of the battle, Leonidas didn't say a word. He immediately charged forward and smashed his shield straight into his opponent's face. His lightning-fast attack left both Heimdall and the maidens gasping in shock. Brunhilde stated that Leonidas had not broken any rules since the referee had already given the signal, but unfortunately, Apollo effortlessly dodged Leonidas's shield bash. He considered it a somewhat cowardly sneak attack that lacked any beauty. Apollo even disdainfully compared Leonidas to a wild beast. From his behavior to his attitude, he was no different from the humans out there. But Leonidas didn't care, taking a long drag from his cigar. After that, he rushed at Apollo again, swinging his shield continuously, but could not land a hit on the sun god. When he managed to graze Apollo's hair, the female fans shrieked in terror, begging him not to ruin his hair. On the sidelines, Ares worried needlessly for Apollo as he was constantly under attack. Meanwhile, Leonidas and his Valkyrie felt that their opponent wasn't bad at all, and in the name of Sparta, he would make Apollo pay. Hearing this, the sun god wondered if they had met somewhere before. Leonidas taunted the gods, saying they had lived so long that their minds had gone completely senile. But Apollo calmly stated that anyone wishing to speak with the sun god must first kneel. Through that statement, Leonidas remarked that the sun god was just as much of a bastard as he used to be. Hearing this, Apollo became genuinely furious that someone would call him a bastard. Therefore, the sun god decided he had to punish Leonidas to prevent him from spouting further profanities. Of course, since ancient times, Leonidas had never liked Apollo. He even declared that the sun god was the person he hated the most in the entire world. To speak of Leonidas's grudge, we must return to the past. When asked about Leonidas, a young boy's eyes lit up as he called him the coolest person in the world. Meanwhile, an elderly warrior felt his fighting spirit boiling just like when he was young. The soldiers felt as if they were granted additional strength and a surging aura. Even just looking at Leonidas made the soldiers feel that victory was within reach, despite being in a dire situation. Throughout history, countless heroes and great figures have been recognized. However, King Leonidas I stands as a hero admired and revered by the world. In 480 BC, an army of 300,000 Persians invaded Greece with the intention of annexing the country, targeting Sparta and Athens as their main objectives. However, at that time, the elders of Sparta held a crucial meeting. Initially, they all intended to fight a life-or-death battle against the Persian army. But one elder pointed out that it was currently the festival of Carnea, and leading an army into battle would surely incur the wrath and punishment of the god Apollo. The Carnia festival was a ritual to honor Apollo. During the festival, all military campaigns were strictly forbidden, and the people of Sparta referred to this as the Oracle of Apollo. Thus, these words became an immutable law passed down through generations. But if they did not fight the Persians, they would inevitably lose their country. Yet, the elders insisted on following Apollo's oracle without breaking it. They were not even worried, claiming that they should just enjoy the festival first, as it would not be too late to fight the Persians afterward. They believed this decision would not lead to their defeat. Indeed, the mindset of the elders left the younger generation feeling frustrated. Initially, a soldier named Haggis thought that since it was Apollo's oracle, their hands were tied and no one could argue against it. He believed everyone else there felt the same way. Not to mention, the number of people who strictly followed the oracle was so large that it was difficult to oppose them. However, there was one man who thought differently. At that moment, Leonidas stood up and loudly declared that the name Apollo and his so-called oracle were nothing but utter nonsense. As for the elders, he outright called them a bunch of fools. Leonidas argued that Apollo was just some deity who appeared out of nowhere, and no one had ever even seen his face. Therefore, there was no way Leonidas would trust him with his life, and he decided to march into battle rather than obey anyone's orders. At that time, although the king of Sparta held the power to command the army, the authority to declare war on other nations rested with the Council of Elders. They deemed that Leonidas had committed the unforgivable crime of blasphemy against the gods. Hearing this, he was enraged that a deity dared to condemn him, so he threw a punch that shattered the statue of Apollo into pieces. The witnesses were left in shock and terror seeing Apollo's statue collapse, but Leonidas confidently declared that if the gods sought to punish anyone, he would bear it alone. Infuriated by his words, an elder pointed at Leonidas and warned that if he dared to defy the generations-old oracle, the people of Sparta would not follow him. Was Leonidas truly so bloodthirsty that he would oppose the gods themselves? But Leonidas stated that his reason was very simple and not difficult to understand. When invaders arrive, they must stand up and fight. And once on the battlefield, a warrior must fight with their own free will. That was the true spirit of a Spartan. The soldier Haggis had to admit that Leonidas was absolutely insane. He was a man who dared to oppose both the gods and the council to march onto the battlefield alone. Initially, Haggis was too afraid to follow the king, fearing the council's punishment. But somehow, a moment later, he threw away his banner to run after Leonidas, calling out the king's name as if he were his idol. It was not just Haggis. Shortly after, 300 Spartan warriors followed Leonidas. They were all united in their desire to go to war and fight alongside him, forming a brave army that would go down in history. At that moment, Leonidas asked everyone if they understood the grave significance of this battle. Of course, they all knew that once they marched to war, they would certainly not return alive. Even though there was a bit of fear in their hearts, they constantly reminded themselves that they were Spartans. Hearing this, Leonidas was very pleased. He took his shield and helmet, telling his men to give it their all. Thus, Leonidas and his 300 courageous soldiers marched straight to the battlefield, and his opponent was the 300,000-strong army of the Persian Empire. Seeing the enemy swarming like ants made Leonidas extremely excited, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to show them what Spartans were made of. Upon hearing this, the entire army let out a mighty war cry and charged together toward the enemy. Now, recalling that moment, Haggis still felt a slight tremor of fear. But it was precisely because of that fear that Haggis felt he was truly living to the fullest. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was that both Leonidas and his 300 soldiers perished. However, thanks to that battle, the entire country of Greece was inspired, which allowed them to successfully repel the Persian army later on. And in that battle, Haggis felt the most impressive person was undoubtedly King Leonidas. Because even though he was covered in wounds, he still fiercely charged at the enemy general. At that time, Leonidas's back was so majestic that it gave everyone chills. And now, standing behind the king once again, Haggis felt that his majesty was as incredibly awesome as ever. Back in the present, Leonidas brought up the foolish orders Apollo had given the Spartans. Thanks to that oracle, his country had faced so much unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, Leonidas was a man who absolutely hated being ordered around by others. But Apollo felt that the orders he gave were joyful, peaceful, and could help avoid conflict. So what was so serious that Leonidas had to be so bitter about it? Hearing this, Leonidas cursed Apollo as an arrogant bastard while activating his divine shield, turning it into a buzzsaw. According to Brunhilde, that divine weapon contained the power of Garulul, and Leonidas threw it at Apollo, but it was easily blocked by the sun god. Seeing this, Leonidas combined with Garulul to amplify the weapon's power, managing to land a direct hit on Apollo. This was also the first lesson Leonidas had for Apollo. If you want to live a long life, never stand in the way of a Spartan. The Spartan warriors rejoiced, but Apollo was not going down that easily. Noticing this, Leonidas continued to throw his saw blade forward, giving Apollo no time to recover, but Apollo smoothly and stylishly dodged the attack, causing his female fans to scream in delight. Gull wondered how Apollo could dodge so smoothly despite being injured. Not to mention, Apollo's hands looked like they were sparkling with starlight. Brunhilde explained that it was Apollo's divine weapon, known as the Threads of Artemis. According to the Delphi legends, there was a mysterious divine weapon possessed by the sun god called the Threads of Artemis. Sometimes it transformed into a lyre, creating enchanting melodies, while other times it became a sturdy shield capable of blocking the clubs of titans. Sometimes, it even turned into a glowing arrow that could pierce through giant boulders. Gull thought that such thin threads must be very weak and nothing special, but Brunhilde explained that they were threads of light woven from Apollo's radiant solar energy. Just a moment ago, it seemed like Leonidas had hit Apollo, but the threads had actually intercepted the attack. Apollo's divine weapon was truly perfect for both offense and defense. It certainly lived up to its reputation as one of the most powerful divine weapons in Valhalla. If Gull wanted to know more, Brunhilde advised her younger sister to just focus and watch the match. At this moment, Apollo skillfully manipulated the threads, turning them into a pair of boxing gloves. The sun god named this weapon the Radiant Lyre. Afterward, Apollo turned back to the stands, reminding his fangirls to pay close attention and watch him. Leonidas also knew that Apollo's ultra-thin threads had blocked his attack. Now that they had turned into sparkly gloves, it truly irritated Leonidas. He immediately activated his shield and told his Valkyrie to prepare for action. This time, Leonidas continuously punched the air at incredible speed, then relentlessly hurled his shield at Apollo like a storm. However, the sun god dodged the moves effortlessly, leaving the Spartan soldiers astounded and wondering how that god could be so incredibly agile. Zeus knew that Apollo was celebrated as the god of boxing, which made his footwork incredibly nimble. However, Apollo dodging attacks head-on like that was still far too dangerous a move. Moreover, Apollo's threads could not completely block Leonidas's attacks. Yet, Hermes noticed that Leonidas seemingly couldn't keep up with Apollo's speed. He even puffed more intensely on his cigar to increase his speed, but still couldn't land a hit. Right after, Apollo closed in on Leonidas and delivered a devastating punch to the king's face. But Leonidas quickly regained his balance and swung his shield to counterattack. Apollo immediately mocked his opponent, saying that for a mere mortal, he was quite good at taking a beating, which enraged the Spartan king into throwing his shield forward relentlessly to attack. But Apollo continued to weave and dodge, landing punches on Leonidas without missing a single strike. No matter how wildly Leonidas swung his shield, he couldn't hit his mark. On the contrary, Apollo moved faster and faster, treating Leonidas to an extremely high-quality barrage of boxing punches. Up in the stands, Hagus hoped his king could hold his ground. Once Apollo could no longer dodge, he would definitely be utterly defeated. The Spartan warriors continuously cursed Apollo, questioning what kind of god runs away like a little mouse. They taunted him to face the fight head-on if he was so skilled. Meanwhile, the audience on the god's side was just as rowdy. They argued that this was simply a combat strategy, and there was no cowardice involved. Simultaneously dodging and attacking like that was the true pinnacle of skill. Leonidas heard every single comment from the audience clearly. The sun god then grew irritated, conjured two glowing lines, and snapped them onto the ground, drawing two perfectly straight parallel lines. He stated that the arena was too wide today, and this narrow space was all the two of them needed. Hearing this, Leonidas was furious, not understanding what trick Apollo was trying to pull. It turned out Apollo was indulging the desires of the majority of the audience. Now, Apollo wanted to show the world that he could overpower Leonidas in an environment that gave the king the greatest advantage, because Apollo was a god who always answered everyone's expectations. That was the only way to be worthy of being the supreme deity respected by all. Previously, 300 Spartan soldiers had halted the invasion of 300,000 Persian troops. And a few years later, 10,000 Greek soldiers also successfully stopped 300,000 Persians with only 91 casualties. From then on, the people of Greece passed down these exploits along with much praise. They said you should never stand in the way of a Spartan. But now, Apollo was standing directly in front of Leonidas, making the king unbearably angry. Even the Spartan soldiers were burning with rage at being looked down upon by Apollo, calling this the gravest insult ever. The divine audience was equally baffled, as everyone knew that engaging Leonidas in a head-on confrontation was an excessively reckless move. Even Ares had to exclaim, wondering why Apollo was pulling such a dangerous stunt. Zeus explained that Apollo had always been quirky like that, but that was precisely the origin of the sun god's power. Once Apollo entered that state, no one could stop him. Hermes also advised Ares to stop worrying needlessly for Apollo. Hearing this, Ares was annoyed because no one cared about that handsome guy, but Zeus wanted them to continue placing their faith in Apollo, regardless of the situation. Because in any circumstance, Apollo would rise to the occasion to meet everyone's expectations. That aura was what contributed to Apollo shining ever brighter. With that said, Zeus reminded his sons that Apollo was just getting started. At that moment, the sun god emitted a massive amount of blinding light. This was known as his ultimate combat form, a testament to him being the sun that never fades. Apollo had attained this power after fulfilling the expectations of both allies and enemies alike. Even Zeus could not fully explain this strength, finding it extremely intriguing. One who surpasses all conventional limits and shatters all norms is the strongest of all. Goal also felt that the situation was not looking good at all. Because Gerola was inherently a very arrogant person, being insulted by an opponent like that must have made her absolutely furious. However, Brunhilde believed that was exactly what was needed to increase her combat effectiveness. At this moment, Leonidas pulled out another cigar to light, his face full of annoyance. Gerul's face also flared with anger from being looked down upon by Apollo, so the two decided they had to destroy that god at all costs. But first, Leonidas wanted to make that arrogant god kneel and apologize to satisfy his rage. Hearing this, the sun god was curious to see what Leonidas would do next. Immediately after, Leonidas shifted his divine weapon into a hammer connected to his shield, and both swore that this time they would smash Apollo to pieces. The sun god accepted the challenge, slowly walking toward his opponent, and they both casually stepped into each other's striking range. Leonidas struck first with a hammer swing meant to destroy everything, causing the entire arena to shake. But even in such a narrow space, Apollo successfully evaded it, then utilized lightning-fast boxing punches that left Leonidas unable to react. He even nearly stepped out of bounds, only managing to counterattack just in time. Nevertheless, Apollo demonstrated that he was a completely superior combatant. With a simple motion, he used his threads to lock down Leonidas's entire body. It turned out that the moment Apollo closed in on Leonidas, the Spartan king was bound without even realizing it. Apollo pulled his opponent in and delivered a direct punch, sending Leonidas reeling. Furthermore, Apollo amplified the power in his right arm and unleashed a glowing punch at point-blank range. Leonidas had to take it with his own face, causing him to spurt blood everywhere. Gull felt that the battle seemed to be concluding right there. But Brunhilde told her younger sister that in the Spartan dictionary, there was no such thing as conclusion, because they are a nation that has never known how to bow or kneel before an enemy. Thanks to that Spartan spirit, they would also never bow before the gods. Right at that moment, Leonidas unexpectedly sprang up, pulled Apollo in, and used a headbutt to slam directly into his opponent's face. The threads vanished, no longer restraining the Spartan king, and now he and his Valkyrie would force Apollo to kneel just as they had promised. With that said, he slammed his hammer straight into Apollo's face, sending the sun god flying out of bounds. Before the shocked and fearful gazes of the audience, Apollo landed in a kneeling position, like a defeated soul being humiliated. The ladies couldn't believe their handsome Apollo was in such a wretched state. He was still face down, unable to stand. Recalling the earlier moment, Leonidas had unleashed a terrifying counterattack that was no different from an explosion. And now, the Spartan king had truly forced the sun god to submit, leaving the Spartan warriors feeling incredibly excited. Because now, the gods had finally tasted the power of the Spartan leader, a true man named Leonidas. Brunhilde shouted in satisfaction that the Spartan king had done it. On the other side, Jack the Ripper's Valkyrie also shouted in joy, as the match had now tilted toward humanity. Even others had to admit that the Spartan tribe was truly terrifying. But the other Valkyrie sister grew annoyed, stating that it wasn't just the Spartans. Her elder sister, Geirolul, was also very strong, so they shouldn't look down on her. Since childhood, Geirolul had always been a formidable sister among the 13. This was the first time she had seen Geirolul so angry. Hearing this, Jack felt somewhat reassured, believing that humanity would win this battle. Geirolul was extremely pleased after smashing Apollo. Many thought the battle had effectively concluded, but Apollo slowly managed to get up, leaving Leonidas stunned. A god with a beautiful visage now had a face full of misery. Apollo couldn't even stand, leaving his fangirls deeply worried. Leonidas reaffirmed his earlier statement, "Never stand in the way of a Spartan." He thought that the sun god Apollo, having his miserable state exposed to the public like this, couldn't be very happy about it, but Apollo felt the exact opposite. He believed that the moment he poured his entire soul into defeating a strong opponent like Leonidas was the moment he shone the brightest. Hearing this, the audience on the god's side mocked him, saying there was nothing shining here at all. It was obvious Apollo had been beaten to a pulp. Why keep trying to act strong? Moreover, he had recklessly jumped into the fight, barely knowing his own limits, despite being a god. Ares was also furious when listening to the commentary from the audience. Hermes laughed because his older brother seemed to really pay attention to Apollo. But Ares knew Apollo wasn't someone who didn't know his limits, because in this world no one understood their own ability as well as the sun god. Returning to the past, the inscription, "Know thyself," was carved at the place where Apollo was worshipped. The people of Greece understood this as a jab from the sun god, implying that mortals should know their place. Yet, they still worshipped Apollo as an omnipotent deity, as he had passed down many philosophies to the ignorant human world. But this interpretation by humans was entirely incorrect, akin to viewing Apollo as a petty, crude god. In ancient Greece, when gods and humans lived side by side, a monster named Python suddenly appeared in the Delphi region. It frequently appeared to threaten the populace with a face that looked incredibly terrifying. It was also because of its grotesque appearance that Python had been banished from Valhalla, which angered it, leading it to descend to the mortal realm to ruin human life. At that time, Ares had sent a squad of angels down to exterminate the monster. But before they could do anything, they were all kicked away by Python. It even mocked the gods as a bunch of weaklings who were only good for their superficial appearance. Eventually, every god sent to eliminate Python was slaughtered by it. Thus, the crude monster rampaged without anyone being able to stop it. Whenever it appeared, humans could only find places to hide, because this monster was hated and despised like a venomous reptile. Until one day, Apollo personally descended to the mortal realm to search for Python. Seeing the sun god appear, the monster also politely donned a coat to welcome him, and Apollo said that he had come at Ares' suggestion to be Python's opponent. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Ares was shocked that Apollo had descended to Earth just for such a trivial matter. At this time, Python did not understand what this god was trying to do. It intended to lunge forward to attack Apollo, but immediately took a punch to the mouth, causing the monster to roll 10 times across the ground before coming to a stop. Afterward, Apollo laughed very smugly, saying, "Consider that I have won, shall we?" Python stood up, looking very furious, and swore it would take Apollo's life and would never accept defeat at the hands of a hated sun god. Seeing it bark so loudly, Apollo felt very happy and scheduled a rematch for the following day. But until tomorrow, Apollo would occupy Python's entire comfortable bed, leaving it speechless. The following morning, Python continued to be beaten to a pulp without being able to defend itself. Day after day, it challenged Apollo, and the result was always being punched until it looked miserable. But even though it had to crawl on the ground, it still refused to accept defeat. Apollo, seeing this, wondered why it had to risk its life challenging him like that. Python recounted that it was always hated by others for no reason and hunted everywhere. Whether in the divine realm or the mortal realm, wherever it went, it was treated terribly. That was only because, from the moment it was born, it bore a terrifyingly ugly monster shape. In contrast, Apollo was always celebrated and admired for his perfect beauty. A god like that could never understand how painful Python felt. Therefore, Python did not want to lose to someone like that. Hearing this, Apollo unexpectedly smiled and praised Python as truly beautiful. The monster stood there, thinking the sun god was mocking it. With such a brutal and ugly appearance, where on earth was it beautiful? But Apollo asserted that true beauty lies in the honest nature that Python was currently expressing, daring to face oneself and knowing how to exhaust all one's strength to fight the enemy. That was true beauty, not the external appearance. Hearing this, Python was moved to tears, and Apollo admitted that he himself had once been exactly like Python. Previously, Apollo was only recognized as an ordinary god. Titles like the god of philosophy, poetry, or medicine were not talents Apollo had from birth. To attain those titles, Apollo had exchanged them for relentless, unceasing hard work. Then, from an ordinary entity, Apollo became one of the 12 gods of Olympus. Naturally, Python did not want to believe what Apollo had just said, but the sun god asserted that those who are satisfied with the present and refuse to progress, and those who drown in the happiness they possess, are the truly ugly ones. While someone who understands themselves is worthy of being proud of their own beauty. Hearing this, Python was also speechless because it felt Apollo was too formidable. But afterward, it wept, saying that before now, it had harmed too many innocent people. Apollo believed that the act of self-defense was also understandable, and his responsibility was to prevent such events before they turned into brutal warfare. Now, Apollo had enjoyed this vacation in the mortal realm long enough, so he bade farewell to Python to return to the divine realm. At that very moment, Python wept and promised that it would never accept defeat. Apollo, hearing this, felt very satisfied, stretched his hand toward Python, and said, "That is true beauty." From then on, Python no longer attacked human villages, but changed completely to become a member of the village. It stayed at the Delphi village and erected a temple to honor Apollo. Simultaneously, it carved a line at the temple saying, "Know thyself." Zeus also believed that one who understands themselves can overcome their own limits. Precisely because of that, Apollo became strong, which surprised Leonidas. And Apollo stated that to become more beautiful, he always exhausted his soul to fight. Hearing this, Leonidas also felt immensely excited. He and Geirolu promised that they would pour all their murderous intent into the next strike to crush Apollo. The sun god, hearing this, admitted that he could not stand Leonidas's vulgar way of speaking, but he had to acknowledge that the previous attack from the Spartan king was too beautiful. It seemed that Leonidas was also a warrior who exhausted his soul to fight. Therefore, Apollo wanted both sides to exhaust their souls and fight until the very last moment. Immediately after, the sun god took a deep breath, then removed all the threads wrapped around his hands. Leonidas felt danger, so he immediately backed away from his opponent. Up in the stands, Goal did not understand what Apollo was trying to do, but Brunhilde broke into a sweat, realizing it was an extremely dangerous technique. By touching his two arms together, Apollo created a blinding light from his divine weapon. The audience had to shield their eyes. No one could look at that light. And just seconds later, the blinding light, along with Apollo's divine weapon, vanished. In its place, behind him was a deep, dark shadow stretching out, and from that shadow, something massive crawled up right at the arena floor. It was a golden goddess statue named the Moon of Artemis. Ares had to exclaim, praising this technique as truly beautiful. Even Apollo, when fighting seriously, was equally beautiful. Zeus immediately recognized the complete form of the divine weapon in Apollo's hand. Since the Titan War, this was the first time he had seen Apollo use this technique again. Immediately after, the statue began weaving something mysterious with golden threads on its palms. According to Greek mythology, the divine duo Apollo and Artemis used a sparkling golden bow and arrow as a weapon to defeat the giant race. And now, in Apollo's hand was that divine sacred bow, a massive bow along with an arrow made of light. Apollo introduced this as his ultimate technique, titled the Radiant Sunday Leonidas. Hearing this, felt immensely excited, ready to block this technique. But Brunhilde noted that anyone who tries to block that technique must be a fool. No sooner had she spoken than Apollo fired his first arrow toward his opponent. But for some reason, a man in the stands was suddenly struck, and the arrow had punched a hole in Leonidas's chest before flying straight up into the stands, causing the Spartan king to be gravely injured without being able to react. Ares saw this as the power unleashed from the sun's heat. The golden arrows fired from Apollo possessed speed equal to the speed of light. And if this technique struck a human, the victim would have perished before feeling any pain. It was truly the fastest attack in the divine realm. Zeus also recalled how the giants had been struck by the arrow in the blink of an eye without being able to resist. And perhaps in the entire divine realm, only Zeus could withstand that arrow. So, if Leonidas had been hit by the move, it seemed as if he would soon be defeated. However, Leonidas only stated that this technique was indeed fast. And because that arrow was too dangerous, Geirolul decided to transform into a shield to block it for him. But Apollo asserted that no matter how strong Leonidas was, he could not block this move. Sure enough, when Leonidas blocked the arrow with his shield, the shield shook violently, while Apollo continued to fire consecutive arrows titled Golden Meteor Arrows. Not only did they injure Leonidas, but the arrows flew straight up above the stands. The audience feared they would be hit, so they scrambled to flee. No one dared to stand and watch anymore. While Leonidas now was no different from a target for Apollo to practice shooting, his body was already covered with extremely serious wounds, leaving Geirolul incredibly frightened. Furthermore, Apollo kept firing everywhere ahead, his hands constantly pulling the bow, and after a while, Leonidas had to kneel because of the sheer number of wounds. Geirolul had to move closer to support him so that the two could find a way. But the Spartan king reminded her not to worry because he already had a plan. And because the arrow Apollo fired was an invisible one, he would smash them all. Hearing this, Apollo decided the next arrow would be the finishing blow to end the suffering for Leonidas. However, when the invisible arrow flew toward Leonidas, he used his shield to deflect it precisely, causing the arrow to fly back at Apollo and drill a hole through his body and arm, leaving the audience in silent shock. No one understood what had happened or how Leonidas could have counterattacked like that. Even Apollo was astonished, his mouth agape, unable to say a word, and the arrow had truly hit the vital spot, causing him to collapse on the spot. The god Heimdall expressed his astonishment at Leonidas's incredibly swift counterattack. Meanwhile, Hermes wondered how the Spartan king could possibly perceive Apollo's arrows. Zeus suggested that the arrows could not be seen, but rather it was Leonidas's combat instinct. The king had endured so many life-or-death battles throughout his life that Sparta had honed his experience into a refined combat instinct. It was precisely because of this that Leonidas was able to deflect the arrow back toward Apollo. Ares called this the intuition of a seasoned veteran, and Apollo had taken the full impact of that arrow, leaving the gathering of maidens feeling deeply saddened. Furthermore, Apollo lay there for a long time without being able to stand. Leonidas mocked Apollo, asking if that was all the sun god's level of skill amounted to. Hearing this, the sun god gathered his composure to stand and fight. But before he could steady himself, he collapsed once more. Leonidas reminded Apollo of his earlier boast. Clearly, Apollo had intended to deliver a finishing blow, but now he was in a truly miserable state. Because of this, Leonidas shouted that he was the king of Sparta and demanded not to be looked down upon. Apollo, hearing this, summoned the strength to stand firm before his opponent and still wore a confident smile, which astonished all the spectators. He noted that Leonidas was just a vulgar king who only liked to trade insults, so Apollo did not like him at all. However, Apollo still had to acknowledge that after the previous blow, Leonidas had become a bit more beautiful. Leonidas's body had also been struck by far too many arrows and was approaching its limit. However, Apollo was in a similar state, barely holding on, which left the ladies deeply anxious. At this moment, Apollo wanted to know why Leonidas had to risk his life fighting to this extent. Was it because of their previous grudge, or for the survival of humanity? Leonidas stated that none of those reasons were true for him. However, this very moment was the time he had to take up his shield to fight. Because the king of Sparta believed that no one could choose how they were born, but how they lived and died was something each individual had to decide for themselves. Currently, he only believed in one thing, his own pure heart. He also wanted to create a place where all men could live proudly. And the reason he was still fighting until this final moment was for the people of Sparta. Hearing this speech from Leonidas, the 300 soldiers all felt deeply moved, so they all promised that they would always fight by their king's side. And after hearing the sincerity of his soldiers, Leonidas decided to go all out against his opponent. He merged as one with the Valkyrie to transform his divine weapon one more time. It was a shield with a fiery red hue, which he named the Spartan Truth Shield. Brunhilde believed Leonidas was trying to utilize the essence of Sparta when fighting. In the past, the Spartan formation consisted of densely packed heavy infantry. The essence of this formation was not defense, but an unceasing offense. Everyone would charge forward together like spears and crush every enemy before them. At this time, the Spartan king was filled with enthusiasm, preparing for the decisive strike. Apollo also felt the pressure radiating from his opponent was truly terrifying. Thus, the sun god thanked the Spartan king, because, thanks to this battle, he had been able to pour his entire soul into fighting. With that said, Apollo put away his bow and asked Muses to weave him something else. It was a rope that he placed right behind his back. The mythology of Apollo continued in the arena, so this would be another moment where he could shine like the noonday sun. At this moment, Apollo used his body to tauten the entire rope and aimed at his opponent. In other words, he was placing his own body onto the bow of Muses, prompting Ares to immediately realize that Apollo intended to pierce through Leonidas's shield head-on. Meanwhile, up in the stands, the audience strained their eyes to focus on the battle. One side was the strongest arrow in the divine realm, while the other was the strongest shield of humanity, about to collide. Immediately after, both opponents lunged at each other for the decisive attack. Beside them were the ceaseless cheers of the audience from both sides. Leonidas's shield turned fiery red with the technique divine shield formation. On the opposite side, Apollo created an arrow on his arm with the technique silver arrow of stolen souls. And when the two things collided, both fighters felt the immense pressure from their opponent. As for the audience, they could only stare with mouths agape, waiting to see who would win. Finally, Leonidas's Spartan shield was pierced through by Apollo. Although Leonidas had been struck by a fatal blow, the Valkyries still reminded him to keep moving forward, and the Spartan king grabbed hold of Apollo and unleashed a punch straight into his face. But that was merely a final act of revenge for Apollo's arrogant attitude, because Apollo's technique had pierced through Leonidas, causing his body to gradually crumble. Witnessing that scene, the Spartan soldiers were incredibly proud, yet deeply saddened. They all acknowledged to him that they had watched this match very closely, and Hagus admitted that the king was always the most valiant Spartan warrior. Leonidas also smiled contentedly, stating that the Spartan tribe was the strongest. With that, he officially departed, leaving behind much regret for the audience on the human side. Even Apollo mourned for Leonidas along with his Valkyrie, stating that both of them had fought incredibly beautifully. And immediately after, Heimdall announced that the winner of the 9th round was the sun god, Apollo. The current score was 5-4 inches favor of the gods, and after securing victory, Apollo was showered with flowers by his maidens, so he responded with a kiss that left the maidens incredibly ecstatic. Ares, seeing this, had to be speechless to see someone so battered still having the energy to play around. Hermes knew Apollo was just forcing himself to stand, as he couldn't even stand properly anymore. As for Zeus, he remarked that Apollo was truly a god who could shine in any situation. However, Apollo's face bore wounds, so the maidens wanted to treat him immediately to avoid leaving scars. But Apollo insisted on keeping the scar on his face, as it was proof that he had poured his entire soul into fighting alongside Leonidas and Geiralul. Inside the tunnel, Python was so scared it didn't dare to watch the match. Only when the god's side cheered for victory did it finally breathe a sigh of relief. And before it now was Apollo, wobbling as he walked inside. His body had too many wounds, making Python very anxious. But Apollo believed those were very beautiful scars, proof of his battle with the greatest human warrior, Leonidas. With that, Apollo passed out, so Python rushed to bring the sun god to the infirmary for treatment, acknowledging that Apollo was a god who was both infuriating and the coolest on earth. At this time, the Spartan soldiers were still mourning for their king, but Hagus had warned them that no one was to bow their heads. Because even though the king had faded away, Hagus still clearly saw his figure. If everyone continued to admire and follow the king to become great Spartan men like him, then everyone had to stand tall in a dignified manner. Finally, the soldiers placed their hands over their hearts and said in unison that Sparta was the most powerful nation. Brunhilde also spent some time honoring Geiralul. Kojiro's Valkyrie was also mourning for her sister, so Kojiro encouraged her, saying they had truly fought valiantly. Even though their opponent was the powerful sun god Apollo, they had fought valiantly until the last drop of blood. That was a sacrifice that could not be more tragic. Okita Soji also expressed his jealousy toward the warriors there. Because before he died, he also wanted to once exhaust his entire soul to fight like them. At this moment, Brunhilde returned to her special room, but she suddenly screamed out because she could not find any candidates for the next round. It turned out that after the 9th round, humanity seemed to have been pushed into a corner, meaning the following matches could not be lost. Yet, Brunhilde was at a complete loss on how to make the right choice, which drove her nearly insane. Currently, the roster still contains strong candidates like Nostradamus or Sakata Kintoki. However, Okita Soji walked into the room and declared that he would fight in the next round. He swore that he would not let anyone secure a victory in this round. Seeing the determination in Soji's eyes, Brunhilde decided to place her trust in him. He was known as the strongest swordsman in human history. Hearing this, Soji was overjoyed and thanked Brunhilde for her acceptance. He drew his sword, introducing himself as the captain of the 1st Division of the Shinsengumi, who would participate in the next match. Meanwhile, Odin was strolling through the arena corridor when he unexpectedly ran into Buddha. He was wearing a detective outfit and remarked that everything seemed to be going according to Odin's plans. Hearing this, Odin wondered what Buddha was trying to do. And those two noisy ravens kept chanting that Buddha was a traitor to the divine realm, but he paid no attention, instead walking closer to Odin and holding a magnifying glass up to his face. Odin shoved him aside, stating he had no time to play games with him. Thus, Buddha was forced to mention the name Siegfried, which made Odin somewhat anxious. Earlier, Buddha had asked his close friend Sakata Kintoki to investigate. Recently, they received news that Siegfried had been imprisoned in Tartarus for a very long time, and Odin was the one who ordered his imprisonment. The two ravens loudly claimed that Siegfried had committed a serious crime, so imprisoning him was the right thing to do. Buddha heard this and praised the two ravens for speaking exactly what he was thinking. He also heard rumors that Siegfried had secretly stolen Odin's magic sword, Gram, and then decapitated Odin's pet, the fire dragon Fafnir. Granted, Siegfried had committed a major crime, but it did not warrant being imprisoned in Tartarus like that. Furthermore, if anyone provoked Odin, they would be obliterated by him immediately. Therefore, Odin's order to imprison Siegfried made Buddha suspicious. Hearing this, Odin asked what exactly the Buddha was talking about. Buddha told him that Siegfried was once Brunhilde's boyfriend, so he thought Brunhilde initiated the Ragnarok war partly to save humanity and partly to save Siegfried, the person she still secretly loved. Finishing his sentence, Buddha took a bite of chocolate, which made the two ravens jump in surprise. He admitted that he had only been guessing up until now. However, Buddha knew for a fact that Odin did not want Siegfried to be released from prison, so he asked if that prisoner was truly so important to Odin that he had to be kept under lock and key. Hearing this, Odin flew into a rage, asking if Buddha had finished rambling yet. Simultaneously, he summoned a dark energy that formed the divine spear Gungnir. Buddha saw this and activated his eyes, which could see through the future, to dodge the direct attack from Odin. Odin declared that anyone who stepped foot into his territory would be crushed. Hearing this, Buddha was not in the least bit afraid, ready to fight Odin right there on the spot. But before he could make a move, Beelzebub rushed forward, stating that he also wanted to know the truth behind Buddha's story, while drawing his staff to directly challenge the spear in Odin's hand, leaving Buddha astonished. There, Beelzebub questioned Odin about the desire he had mentioned earlier, so Buddha felt the story was getting more and more interesting. As for Odin, he was extremely angry when Beelzebub revealed that matter to the outside world. Even Beelzebub mentioned that Odin was planning to resurrect the primordial gods of this world. Hearing this, Buddha's jaw dropped because the story was too fascinating, and Odin flashed a demonic smile, tacitly admitting that was his goal. Immediately after, the 10th round of the Great War officially commenced. The arena this time would be a scene of Kyoto during the Edo period. Heimdall also quickly spoke up to invite the two representatives to step into the arena. The first was the strongest swordsman in the entire span of human history, named Okita Soji, while on the other side was Susanoo no Mikoto, the strongest god-slayer of the divine realm. But how did the match turn out? Please wait for Season 4. Up to this point, Season 3 of the series, Record of Ragnarok, has officially concluded.